Chapter 1292. Purple lightning rioted in the middle of the endless void in the Emperor's tomb. A huge palace world quietly floated in the air. At this moment, the palace world was filled with dense black chi. Within the black chi, an extremely huge figure slowly stood in the middle of the palace. A pair of small sun-like, blood-red eyes pierced through the endless black chi and looked at the sky above the Emperor's tomb. "I want to get out. Even if the price is high, I will charge out." Tiangu's hoarse voice rang out from the black chi. His voice was filled with tyranny. Rumble. In the sky above the Emperor's tomb, the nine heavens' purple profound lightning began to crazily gather within the rolling dark clouds. Like a huge lightning dragon, it twisted its terrifying body and roared as it suddenly swooped down, heavily slamming into the pyramid-shaped Emperor's tomb. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of the huge lightning dragon, the entire Emperor's tomb shook violently. The surface of the bitter sea below the Emperor's tomb surged with waves that spread in all directions. In the region where the Emperor's tomb was located, a pitter-patter of black rain rose. On the shore of the pool, Mu Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He naturally felt the tremors that permeated the entire Emperor's tomb and could not help but exclaim, "What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying tremor in the Emperor's tomb?" Tiangu's eyes lit up as he laughed towards the sky. The day of the nine heavens' purple profound lightning riot has finally arrived. Originally, I thought that I would have to rely on that old fart's inheritance to escape. Now there's no need for that, haha. Nine heavens' purple profound lightning riot? Mu Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Having stayed in the bitter sea for close to 100 years, he naturally knew what the nine heavens' purple profound lightning riot was. The nine heavens' purple profound lightning was a strange lightning that existed in the Emperor's tomb. Ever since the Emperor's tomb was formed, the nine heavens' purple profound lightning was extremely powerful. An ordinary nine heavens' purple profound lightning was enough to kill a peak heavenly venerable practitioner. The more powerful nine heavens' purple profound lightning could even threaten a martial emperor practitioner. After countless years of condensation, the nine heavens' purple profound lightning above the Emperor's tomb would increase. It was like a pool of water. If too much water was poured in, it would overflow. The principle of the nine heavens' purple profound lightning was similar. Once too much nine heavens' purple profound lightning was gathered, there would be a huge explosion. The eruption this time was called the nine heavens' purple profound thunder riot by the bitter sea martial artists. Mu Feng, there's no need to wait any longer. Follow me back to the palace world and set up the boundless lightning drawing grand formation. Once I'm free, I'll help you blast open this old bastard's land of inheritance. His inheritance will all be yours. The heavenly insect illusory figure laughed out loud. With a wave of his right hand, a large hand that was formed from black chi grabbed Mu Feng and disappeared in front of the pool. At the bottom of the pool, Zhuowen and the Baifeng looked at each other. The Baifeng's expression became somewhat ugly. He said in a low voice, "It's the nine heavens' purple profound lightning. This is bad. The nine heavens' purple profound lightning has accumulated above the Emperor's tomb for hundreds of years. Now that it has suddenly erupted, its energy will be extremely terrifying. Perhaps the heavenly insect can borrow the power of the nine heavens' purple profound lightning to break through the seal." "What?" Zhuowen's expression changed slightly, and he said, "We have to get out quickly. We have to stop that heavenly worm from breaking the seal." The Baifeng nodded and entered the immortal stone. Zhuowen brought Xiaohe and flew toward the surface of the pool. Rumble. Rumbling nine heavens, purple profound lightning began to gather in the clouds. Previously, when the lightning dragon bombarded the Emperor's tomb, it had caused the Emperor's tomb to shake violently. Now, the nine heavens' purple profound lightning gathered again, transforming into thousands of lightning snakes. Every lightning snake was 1,000 feet long. Thousands of lightning snakes shot out and bombarded the emperor's tomb. An even more intense tremor spread out. The bitter sea boiled and water pillars rose into the sky like countless black pythons. It's the 9 heavens, purple, profound lightning. Why would it erupt at this time? Countless warriors on the islands of the bitter sea raised their heads and looked at the terrifying 9 heavens, purple, profound lightning above the emperor's tomb. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although many of the islands in the Sea of Misery had been destroyed due to the celestial insect's clone, making them desolate and uninhabited, the Sea of Misery was extremely vast. No matter how many clones there were back then, it was impossible for them to envelop all the islands in the Sea of Misery in a short amount of time. Therefore, although many islands had been destroyed by the heavenly insect avatar, there were still some islands that were further away that were still intact. On the Auspicious God Island, many students of the Auspicious God Academy had also noticed the 9 heavens, purple profound lightning erupting in the direction of the emperor's tomb. 2 beautiful figures slowly walked out from a huge building in the middle of the academy. The 2 figures had graceful figures. One was a young woman with a voluptuous figure, and the other was a young girl with a delicate face. Both of them had a pair of thin wings behind their backs, and the key parts of their bodies were covered with fur. They looked exceptionally seductive. Aunt Yao. That's the direction of the emperor's tomb. Master's body. Wu Dai's beautiful eyes gathered on the 9 heavens, purple profound lightning in the distance, and her eyes were filled with worry. Yao Dai's face became a little ugly and said, "The 9 heavens, purple, profound lightning erupting. This is very likely related to the heavenly insect avatar. Wu Dai, Aunt Yao wants to go over and take a look. You stay on the Auspicious God Island first." Wu Dai directly stood in front of Yao Dai and said angrily, "Aunt Yao, I want to go too. I'm a demon emperor now, so I want to go over and take a look." Yao Dai looked at the stubborn Wu Dai and sighed. "All right, but if there's any danger, you must leave first. Do you understand?" Wu Dai nodded, and a trace of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Demon soldiers gather and set up the demon god array. Yao Dai and Wu Dai flew into the sky, and Yao Dai's majestic voice echoed throughout the entire academy. Instantly, countless demon soldiers with powerful auras flew out from every corner of the academy and lined up neatly in the void. Waves of demon chi filled the air and turned into 1,000 feet, large demon god avatar. Many students of the Auspicious God Academy looked at the huge demon god avatar, and their eyes were filled with reverence. The demon soldiers in the demon god array were all demon emperors, and every one of them was stronger than them. Even their academy's principal would find it difficult to suppress the demon god. Boom! Boom! The demon god avatar appeared, and with a step it headed towards the emperor's tomb. A figure suddenly broke out of the water above the emperor's tomb's pool before slowly landing on the shore. He looked around before speaking in a rather surprised manner. Mu Feng and the heavenly insect's illusory figure are actually not here. With the 9 heavens, purple profound lightning going berserk, those 2 fellows must be in a hurry to break the seal. Xiao Hei said indifferently, Let's go to the palace world." Zhuowen nodded, and with a step, 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled behind his back. His entire person turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he stood. In the palace world, Mu Feng's hands danced in the air above the surging black qi. His movements were like flowing water, and it was quite beautiful. As he continued to dance, the outline of a huge array appeared in the air above the black qi. After the array was formed, Mu Feng waved his sleeves, and countless crystals poured out from his spiritual ring. Soon after, Mu Feng shouted, "Lightning drawl." As he said that, the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning above the emperor's tomb became even more terrifying. Soon after, the array started to emit a pillar of light, which led to the top of the emperor's tomb. Rumble, Under the bombardment of the pillar of light, a huge gap appeared at the top of the emperor's tomb. Like a magnet, the nine heavens' purple, profound lightning in the air surged towards the gap. Like a river of nine heavens' purple, profound lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Countless purple lightning bolts descended, bombarding the palace world. At the same time, Mu Feng activated the limitless lightning drawing grand array and directed the nine heavens' purple, profound lightning that had gathered towards the gigantic black chain around the heavenly insect's waist. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At the instant when the lightning bolts landed on the chain, countless electrical sparks started to spread out. Strange sounds rang out, and the entire chain started to shake intensely. Still not enough. Continue. The heavenly insect's deep voice rang out. Mu Feng nodded his head and started to fully activate the limitless lightning drawing grand array. Rolling lightning bolts continued to descend from the sky, causing the black chain to shake intensely once again. Furthermore, the frequency of the shaking was even higher than before. At the same time, the heavenly insect was using its supreme might to complement the power of the nine heavens' purple, profound lightning to continuously bombard the final, thick ceiling chain. 1,000 meters away from the palace world, Zhuowen, with 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, appeared. His gaze landed on the heavenly insect that was continuously bombarding the ceiling chain, as his face turned extremely ugly. Stop him! With a fierce roar, Zhuowen shot straight towards Mu Feng, who was continuously operating the infinite lightning drawing grand array. Immortal force surged out from his body as he drew out a slaughtering array diagram in one go before sending it enveloping Mu Feng. Damn it! It's that Zhuowen. Why did he come out of the inheritance land at this time? Mu Feng, who was originally guiding the nine heavens' purple profound lightning, naturally saw Zhuowen charging towards him, causing his face to instantly turn extremely ugly. Continue to attract lightning. Let this king block this brat. The deep voice of the heavenly insect rang out, causing Mu Feng's originally somewhat flustered state of mind to slowly calm down, before continuing to guide the nine heavens' purple profound lightning. With a furious roar, the heavenly insect exploded out with endless black qi, before transforming into 10 gigantic heavenly insect phantoms that were several hundred feet long before Mu Feng. Roar! With a roar, the 10 heavenly insect phantoms stomped towards Zhuowen with their legs that were akin to pillars that supported the heavens. Every single step they took possessed a terrifying might that could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Slaughtering array diagram, break for me! With a low roar, Zhuowen sent the slaughtering array diagram shooting out. Countless slaughtering sword phantoms that were akin to densely packed blood clouds slammed into the bodies of the 10 gigantic heavenly insect phantoms, causing the latter to stagger back a few steps. Human, your strength is too weak. You dare to obstruct this king from breaking the seal? You're simply courting death. The heavenly insect burst out in hearty laughter, while a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Courting death? I don't think so. With a cold sneer, Zhuowen immediately took out immortal stones and condensed even purer immortal energy. Extending his hands out into the void, he started to slowly move them, before drawing out the slaughtering, exterminating, and exterminating array diagrams. 4 slaughtering array diagram, kill for me. The moment the 4 slaughtering array diagram appeared, the 10 heavenly insect phantoms were instantly shredded into nothingness under the power of the slaughtering ultimacy. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward, shooting towards Mu Feng like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1293. Great Tomb Array Bastard. Lightning Dragon. Seeing Zhuowen rushing straight towards him, Mu Feng's eyes shrunk slightly. With a stern howl, the seal formed by his hand changed. Countless 9 heavens, purple profound lightning descended from the sky, gathering together to form a gigantic lightning dragon. At the instant he attracted the gigantic lightning dragon, Mu Feng took a gentle step forward, entering the palace world. Rushing to the side of the heavenly worm, he stared at Zhuowen with fear in his eyes. The 10 doppelgangers formed by the heavenly worm were instantly annihilated by Zhuowen. Such combat strength caused even him to tremble. Swoosh! Zhuowen stopped outside the palace world. His gaze landed on Mu Feng as he coldly said, "Mu Feng, didn't you want to capture me? Now that I've appeared in front of you, why have you fled instead?" Mu Feng's expression was ugly. Looking at the 4 kills array around Zhuowen, shock and fear were revealed in his eyes. This array was definitely not something that a mere Zhuowen had set up. It was very likely that Zhuowen had obtained it from the inheritance grounds. "You've obtained the inheritance of the Emperor Tomb's owner?" Mu Feng's voice gradually turned dark and cold. "What do you think?" Zhuowen replied in an indifferent manner. Although killing intent was surging within his eyes, he did not dare to enter the palace world. The lesson of the Blood Devil was still deeply etched in his mind. He did not believe that his current strength was stronger than the Blood Devil. Even the Blood Devil had been absorbed by the heavenly worm after entering the palace world, and could only use the blood escape to escape. "As expected, Zhuowen, if you have the ability, come in and kill me now." Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke in a somewhat mocking manner. Zhuowen's expression hardened slightly as he stared at the endless black qi within the palace world, as well as the squirming heavenly worm figure within it. With a cold snort, he planned to enter the palace world. However, he was stopped by the Baifeng. "Zhuowen, don't go in. The heavenly worm's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the palace world has already become the heavenly worm's domain. Its strength inside is extremely terrifying. You'll be like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger if you enter." The Baifeng spoke in a solemn manner. Zhuowen's footsteps paused for a moment before he frowned and asked, "Teacher, what should I do?" "Let's leave the monarch's tomb. This monarch's tomb was built by me back then. Although I am only a strand of my consciousness now, I can still activate the mechanisms of the monarch's tomb with the help of the celestial stone. This heavenly insect is too dangerous. Even if I have to destroy the entire monarch's tomb, I will destroy this heavenly insect," Baifeng said in a low voice. Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. No wonder Baifeng wanted him to leave the emperor's tomb now. It turned out that he planned to completely destroy the emperor's tomb. This emperor's tomb was extremely huge, and the energy it contained was probably earth-shattering. Once it self-destructed, even if the sky worm escaped, it would be difficult to withstand the power of the emperor's tomb. "Go." After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and turned into a bolt of lightning. He left the palace world at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. At the instant Zhuowen left, the terrifying lightning dragon in the sky above the palace world roared. Under Mu Feng's guidance, it heavily bombarded the last chain behind the sky worm. Countless bolts of lightning filled the air. Strands of lightning were like little snakes as they continuously slithered around the surface of the chain. At the same time, the sky worm roared furiously and violently smashed its fist against the chain. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing rang out. "Break!" The heavenly worm roared. Borrowing the power of the lightning dragon, it began to continuously bombard the chain. Punch after punch. One could only hear a cracking sound. Under the combined attacks of the lightning dragon and the heavenly worm, the chain finally shattered completely, turning into countless Black Death years. Bang! At the instant when the chain shattered, the black aura in the entire palace world boiled and churned. A wave of evil and vast aura swept out. Mu Feng, who was standing by the side, trembled all over when he sensed this aura. His face turned pale. "So strong! Is this the full extent of the Lord's strength?" Mu Feng trembled slightly. At this moment, the pressure radiating from the sky worm's body was truly too terrifying. If not for his cultivation as an arcane heavenly master, He might have already knelt on the ground under this pressure. At the entrance of the tomb, Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something. Turning his head slightly, he stopped and looked into the distance. Staring at the palace world far behind him, his expression fluctuated unpredictably. "Let's go. I'm afraid that the sky worm has already escaped." "Let's quickly leave the emperor's tomb," said the Bifong in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. Without further delay, he took a step forward and walked out of the tomb. After exiting the ravine, he arrived in the sky above the emperor's tomb. So many corpses. Were all these done by the sky worm? The instant he appeared in the sky above the ground, Zhuowen looked down. His pupils shrank slightly as he saw the corpses of cultivators everywhere. Furthermore, these corpses were all shriveled up, looking just like dried corpses. Previously, Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar had left in a hurry, so he did not take a closer look. Now that his main body had arrived on the ground that was already in a mess, his eyes could not help but emit a cold light. Although he was not someone who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, these were human cultivators after all. To have their flesh and blood sucked dry by a monster like the sky worm and die in such a miserable manner, he naturally felt somewhat displeased. Haha, after trapping me for nearly 1,000 years, I'm finally going to come out. A thunderous voice rang out from the ravine below. It was like a great bell ringing in Zhuowen's ears. At the same time, he saw that the strange black gas had spread out once again. It was actually sweeping towards the ground. "Let's go." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock. The 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back unfurled, and he instantly disappeared from the sky above the ground. When he appeared at the entrance of the emperor's tomb, the Bifong strand of divine sense appeared from the celestial stone. He formed a seal with his hands, and waves of celestial force were created from the celestial stone. Then the entrance to the emperor's tomb was sealed. "Master!" Not long after Zhuowen left the emperor's tomb, a clear voice rang out. Then Zhuowen saw the huge demon god not far away step forward. Wu Dai flew out from the center of the demon god array and came to Zhuowen's side. She hugged Zhuowen without hesitation, causing the latter's expression to become extremely awkward. Yao Dai, who was in the center of the demon god array, quietly looked at Wu Dai and Zhuowen with a knowing smile. But soon, her gaze gathered on the celestial stone's illusory figure, and her delicate body could not help but be stunned. "Master?" Yao Dai spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Her eyes were fixed on the Bifong's divine sense, and there was a trace of mist in her beautiful eyes. She took a step forward and came before the Bifong. Her voice trembled as she said, "Master, you are really master?" The Bifong quietly looked at Yao Dai and sighed softly. "Yao Dai, didn't I ask you to lead the demon soldiers out of the emperor's tomb back then? You actually stayed in there all this time. It's really hard on you." Zhuowen had naturally told the Bifong about Yao Dai and the demon soldiers. Therefore, after seeing Yao Dai, the Bifong was not too surprised. Instead, it was a little emotional. "It's not hard on me, it's not hard on me. Yao Dai is willing to do all this." Yao Dai shook her head and smiled sweetly. Rumble. Suddenly, the emperor's tomb, which was originally sealed, began to shake violently. The huge pyramid on the Sea of Bitterness shook continuously, causing monstrous waves to rise. "Bifong, you can't trap me. Even if you seal all the entrances to the emperor's tomb, you still can't trap me." A thunderous voice resounded from the emperor's tomb. It was like an echo that spread out in all directions. It resounded through the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. "The heavenly worm has broken the seal." Yao Dai's face was slightly pale, and her voice trembled as she spoke. The Bifong nodded. Its eyes were grave as it said, "Looks like the heavenly worm's power has exceeded my expectations. It can actually shake the emperor's tomb." As it spoke, the Bifong's gaze landed on Zhuowen and Yao Dai. It said, Zhuowen Yao Dai, take everyone and retreat 1,000 miles away. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He knew that the Bai Feng was planning to destroy the entire Emperor's tomb. The Emperor's tomb was simply too huge. The array within it was probably extremely terrifying. He wondered if the Bai Feng could withstand the array within the Emperor's tomb. Teacher, Zhuowen said hesitantly. The Bai Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although the array within the Emperor's tomb is huge, and I am only a strand of divine thought, I can use the immortal stone to borrow your power to activate the array within the Emperor's tomb. Moreover, the array within the Emperor's tomb was already set up by me 1,000 years ago. Activating it won't consume too much energy." Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. He took Wu Dai and retreated in the opposite direction of the Emperor's tomb. Yao Dai also took the demon god array and retreated majestically. Boom, 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 boom. 1,000 miles away, Zhuowen and the others stared silently at the shaking Emperor's tomb. Their eyes were filled with seriousness because they discovered that the Emperor's tomb was shaking much more violently than before. Countless black storms swept through the embittered sea, as well as pitter-patter black rain. Zhuowen, channel all your mental energy and Yuan force into the immortal stone and help me, the Bai Feng said to Zhuowen in a deep voice. Zhuowen did not hesitate. Holding the immortal stone in his right hand, the mental energy and Yuan force in his Naiwen palace flowed into the immortal stone like rivers flowing into the sea. Immediately, milky white immortal force erupted from the immortal stone and surged out. Zhuowen's mental energy had already reached the arcane heavenly master realm, and his Yuan force had already reached the emperor realm. The immortal force, he gathered, was even purer and more vigorous than before. As the milky white immortal force surged out, it entered the Bai Feng's divine thought. The Bai Feng squinted its eyes and formed seals with its hands. The seals were so complicated that even Zhuowen felt his eyes swell up when he saw them. Tomb array open. After forming the last seal, the Bai Feng slowly said these words. At this moment, the Thearcha's tomb thousands of kilometers away began to shrink. The thick, yellow stone on the surface began to move, and as it shrank, the Thearcha's tomb began to expand once more. Whoosh! Chapter 1294. Play the depths of the Emperor's tomb had already been corroded by the black qi. Tiangu's body became even more imposing and terrifying. Countless tentacles shot out from the black qi. They were like thousands of ropes as they interweaved in the void. Oh, that old bastard has actually closed the Emperor's tomb. Perhaps sensing something, Tiangu's body paused. His blood-red eyes pierced through the void and landed on the surroundings of the Emperor's tomb. He could sense that the entrances to the Emperor's tomb had all been sealed. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after the entrances were sealed, Tiangu's sharp senses discovered that waves of terrifying energy had begun to surge out from the Emperor's tomb. The energy contained destructive power. Oh no! Is that old bastard going to activate the tomb formation? Damn it. Tiangu's blood-red eyes immediately revealed a panicked expression when he sensed the energy from the depths of the Emperor's tomb. Tiangu had been trapped in the Emperor's tomb for nearly 1,000 years. His understanding of the Emperor's tomb was basically no less than that of the Bai Feng. Naturally, he knew that there was an extremely terrifying formation in the Emperor's tomb. The formation was called the Tomb Formation. It was something that the Bai Feng had spent a great deal of effort to set up when it was building the Emperor's tomb. Its power was extremely terrifying. Its purpose was to increase its power at the cost of destroying the Emperor's tomb to suppress Tiangu. Back then, Tiangu had used everything he had to completely suppress the Bai Feng, causing the latter's soul to almost scatter. He did not have any extra strength to activate the Tomb Formation. In the end, the Bai Feng could only temporarily seal Tiangu in the Emperor's tomb. Logically speaking, the old bastard Bai Feng's soul should have either been scattered or only left with a strand of his consciousness. In such a state, it is impossible for him to activate the Tomb Formation. Tian-gu frowned slightly and muttered in a somewhat low voice. Sir, I'm afraid that this has something to do with Zhuowen. After all, the Baifeng's inheritance was obtained by Zhuowen. Mu Feng's eyes were filled with panic. He arrived beside Tian-gu and spoke with a trembling voice. He could also sense the terrifying destructive energy in the depths of the emperor's tomb. He knew that the energy was not something that he could endure. Bastard! Tian-gu roared furiously. Immediately, the endless black qi within the god tomb began to shrink towards Tian-gu's body. It began to form many black barriers around his body. As the black qi continued to gather, the black barriers began to become thicker and thicker. There were faint signs that they were turning into keratin. Sir, there's still me. Looking at this scene, Mu Feng could not help but speak up. He was truly afraid that the heavenly insect would abandon him. Get your ass in here. That tomb formation is about to be activated. The celestial insect didn't waste any more words. On the surface of the black barrier, a hole as tall as a person appeared. Mu Feng's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly entered the hole. After he entered the hole closed up and returned to its original state. At this moment, the emperor's tomb had risen to a height of 10,000 miles in the outside world. A supreme and terrifying energy began to flow out from the emperor's tomb. Moreover, the energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Milky white light began to appear in the cracks of the huge rocks on the surface of the emperor's tomb. The light became more and more intense, and it almost dyed the entire emperor's tomb white. Bai Feng muttered. Suddenly, the emperor's tomb exploded under the milky white light. At this moment, the entire sea of bitterness seemed to have quietened down. The white light that filled the sky spread out, and the originally dark sea of bitterness turned into a vast expanse of white. Everywhere one could see, there was only white, a dazzling white. The emperor's tomb exploded on the countless islands in the sea of bitterness. All the martial artists raised their heads. Looking at the emperor's tomb that was filled with terrifying white light, they opened their mouths and revealed shocked expressions. The emperor's tomb was extremely symbolic in the sea of bitterness. After all, the emperor's tomb would open once every 300 years. It contained the coveted heart of imperial power as well as other good things. However, many martial artists felt that something was wrong with the emperor's tomb this time. After all, the disaster caused by Tian-gu's clone was still vivid in the minds of many martial artists in the Sea of Bitterness. Now that the emperor's tomb suddenly moved, rising to the sky and exploding, many martial artists in the Sea of Bitterness felt that something was wrong. Something must have happened in the emperor's tomb. Hence, many martial artists in the Sea of Bitterness were discussing what had happened in the emperor's tomb. The terrifying white light lasted for nearly half an hour before it finally subsided. The white light in the sky faded away, revealing the dusky sky of the Sea of Bitterness. The void where the emperor's tomb was located was filled with spatial cracks. Terrifying hurricanes swept out from the cracks. It was the wind of the void in the spatial cracks. It was extremely terrifying. In the region surrounded by countless spatial cracks, a lump of black paste was wriggling continuously. As the paste wriggled, it emitted an extremely frightening and sinister sound. Bai Feng, Zhuowen, both of you deserve to die. How dare you trick me? 1,000 miles away, Zhuowen and the Bai Feng's pupils shrank. Under such a terrifying tomb array, this Tian-gu was still alive. How could this fellow's life force be so vigorous? With great difficulty, Mu Feng squeezed his way out of the wriggling paste. His face was as pale as snow, while his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The great burial formation was too terrifying. Even though the heavenly insect had unleashed all of its abilities to create an exceedingly thick black barrier, it was still seriously injured by such a terrifying explosion. Boom! The wriggling paste body quickly regained its shape and regained the appearance of a heavenly worm. However, the aura on the heavenly worm's body was not as powerful as it was when it escaped. Instead, it was much weaker. Zhuo-Wen could even see black qi continuously seeping out from the surface of the heavenly worm. After the black qi spread, it was annihilated in the air and disappeared. Clearly, the black qi was the source of Tiangu. At this moment, due to his serious injuries, his source was constantly dissipating. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Tiangu was flustered and exasperated. He said bastard 3 times in a row. From this, one could see how angry he was in his heart. After breaking the seal, his strength had almost reached the level of a half-saint. However, due to the power of the Tumare, he was seriously injured and his strength was far from his peak. This Tiangu's life source is so powerful. The Tumare can't kill him? The Baifeng frowned and sighed. Zhuo-Wen and Baifeng, you old bastard. It's really the two of you. Die. After cursing for a while, Skyworm's eyes locked onto Zhuo-Wenha, who was a Baifeng formed by Zhuo-Wenha's divine consciousness. With a roar, its enormous body rushed over. Zhuo-Wen, be careful. Enter the demon god array and deal with this Tiangu together. Looking at the approaching Tiangu, Yao Dai's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Wu Dai and entered the core of the demon god array. At the same time, she called out to Zhuo-Wen. However, Zhuo-Wen shook his head. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the approaching Tiangu. He said, Senior Yao Dai, you don't have to interfere in this matter. Let me deal with this Tiangu. Due to the terrifying, explosive power of the Tumare, Tiangu's strength had been reduced to less than 10%. Zhuo-Wen wanted to see if he was a match for Tiangu. Yao Dai and Wu Dai were stunned. Soon after, Yao Dai shouted, Are you crazy? This is a Tiangu. My master once died because of it. How can you deal with it? However, Zhuo-Wen shook his head. He took a step forward and rushed directly toward Tiangu. Within his body, a monstrous dragon roar resounded and rushed into the sky. Then, a terrifying black light rushed out from between his eyebrows. Roar! The black light rushed out and turned into a dragon's body. A pair of small sun-like golden eyes emitted an extremely cold light. The great nether saint dragon? Bastard die! Tiangu's eyes were cold as he roared angrily. You want me to die? You don't have the right. Blackie let out a cold laugh. Its enormous dragon claws descended from the sky and heavily collided with the 12 arms of the heavenly worm. Immediately, a frightening force erupted. An extremely ear-piercing explosion resounded in the sky above the Sea of Bitterness, and huge waves rose from the surface of the Sea of Bitterness. How terrifying! That black dragon is too terrifying. It actually has a dragon's body. What kind of existence is it? On the island, countless cultivators in the Sea of Misery raised their heads and looked up at the great Nether Saint Dragon and Tiangu, who were fighting in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. Whether it was the great Nether Saint Dragon or Tiangu, the power that they displayed was too terrifying. It could be said that a casual blow from the two had the power to shatter heaven and earth. If an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator came into contact with the aftermath of their battle, they would be annihilated immediately. At this moment, all the cultivators on the wonderful Spirit Island raised their heads. They naturally saw the great Nether Divine Dragon and Tiangu floating in the sky. The shock in their eyes became even more intense because they also saw a figure on the great Nether Saint Dragon. With their martial strength, they could naturally see things in the distance. They naturally saw the figure on the great Nether Saint Dragon clearly. This figure was no stranger to them. It was the genius of the wonderful Spirit Academy, Zhuo-Wen. Zhuo-Wen had once caused a great uproar in the academy. Most of the cultivators on the wonderful Spirit Island naturally recognized Zhuo-Wen. It's Zhuo-Wen. It's actually Zhuo-Wen. That terrifying dragon was summoned by Zhuo-Wen? All the cultivators on the wonderful Spirit Island were shocked. After the shock, they revealed extremely excited expressions. They could all feel the terror of the great Nether Saint Dragon and Tiangu. After all, Zhuowen was a member of the wonderful Spirit Academy. Zhuowen calmly stared at the great nether divine dragon and Tiangu, who were constantly fighting. After a while, his gaze fell on Mufeng, who was not far away. He smiled faintly and said, "Master Mufeng, why don't the two of us play?" Mufeng, who had just experienced the burial array, had just recovered. At this moment, when he saw that Zhuowen was looking at him, his face couldn't help but stiffen. "What, you don't dare?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curved as he smiled. "Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Without the great Nether Saint Dragon, how much strength can you display?" Chapter 1295. Against Mufeng, that's Grandmaster Mufeng. Why does it seem like Grandmaster Mufeng and Zhuowen are going to fight? When many cultivators on Excellent Spirit Island saw Mufeng rushing towards Zhuowen, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Grandmaster Mufeng was the most respected arcana heavenly master in their Excellent Spirit Island. As for Zhuowen, he was the most monstrous genius in their outer courtyard. When the two of them suddenly faced each other, it naturally caused many people to be puzzled. Zhuowen, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen did not mention anything about Mufeng colluding with the heavenly insects. After all, it was extremely complicated to explain. Therefore, they did not mention anything about it. They only briefly mentioned that there was a terrifying creature sealed within the Emperor's tomb. This also caused many of the auspicious Spirit Islands martial artists to have puzzled looks in their eyes. Perhaps Zhuowen had offended Grandmaster Mufeng in some way? Although Zhuowen has already advanced to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he's going to be in big trouble when facing Grandmaster Mufeng. Although many people felt puzzled by the scene of Zhuo when fighting against Grandmaster Mufeng, the majority of them had strange expressions in their eyes. That was because they felt that Mufeng, as a heavenly arcana master, possessed strength far above Zhuowen's. In the eyes of the cultivators on the Excellent Spirit Island, this was a battle without any suspense. Seeing Mufeng rushing over, Zhuowen's eyes gawked before he laughed involuntarily and shook his head. From the looks of it, Mufeng had completely attributed Zhuowen's strength to Blacke. Of course, if Mufeng really thought so, he would be in big trouble. Zhuowen did not say anything. He formed a seal with his right hand and said in a low voice, "Slaughtering array." Boom! Zhuowen's right hand drew an outline in the air. The slaughtering array appeared in the air. Waves of slaughtering aura rushed out from the slaughtering array and turned into countless slaughtering sword shadows. Mufeng's gaze sank. With a wave of his sleeve, surging mental energy gathered and turned into a huge mental energy hand. It came crashing down from the sky and smashed towards the slaughtering array. Bang! Under the bombardment of the giant spiritual hand, the slaughter array actually began to tremble. Your strength really does depend on the extreme Abyss Saint Dragon. If it wasn't for it, you wouldn't be my match at all. Mufeng's eyes were filled with disdain as he watched the spiritual giant hand suppress the slaughtering array as he coldly mocked. Killing array diagram. Zhuowen completely ignored Mufeng's mocking words. With a tap of his right hand, another array diagram appeared. This was the killing array diagram of the four murders array diagram. Murderous will fill the air. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the matrix, stepping on the void. They held the swords of slaughter in their hands as they stepped forward. Break! Zhuowen spat out this word in an indifferent voice. That terrifyingly powerful mental energy hand was directly destroyed and dissipated. Zhuowen took a step forward and continued to charge forward with the slaughter and slaughter array diagrams. Looks like you have some ability. Mufeng faintly knitted his eyebrows. With a wave of his sleeve, numerous yuan crystals shot out. In the next moment, 9 dragon roars that blotted the skies rang out from within the yuan crystals. 9 dragons array, break for me. At the instant when the 9 dragon roars rang out, 9 giant dragons shot out from the yuan crystals. 9 gigantic dragon bodies stretched across the void, giving off an exceedingly frightening aura, killing array diagram out. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Zhuowen took out the third array diagram. Murderous will radiated from it. Upon sensing the murderous will radiating from it, a sliver of despair involuntarily rose within Mu Feng's heart. This was the frightening concept contained within the killing array diagram. Bang, bang, bang. 3 array diagrams appeared in the void, their might increasing by several times. Under the might of the 3 array diagrams, the 9 dragons array was actually continuously being pushed back. What? There are actually 3 array diagrams. Furthermore, each one is more frightening than the previous one. Looking at the 3 array diagrams that were floating in the void, their might increasing explosively, Mu Feng's eyes narrowed to the extreme. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve. A blood-colored crystal shot out and was sent into the 9 dragons array. Berserk, 9 dragons array. As his words rang out, the 9 giant dragons within the 9 dragons array started to glow with a blood-red hue. Furthermore, their bodies continued to expand, expanding by more than 2 times their original size. The 9 pairs of dragon eyes were filled with a frightening blood-red hue, while their auras were more than several times stronger than before. At the same time, their retreating momentum came to a halt. I'll make you feel complete despair. Taking a step forward in the air, Zhuowen looked down at the 9 giant dragons from above. In the next instant, his right hand tapped out in the air once again. This action of Zhuowen's caused Mu Feng's heart to beat rapidly. This fellow still has a 4th array diagram. How is that possible? Mu Feng cried out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Killing array diagram. Come out, form the 4 kills array diagram. Borrowing the power of the immortal stone, Zhuowen condensed extremely pure and powerful immortal energy. He started to draw unceasingly in the void, before finally forming the killing array diagram. Only then was waves of destructive energy able to explosively shoot out from the killing array diagram. Whoosh! The killing array diagram shot out, landing in the middle of the massacre, slaughter, and extermination array diagrams. With the might of 4 directions, they formed the frightening 4 kills array diagram, while the killing intent seemingly filled the entire void surrounding the 4 kills array diagram. At the instant when the 4 kills array diagram was formed, the berserk 9 dragons array started to show signs of fear. The 9 giant dragons started to whimper, while their eyes were filled with dread. The might and power displayed by the 4 kills array diagram was too frightening. Like a towering mountain, it firmly suppressed the 9 giant dragons, causing them to not dare to make any reckless movements. Puff! The 4 kills array diagram possessed an extremely powerful killing force. Under the might of the 4 kills array diagram, the 9 giant dragons didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were instantly turned into countless blood foams. Impossible! At the instant when the 9 dragons array diagram was destroyed, Mu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back. His face was as pale as snow, while the corners of his mouth trembled as he involuntarily cried out in shock. Impossible? You're telling me that it's impossible? Don't you find it laughable? Zhuowen sneered. With a point of his right hand, the 4 kills array diagram descended from the sky, rumbling towards Mu Feng. No, Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, countless yuan crystals shot out. At the same time, the powerful mental energy within his Naiwen palace started to revolve at high speeds, causing the countless yuan crystals to revolve in a mysterious pattern, forming a nebula defense. Bang! The defense of the nebula was extremely sturdy. As the 4 kills array diagram smashed down, it was completely unable to shatter the defense of the nebula, causing it to appear as though it had stopped moving. Grief Treasure Seal. At the instant when the 4 kills array diagram stopped moving, Zhuowen unleashed the Grief Treasure Seal of the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. A gigantic grief gushed out from the void. As a sorrowful aura gushed out, it started to continuously weaken the nebula, causing its defense to continuously decrease. Crack! In the end, under the continuous weakening of the grief treasure seal, cracks finally started to appear on the nebula. As the killing force of the 4 kills array diagram came crushing down, the nebula instantly shattered into pieces. Mu Feng extended both of his hands, while his mental energy formed an extremely sturdy defense before him. However, under the killing force of the 4 kills array diagram, this defense was completely useless, as it shattered instantly. In fact, under the killing force of the 4 kills array diagram, Mu Feng's hands were instantly turned into a bloody pulp. If not for the fact that Mu Feng had managed to escape in time, his entire being might have been annihilated into nothingness by the killing force. Arg! Zhuowen! Mu Feng held miserably towards the sky, while his eyes were filled with shock and fear. He stared intently at Zhuowen, who was looking down at him from above, while his heart started to tremble in fear. Before entering the Emperor's tomb, he was an existence that Zhuowen could only look up to. However, after exiting the Emperor's tomb, he had actually suffered such a miserable defeat at the hands of Zhuowen, to the point of not being able to retaliate at all. Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward, while the 4 kills array diagram hovered in the air behind him. Waves of killing force were akin to wind blades as they flashed past Mu Feng's face, causing Mu Feng's heart to be on tenterhooks, while his heart was filled with anxiety. Zhuowen extended his right hand, before grabbing Mu Feng by one hand. Quietly looking at the flustered Mu Feng before him, he said in an indifferent tone, "Even without Xiao He, it seems that I'm still able to easily defeat you, and even kill you with a single strike." Mu Feng remained silent, while his face alternated between green and white, while a look of humiliation appeared in his eyes. In the past, Zhuowen was a brat that he had never placed in his eyes. However, at this moment, he was being held in the palm of Zhuowen's hand like a little chick. Such a contrast was something that he was unable to accept. Master Mu Feng has been defeated? This. When Zhuowen held Master Mu Feng and stood quietly in the air, the entire excellent spirit island fell into silence. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Mu Feng, who was a heavenly arcane master, had been defeated by Zhuowen, who was merely at the first-level emperor realm. This was truly inconceivable. Mu Feng, this trash, he's really useless. On the other side of the battlefield, Tiangu, who was fighting with Xiao He, had naturally seen the scene. His gaze instantly sank as he cursed in a low voice. The injuries in his body were too severe, and the strength that he could unleash was about the same as Xiao He's strength. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Moreover, as the battle continued, Tiangu's source energy was constantly dissipating through his injuries, causing him to become increasingly weak. His combat strength was slowly decreasing, and he knew that it wouldn't be long before his strength would continue to decrease. At that time, there was a possibility that he would be defeated by the great Nether Saint Dragon. Tiangu, don't struggle anymore. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Xiao He said in a deep voice. With a swipe of his right claw, Tiangu was immediately forced to take a few steps back. Great Nether Saint Dragon, even if I'm an arrow at the end of its flight, I'm not someone that you can take down right now. Die! Tiangu coldly snorted. Rolling black gas gushed out from his body, and his 12 arms continued to expand. They were like pillars that supported the heavens and were extremely terrifying. He threw out a punch, forcing the great Nether Saint Dragon to retreat. Xiao He took a few steps back, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. Although Tiangu's source energy was constantly dissipating, his vitality was extremely tenacious. Even if his combat strength was insufficient, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Looking at Tiangu, who was unmoving, Zhuowen's expression gradually turned ugly. Although Xiao He's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying, he was exhausting the Yuan power in his body. After such a short period of time, half of his yuan power had been exhausted. Zhuowen, take out the War God catalog and completely seal this Tiangu. Chapter 1296. The slaughter of the war god the Bai Fang could naturally feel Zhuowen's yuan energy being depleted, and he quickly thought of the Abyss Saint Dragon. After all, the Abyss Saint Dragon was too powerful. Zhuowen would have to expend a lot of yuan energy to maintain such a powerful existence in battle. The Abyss Saint Dragon was only at the peak of the first heaven great Emperor realm. Even though he had a dragon soul and had more yuan energy than ordinary cultivators, it still wasn't enough to sustain the Abyss Saint Dragon's endless expenditure. The slaughter of the war god? Teacher, are you planning to use the slaughter of the war god? But teacher, your divine will is still very weak. Can you sustain the slaughter of the war god? At this moment, Zhuowen, who was standing not far away with Mu Feng in his right hand, frowned in surprise. We can only use the slaughter of the war god. Otherwise, how long can you sustain the Abyss Saint Dragon? The Bai Fang said solemnly. Zhuowen looked deeply at the Bai Fang and sighed softly. With a wave of his sleeve, 16 stone tablets suddenly appeared in the sky. With Zhuowen as the center, they revolved around him. The 16 mysterious diagrams on the tablets glowed with a frightening light and a mysterious aura. The Bai Fang held the immortal stone and stepped out, arriving above the 16 stone tablets. He slowly formed a seal with his hands. His movements were very slow, but very clear. Zhuowen, I will now teach you how to use the slaughter of the war god. Watch carefully. All of a sudden, the Bai Fang smiled at Zhuowen. Then his hands began to move faster. The hand seals went from simple to complex. Gradually, they became more complex. Powerful hand seals surged out, and the 16 stone steels below began to stir. Zhuowen quietly watched the Bai Fang's movements. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes, but he didn't show it. Instead, he watched the Bai Fang's movements very seriously. Battle the heavens, battle the earth, battle the desolation. Battle Emperor, battle Saint, battle Taigu. Oh, the Bai Fang murmured in a low voice. The corners of his mouth curled up. Waves of battle intent swept out from the 16 slaughter of the war god, filling the entire sky. Then the 16 stone tablets began to expand, from their original size of around 10 feet to 10,000 feet. Boom! Boom! Bai Fang shouted loudly. He pressed down with his right hand, and the 16 stone tablets, which contained a soaring fighting spirit, fell from the sky with a loud rumble. Xiao He, who was originally fighting with the heavenly insect, had naturally received prior notice from Zhuowen. At this moment, she decisively retreated. Before the heavenly insect could react, it was suppressed by the 16 huge stone tablets. Boom! The instant the 16 stone tablets came crashing down, countless mysterious symbols rushed out from the stone tablets, drawing a complicated diagram in the air. A supreme and soul-stirring pressure overflowed from the 16 stone tablets. What a terrifying pressure! Is this the power of the slaughter of the war god? Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he could not help but mutter to himself in a low voice. Bastard, Bai Fang, you old bastard. How dare you use the slaughter of the war god? You are just a divine consciousness body. Do you want to die? The heavenly insect struggled wantonly under the encirclement of the 16 stone tablets. However, the 16 stone tablets were extremely vast and terrifying. No matter how hard the heavenly insect struggled, it could not break free from the confinement of the stone tablets. This made the heavenly insect both shocked and angry. I only know that you will not live. Bai Fang said indifferently. He took a step forward and arrived above the 16 stone tablets. The celestial energy gushing out from the celestial stones was gathered under his right palm. Then he slammed it down. Instantly, a powerful and vast energy lit up from the 16 stone tablets. No, The slaughter of the war god produced an extremely terrifying destructive energy. The center of the 16 stone tablets was covered by a vast expanse of white energy. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of it. Only the heavenly insects' shrill cries could be heard echoing in the air. Above the stone tablets, Bai Fong was expressionless. He continuously channeled his celestial energy into the slaughter of the war god. As he channeled his celestial energy into the slaughter of the war god, the body formed from his divine consciousness constantly faded and dimmed. His presence grew weaker and weaker. Teacher, Zhuowen was shocked. He hurried to Bai Fong's side, but just as he was about to approach him, he was stopped by Bai Fong. Zhuowen, watch my actions carefully. The slaughter of the war god is your teacher's masterpiece. You need to learn it well, Bai Fong said seriously. Zhuowen paused. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he fell silent. He nodded and silently watched Bai Fong's actions. Bai Fong's methods were very complicated. He used these complicated methods to control the energy and explosions in the slaughter of the war god, constantly destroying the heavenly insect's colossal body. Under the attacks of the slaughter of the war god, the heavenly insect cursed and howled. However, as time went on, the heavenly insect's voice naturally became weaker and weaker. It even became lethargic. Zhuowen also discovered that the heavenly insect's colossal figure was constantly being cut up. In the end, the heavenly insect directly turned to dust before Zhuowen's gaze. How powerful! The heavenly insect has been completely destroyed just like that? Looking at the empty war god catalog, Zhuowen's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. Due to the burial formation, Tengu's strength had been greatly reduced, and it was extremely serious. However, the heavenly insect's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even Xiaohe, the slaughter of the war god, struggled to do anything to it. However, the slaughter of the war god had completely destroyed it with ease. It was evident just how terrifying the slaughter of the war god was. Zhuowen, did you see clearly the technique I used just now? The Bai Fong slowly turned around. The profound intent of the slaughter of the war god revolved around him as he smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze froze. He could clearly sense the Bai Fong's presence constantly weakening. However, the Bai Fong smiled very gently as he looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's heart trembled when he saw the Bai Fong smile. His nose twitched slightly as he nodded heavily. Teacher, I saw it clearly. I saw it all clearly. Ha! Good. It's good that you saw it clearly. I know that with your talent, you will definitely surpass me in the future. The Bai Fong fell silent for a while before smiling. You will also set foot in the Central Plains in the future, so go take a look at the Bai clan. Crack! As soon as the Bai Fong finished speaking, cracks began to appear on the surface of the immortal stone that held the former's body. The cracks continued to expand, but the Bai Fong's smile became even more radiant and gratified. He quietly looked at Zhuowen as if he wanted to engrave Zhuowen in his heart. Zhuowen, you're my first disciple, and at the same time my last disciple. It's my fortune to be able to meet you in my final days. As he spoke, the Bai Fong glanced at the immortal stone that was constantly cracking. My time may be up, although I still have many things to say to you. I'm afraid time won't allow it. Crack! Finally, the immortal stone completely shattered into nothingness, and the Bai Fong's figure began to fade and fade. Goodbye, my disciple. The Bai Fong's right hand gently rubbed Zhuowen's head. Then it completely dissipated into countless specks of light. Zhuowen stared at the specks of light that dissipated in midair. He reached out with his right hand and slowly clenched it. However, he realized that he could not grasp the specks of light in his hand. Master, kneeling on one knee in midair, Zhuowen muttered softly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Master, Yao Dai, who was in the demon god array, stepped forward and came to Zhuowen's side. She looked at the Bai Fong that had already turned into countless specks of light. 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. Her voice was filled with sorrow. Sigh. Zhuowen, even if the Bai Feng does not use the War God catalog, he will not be able to survive for long with his remaining strand of divine consciousness. You don't have to be too sad. Xiao Hei's dragon body transformed into Xiao Hei's dog form. At this moment, he looked at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on one knee in midair, and consoled him with a heavy heart. However, Zhuowen did not seem to hear him. He continued to kneel in midair, as if he had been petrified. He did not move at all. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Xiao Hei knew that the dissipation of the Bai Feng was a huge blow to him. However, he also knew that Zhuowen needed a quiet environment at this moment. Therefore, he very consciously waved his right paw and imprisoned Mu Feng. He threw him to the side and did not let Mu Feng disturb Zhuowen. Master. Wu Dai also came to a place not far behind Zhuowen. She wanted to approach Zhuowen, but was stopped by Xiao Hei. Little girl, your master needs to be alone right now. Don't disturb him. Xiao Hei said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Wu Dai pouted. However, she could also feel the sorrowful aura coming from Zhuowen. In the end, under Xiao Hei's persuasion, she reluctantly looked at Zhuowen's back and stood where she was. Time passed day by day. Zhuowen continued to kneel in mid-air, motionless. This went on for close to 15 days. Boom! On the morning of the 15th day, when a ray of sunlight shone down, a vast aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. The surrounding Yuan Qi started to boil, forming countless Yuan Qi cyclones that surrounded Zhuowen. Deng deng deng! Xiao Hei, Wu Dai, and Yao Dai, who were guarding Zhuowen, retreated under this aura. Their eyes were filled with shock. What a powerful aura! Zhuowen has broken through to the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Yao Dai muttered in a low voice. She also discovered that Zhuowen, who had broken through to the 2nd level of the Great Emperor realm, was much stronger than ordinary Great Emperor realm cultivators. As for Xiao Hei and Wu Dai, after their initial shock, their faces were filled with joy. Under the influence of countless Yuan Qi cyclones, Zhuowen slowly stood up. His gaze was extremely calm, and an extraordinary aura was born spontaneously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Zhuowen's breakthrough, Xiao Hei, Wu Dai, and Yao Dai immediately rushed to his side, looking at Zhuowen in surprise. Chapter 1297. 8th Azure Dragon Envoy Master, are you all right? Wu Dai came to Zhuowen's side. Wrapping her jade-like hands around his shoulders, she asked in an extremely concerned manner. Xiao Hei and Yao Dai naturally stared at Zhuowen, their eyes brimming with concern. With a faint smile, Zhuowen replied, I'm fine. As he spoke, his gaze looked towards the horizon as he spoke in an indifferent tone. There will be a day when I head towards the Central Plains. Xiao Hei nodded her head. Naturally. She knew the main reason why Zhuowen had entered the Central Plains. In fact, it was mainly for the Baifengs by family. Bang! All of a sudden, a muffled, thunder-like sound rang out. In the next instant, extremely terrifying black qi erupted from Mu Feng's body. In the next instant, the black qi broke through the shackles on the surface of his body. Like a gust of wind, Mu Feng furiously fled into the distance. Oh, it's that fellow Mu Feng. How did he break through this dragon, Lord Shackles? Xiao Hei's furious voice rang out, attracting the attention of Zhuowen and the rest. Where do you think you're going? Zhuowen's gaze was eerily cold. Taking a step forward, he shot out explosively, appearing to shrink the ground to an inch. In an instant, he had caught up to the fleeing Mu Feng. 4 kills array. In the instant he caught up to Mu Feng, the 4 kills array smashed down once again. Frightening killing power surged out, completely sealing off Mu Feng's surroundings. Bang! Mu Feng did not say anything, as his right hand formed into a palm and fiercely rumbled out. Immediately, Zhuowen frowned as he discovered that Mu Feng's palm actually contained a frightening black aura. This black aura was truly very similar to the heavenly insects. Rumble. Mu Feng's palm shot out. In the next instant, the killing power of the 4 kills array collapsed. Without stopping, Mu Feng continued to flee. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he withdrew the 4 kills array. At this moment, the strength displayed by Mu Feng was much stronger than before. Furthermore, he had discovered that Mu Feng's method of attack was completely different. Instead of using mental energy, he used a black qi similar to the heavenly worm. It won't be that easy to escape. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He was much stronger now that he had broken through to the 2nd level of the Great Emperor Realm. He waved his right hand, and the dragon seal in his palm started to emit a black energy. The roar of a dragon resonated in the air. Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal. Zhuowen coldly spat out these words. Clang! Countless chains shot out explosively amidst the loud and clear dragon roars. Densely packed, they completely sealed off the area within a 50-kilometer radius around Mu Feng. A powerful sealing force radiated out, causing the space within a 100-kilometer radius to collapse and collapse, as the entire space was sealed within. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the chains were surrounded by countless black dragon silhouettes. These silhouettes danced and fluttered about in a rather spectacular and intense manner. Boom! 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 Trapped within the space of the heavenly dragon lock seal, Mu Feng's advancing momentum came to a halt. Sending a ferocious punch smashing against the chains in front of him, intense clanging sounds rang out. In the next instant, he was sent flying back by the rebounding force, while his expression turned exceedingly dark. The might of the heavenly dragon lock seal was even more terrifying than the 4 kills array. Naturally, it wouldn't be that easy for Mu Feng to break through it. You're a heavenly worm? Zhuowen quietly hovered outside of the chains as he stared at Mu Feng, whose eyes had turned jet black. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke out in astonishment. Mu Feng stared coldly at Zhuowen before replying in a deep voice, I'm Mu Feng, and also a heavenly worm. Zhuowen, I'm one of the 10 great azure dragon envoys of the Blue Dragon Hall. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, the Azure Dragon main hall won't let you off. What a joke. Looks like you've been possessed by a heavenly worm. Aren't you afraid that the heavenly worm will devour you? Furthermore, I possess a dragon soul, and am a descendant of the Ryuka. Even if I don't look for the Azure Dragon main hall, the Azure Dragon main hall will come and find trouble with me. Why should I care about the Azure Dragon main hall? Replied Zhuowen in an indifferent tone. Hearing those words, Mu Feng's face turned dark and gloomy. Looks like you really don't plan on letting me leave. You'll regret it. As he spoke, Mu Feng flipped his right hand. At some unknown point in time, a jade talisman had appeared in his palm. Spatial energy radiated from the jade talisman, passing through the heavenly dragon lock seal. The spatial energy rushed straight towards the horizon. In the next instant, a crack appeared in the void, before an illusory figure slowly descended. This illusory figure appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s. His jawbone was high, and his face had a faint golden hue to it. His gaze was as sharp as a venomous snake's. His gaze first landed on Zhuowen, before shifting away and landing on Mu Feng. 10th Azure Dragon Envoy, why are you in such a state? Don't tell me this was done by this brat? This middle-aged man naturally frowned upon seeing Mu Feng's miserable appearance, as he spoke out in a somewhat displeased manner. The aura from Zhuowen's body was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly emperor realm. Therefore, he naturally did not believe that Zhuowen was the one who had caused Mu Feng to end up in such a state. 8th Azure Dragon Envoy, help me escape. This brat is not simple. He's a descendant of the Ryuka, and possesses the great abyss Saint Dragon. One's strength cannot be judged by its appearance. At this moment, the pitch-black color in Mu Feng's eyes had already faded, and had turned clear and bright as he spoke to the middle-aged man who had just appeared. Oh, He's actually a descendant of the Ryuka. Furthermore, he possesses the Great Abyss Saint Dragon. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's gaze landed on Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile as he continued. In other words, if we capture this brat and bring him back to the Azure Dragon Main Hall, wouldn't we be rewarded handsomely? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura from this middle-aged man in front of him was terrifying, even more so than Mu Feng's. Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master, and his various techniques were actually comparable to a 7th-level heavenly emperor. However, this middle-aged man in front of him was much stronger than Mu Feng. It was very likely that he was an 8th-level heavenly emperor. Right now, although Zhuowen had broken through to the 2nd level of the heavenly emperor realm, it would be very difficult for him to fight against an 8th-level heavenly emperor. Release Feng Mu, and at the same time, bind your own arms and follow me back to the Azure Dragon Main Hall. I will let you off and not cripple you. The 8th Azure Dragon envoy grinned and said cruelly. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "What qualifications do you have to ask me to bind my own arms and follow you back to the Azure Dragon Main Hall? Let me ask you, who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you put on a high and mighty attitude, you are the Heavenly Emperor? In fact, in my opinion, your actions are really laughable and childish." The 8th Green Dragon Envoy's expression was a little sluggish. His eyes immediately darkened as he said, "You are really bold. You actually dare to speak to me in such a manner. In that case, I can only cripple you before bringing you back to the Green Dragon headquarters." After saying that, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy took a step forward, and the might of an 8th-level heavenly emperor erupted. A terrifying Yuan Qi storm swept out from his body, and his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. He looked like a demon god that had descended to the mortal world. Tyrant Fist of the Heavens! The 8th Azure Dragon Emissary threw out a punch. Terrifying origin energy condensed into a huge fist shadow that was a few 100 feet tall. It was like a huge mountain that came crashing down. The fist shadow was filled with terrifying pressure, as if the entire sky could be smashed down with a single punch. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely solemn, facing an 8th-level heavenly emperor's attack. He had no choice but to use his full strength. Therefore, he directly took out the 4 slaughter formation and blocked in front of him. Rumble! The tyrant fist of the heavens came crashing down on the 4 slaughter formation, and an extremely loud explosion resounded. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The 4 slaughter formation was actually pushed back by such a powerful force, and so was he. Break it! The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy roared and punched out again and again. Every punch was wrapped in a heavenly fist aura, and it crushed down on Zhuowen. His face was slightly pale. Crack! Finally, under the 10th punch, the 4 slaughter formation was broken. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Haha, I've already said that you're no match for me. If you'd listened to me obediently and followed me back to the Azure Dragon headquarters, you wouldn't have suffered so much. But now it's already too late. I'll break every bone in your body and let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's eyes were filled with savagery. He laughed and took a step forward. His imposing aura was like a rainbow as he punched toward Zhuowen, intending to destroy him completely. Oh no, Zhuowen, be careful! When Xiao He, Wu Dai, and Yao Dai saw this scene, they could not help but exclaim. Yao Dai and Wu Dai immediately entered the core of the demon god formation and activated the huge demon god to help. However, it was too late. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy had already arrived in front of Zhuowen, and his fist was heavily aimed at Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen quietly stared the fist that was getting closer and closer. There was no fear in his eyes. When the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's fist was completely in front of him, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a long sword that was full of cracks. You took out such a broken long sword in front of my attack. You are indeed courting death." Looking at the Emperor Wu Tian's sword that was floating in front of Zhuowen, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy laughed and threw out a punch without a care. However, when his fist landed on the Emperor Wu Tian's sword, his face suddenly froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he found that the broken Emperor Wu Tian sword suddenly burst out with a pressure that made even him tremble. Pucci! The Emperor Wu Tian's sword buzzed and directly slashed the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's fist. Wu Dai and Yao Dai were shocked to find that the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's tyrant fist of the firmament was directly broken. Even his right hand was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy screamed and retreated dozens of steps. He held his broken right arm and stared at the Emperor Wu Tian's sword in front of Zhuowen. He exclaimed, "A saint weapon? You actually have a saint weapon?" Zhuowen did not say anything. He pointed his right hand, and immediately the Emperor Wu Tian's sword whistled and flew towards the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy again. The latter naturally retreated in horror. However, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword was, after all, a profound saint weapon and contained a powerful saint aura. It was not something that an 8th-level martial emperor like the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy could resist. No. After dodging more than 10 moves, Emperor Wu Tian's sword suddenly accelerated and stabbed into the neck of the 8th Azure Dragon Emissary at a tricky angle. Then there was a burst of bright blood. The 8th Azure Dragon Emissary's head was directly cut off. Chapter 1298. Absorbing the 9 heavens' purple, profound, lightning swoosh. The instant the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's head was chopped off, a ray of light shot out from the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's body. It let out a sharp whistle as it flew into the distance. Yuanying. Zhuowen sneered. Under his will, the heavenless sword suddenly shot out. Sword qi swept out everywhere it passed, forming a violent hurricane. Swoosh! The heavenless sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying. Sword light flashed and pierced through the Yuanying. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying let out a miserable shriek. It was extremely dim and powerless. With the power of the heavenless sword, it was naturally able to directly destroy the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying. However, Zhuowen could not bear to destroy it. After all, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's position in the Blue Dragon Hall was not low. He definitely knew the structure and situation of the Azure Dragon Main Hall. With a step, Zhuowen arrived beside the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy. With a stroke of his right hand, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying was held in his palm. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy trembled as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, please let me go. I have no intention of going against you. It's all because of that bastard Mufeng. He actually used the spatial jade talisman to summon me here. Please spare me." The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy was extremely sensible. He actually put down his dignity as an 8th Heaven Emperor and knelt on the ground to beg Zhuowen for mercy. This caused Zhuowen to be rather surprised. Zhuowen completely ignored the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's begging. With a wave of his right hand, he directly kept the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy into his spiritual ring. A pair of cold eyes landed on Mufeng, who was trapped in the Heavenly Dragon Sealing Seal. He grinned and said, "It's your turn." Seeing the radiant smile on Zhuowen's face, Mufeng's entire body trembled, while a feeling of dread rose up in his heart. His gaze was firmly fixed on the Emperor Wu Tian's sword, as he said in a trembling voice, "It's actually the Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Back then, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword had clearly been shattered by my lord. How can it still be used now?" Zhuowen did not reply, but his heart ached. The Emperor's sword was indeed severely damaged. Xiao He had said before that this sword could only be used 2 more times. Now that the first time had been used, there was only 1 more time left. "You talk too much. Just die." Zhuowen gave a cold snort as he took a step forward, directly entering the Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal. The heavenless sword in his hand shot out, causing countless sword chi to sweep out. Like a shooting star, it streaked across the void, shooting straight towards Mu Feng, who was within the heavenly dragon lock seal. Damn it! Fear appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and his eyes turned pitch black once again. Black chi rolled out from his body, and his aura instantly became much more powerful and terrifying. Mu Feng extended his right hand, as the rolling black chi condensed into 12 gigantic palms. Shooting out, they smashed against the Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Bang! The Emperor Wu Tian's sword was extremely terrifying. With a slash of it, the 12 palms condensed from black chi were completely shattered into nothingness. No. After slicing apart the 12 palms, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword's aura was like a rainbow as it streaked across the void, continuing to shoot towards Mu Feng. As the terrifying sword chi radiated out, it caused Mu Feng's hair to flutter about. An aura of death rose within Mu Feng's heart, causing him to feel fear and trepidation. Block it. Although the might of the Emperor Wu Tian's sword was terrifying, it was naturally impossible for Mu Feng to sit and wait for death. Pushing his hands out, he borrowed the strength of the heavenly insects to form a tough and durable black barrier in front of him. Crack! However, the black barrier was completely useless in the face of the Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Upon contact, it instantly shattered apart, while the Emperor Wu Tian's sword pierced right through Mu Feng's body. At the same time, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword bent in the air, sending out 2 rays of sword light that cut off all 4 of Mu Feng's limbs. A miserable shriek rang out as Mu Feng screamed out hysterically. Due to the pain and suffering, his face had turned somewhat malevolent, while a sliver of despair gushed out from his eyes. Mu Feng, you've exhausted all of your schemes, and schemed against everyone that had entered the Emperor's tomb, causing the deaths of countless innocent cultivators. Furthermore, for the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb's master, you've actually colluded with the heavenly insects, such evil creatures. In the end, you've ended up in such a state. This should be considered as karma, right? Zhuowen moved in front of Mu Feng. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Mu Feng. His gaze was exceedingly calm as he stared indifferently at Mu Feng. The latter's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, "However, I'm still one step behind. I'm very regretful. Back then, when you were completing the river diagram, I had already captured you and forcefully seized the river diagram array from your body. If so, I wouldn't have ended up in such a state. From the moment you colluded with the heavenly insects, your fate has already been decided. I just want to ask you, do you know about the dangers and origins of the heavenly insects?" Zhuowen said with narrowed eyes. However, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Naturally, I know about them. However, so what? As long as I can obtain great power, even if everyone else dies, what does that have to do with me? Zhuowen, you've killed the 8th Azure Dragon envoy. Now, I'm going to die at your hands. You've killed 2 great Azure Dragon envoys from the Azure Dragon main hall. You won't be able to escape. You'll be hunted down by the Azure Dragon main hall. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable than mine." Mu Feng laughed heartily. In the next instant, his right hand suddenly pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. Instantly, his aura began to slowly disappear. In the end, his aura was completely destroyed. "You're destroying your own spiritual sea?" Looking at the completely lifeless Mu Feng, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. Pressing his right hand on the former's forehead, he discovered that the spiritual sea between Mu Feng's eyebrows had actually been completely destroyed. Very clearly, Mu Feng knew that he was already unable to escape from Zhuowen's grasp. Therefore, he decided to just destroy himself. After all, the spiritual sea was an extremely important thing for an arcana master. Once it was destroyed, it was equivalent to having one's soul scattered. There was no chance of survival. "You're really decisive." After taking a deep look at Mu Feng in his hand, Zhuowen released his right hand and tossed Mu Feng's corpse into the sea of bitterness. After causing a series of ripples, Mu Fang's corpse sank into the depths. Zhuowen. This Mu Feng is the 10th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Azure Dragon Main Hall. Furthermore, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy was also killed by you. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hide this matter from the Azure Dragon Main Hall for long. Brat, you better be careful. Xiao He came to Zhuowen's side, speaking in a somewhat solemn manner. Zhuowen nodded his head. The Blue Dragon Hall was known as the overlord of the Eastern lands. Therefore, its foundation was definitely extremely rich. An existence like that was truly something that Zhuowen could not afford to offend. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. The Blue Dragon Hall and Ryuka were mortal enemies. Once Zhuowen developed Ryuka, he would have to face the Blue Dragon Hall. In fact, he was even prepared to let Ryuka replace the Blue Dragon Hall and become the new overlord of the Eastern lands. I'm aware of this matter. Zhuowen nodded his head. Shortly after, his gaze landed on the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning before him as he said, Xiao He, the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning's rampage has yet to end. I wonder if my Lei Sanyi can absorb the power of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning? Lei Sanyi is a mystical pair of wings derived from the wind and lightning's sacred symbol. It possesses unparalleled speed. The 9 heavens' purple profound lightning is also a lightning energy. You can go in and give it a try. However, the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning is extremely powerful. If you feel that you can't withstand it, it's best for you to retreat. Don't act recklessly. Xiao He warned with a solemn gaze, causing Zhuowen to vigorously nod his head. After which, he took a step forward, 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurling behind his back. Just like that, he entered the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning that was still rampaging. Is that fellow crazy? He actually intends to enter the rampaging 9 heavens' purple profound lightning. On the nearby islands, many cultivators naturally noticed Zhuowen's crazy actions. They had just recovered from the shock of Zhuowen killing the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy and Mu Feng. Now, they were once again stunned by Zhuowen's shocking actions. Originally, the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning's power was extremely terrifying. If Emperor Realm cultivators were struck by it, they would die. Now, coincidentally, the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning's rampage was many times stronger than before. Most likely, even a high-level Emperor Realm cultivator would be doomed if they entered the depths of the clouds. Therefore, when Zhuowen flew towards the gathering place of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning, many cultivators were stunned. Rumble. When Zhuowen neared the periphery of the clouds, purple lightning as thick as a water bucket swept out from the clouds and directly struck down, blasting toward Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to dodge, countless dragon, serpent, and serpent shadows rushed out from the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. The serpent, and dragon creatures intertwined together, forming an extremely terrifying thunderbolt. It violently collided with the purple thunderbolt. Immediately, purple and blue plasma spilled out in all directions, as if there were countless threads of electricity surging. What surprised Zhuowen was that the lightning formed by the snake, flood dragon, and dragon was actually slowly nibbling away at the energy of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning. After about 10 breaths, the purple lightning that swept out from the clouds was directly swallowed by Lei Sanyi. Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the blue lightning on the surface of Lei Sanyi's body was actually faintly tinged with a trace of purple. It looked rather gorgeous and colorful, and even Lei Sanyi's aura had become much more vast, as expected of the wings derived from the wind and lightning saint symbol. It actually has the ability to devour lightning. Feeling this characteristic of Lei Sanyi, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. With a wild roar, he directly rushed into the depths of the clouds. In the rolling black clouds, thousands of purple lightning gathered, transforming into a huge purple lightning dragon that swept straight toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid. He unfolded the lightning wings to the extreme. Suddenly, countless lightning snakes, flood dragons, and lightning dragons appeared around his body, blocking the terrifying purple lightning dragon. If one looked carefully, the purple lightning dragon began to be slowly nibbled away by the lightning snakes, flood dragons, and lightning dragons, merging into a part of their bodies. This scene immediately stunned and dumbfounded countless Bitter Island cultivators. In front of the berserk nine heavens, purple profound lightning, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. Not only was he not devoured by the berserk nine heavens, purple profound lightning, the purple lightning was devoured by him. To be more precise, it was devoured by the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his body. Awesome! Chapter 1299. Lightning Wings, Mutation 3 Days and 3 Nights. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning continued for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhuowen had also sat within the 9 heavens purple profound lightning for 3 days and 3 nights. In the air, the lightning wings on Zhuowen's back, which were originally 30 feet wide, had now grown to 100 feet wide. Furthermore, if one were to look closely, the 3 pairs of lightning wings, which were originally separated, were faintly showing signs of fusing together. Oh! Countless roars resounded around the lightning wings. This was because there were countless dragon, serpent, and serpent silhouettes lingering around the lightning wings. The roars were accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, which was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Then the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back suddenly exploded with purple lightning. Then the 3 pairs of lightning wings merged into a huge pair of lightning wings. With just a flap of the lightning wings, purple lightning descended around him. It was the 9 heavens purple profound lightning. I never imagined that after absorbing the 9 heavens purple profound lightning, the lightning serpent wings, lightning flood dragon wings, and lightning dragon wings would actually fuse into a 10-foot lightning wing. His gaze fell on the extremely huge lightning wings on his back. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. He could feel that after absorbing the 9 heavens purple profound lightning, the lightning wings were much stronger than before. Furthermore, their speed with a thought, Zhuowen flapped the purple lightning wings. Countless purple lightning dissipated. Soon after, Zhuowen disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported. The instant he appeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. So fast! This was not only what Zhuowen thought. In the distance, Xiaohei, Yao Dai, and Wu Dai were also thinking. Even the cultivators near Misery Sea looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the figure that had teleported 1,000 miles away. They did not even see Zhuowen's figure clearly. The latter was already 1,000 miles away. That speed was simply too terrifying. Rumble! 1,000 miles away, the purple lightning flapped once again. Soon after, Zhuowen appeared before Xiaohei, Yao Dai, and Wu Dai. Looks like after absorbing the 9 heavens purple profound bomb, your Lei Sanyi has undergone quite a transformation. Xiaohei looked at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but more than that, she was gratified. Yao Dai and Wu Dai, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Haha, I think I can smell the nascent soul aura of a high-level great emperor. Suddenly, a rather savage voice shot out from Zhuowen's body. Shortly after, a damaged jade cauldron shot out from Zhuowen's forehead. A fox-like creature emerged from the jade cauldron. It was the Fushi cauldron's Cheng Huang. Your nose is really sharper than a dog's. Xiaohei curled his lips as he looked at Cheng Huang and snorted in displeasure. Yes, yes, little Long Long, my nose is indeed more sensitive than yours. Cheng Huang did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Xiaohei's words. Instead, it retorted. Xiaohei was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped up and glared at Cheng Huang with hostility. Woof, woof. This dragon lord will bite you to death." Thus, a little black dog and a yellow fox began to bite each other. Between the dog's barking and the fox's barking, there were also sounds of cursing that rang out in the air. Zhuowen held his forehead as he watched Xiao He and Cheng Huang bite each other. These two fellows seemed to be destined to fight each other. Zhuowen felt extremely helpless. By the side, Wu Dai and Yao Dai exchanged glances with each other as a strange expression appeared in their eyes. They did not expect that Zhuowen was hiding these two strange fellows. Although Xiao He and Cheng Huang's actions were strange, their auras were extraordinary. Therefore, Yao Dai and Wu Dai naturally did not interfere. "Enough is enough, you two." With a dark expression, Zhuowen took a step forward and threw the Fushi cauldron between Xiao He and Cheng Huang. Sure enough, when they saw the Fushi cauldron, the two fellows who were still fighting decisively stopped. After all, the Fushi cauldron had a special meaning to them. They did not dare do anything to it. "Little guy, you have the nascent soul of a high-level great emperor, don't you?" Cheng Huang tidied its slightly messy fur and turned to look at Zhuowen as if nothing had happened. It rubbed its furry paws together like a miser and chuckled. Zhuowen was a little surprised by Cheng Huang's behavior, but Xiao He was the first to speak. "This guy probably needs the nascent soul of a high-level great emperor to repair the Fushi cauldron. What do you know? High-level great emperors are useless for repairing the Fushi cauldron." Cheng Huang glared fiercely at Xiao He. Xiao He didn't understand. "Then what do you want to do with it?" "High-level great emperors' nascent souls are the main ingredient of a superior immortal pill, the immortal essence pill. The immortal essence pill is extremely precious to great emperors. It can forcibly raise a cultivator below high-level great emperor by minor level without any side effects," Cheng Huang explained calmly. "It can forcibly raise a great emperor's cultivation by a whole level? Is the immortal essence pill that useful?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Xiao He retorted coldly, "Forget it. You haven't even repaired the Fushi cauldron yet. Are you trying to make an immortal essence pill? Are you kidding me?" Cough, cough. "Repairing the Fushi cauldron isn't easy. Just wait and see. It won't be long before I'll be able to repair it. When that time comes, the Fushi cauldron will be able to refine pills." Cheng Huang coughed dryly. "However, before you refine the pill, Zhuowen, you should leave the advanced great emperor's nascent soul with me for safekeeping." Zhuowen was quite eager for the immortal essence pill, but he shook his head. "That nascent soul is the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall. I have some things to ask that guy, so I can't give them to you yet." "Is that so? That's fine. After you ask him, just toss that guy's nascent soul into the Fushi cauldron." With that, Cheng Huang re-entered the Fushi cauldron and disappeared into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. "Let's leave this place for now and head for Excellent Spirit Island," Zhuowen said to Yao Dai and Wu Dai. "All right." Yao Dai and Wu Dai had no objections. After returning to Excellent Spirit Island, Zhuowen discovered that all the cultivators on the island were looking at him with reverence. It was as if he was a majestic statue. However, Zhuowen didn't mind too much. He knew that everyone's attitude towards him was mainly due to the strength he had displayed. In this world where the strong were respected, strength would naturally earn the respect of others. "Master, should we enter the 9 Netherworld realm? I really want to go in and see what it's like," Wu Dai, who was standing beside Zhuowen, suddenly said. Zhuowen glanced at Yao Dai, who was standing behind Wu Dai. Yao Dai smiled bitterly and nodded. Clearly, she also agreed to let Wu Dai follow Zhuowen. "All right, I'll bring you with me when the time comes. However, I still need to make a trip to the Azure Xian Empire. You don't need to come with me. When I return, I'll bring you to the 9 Netherworld realm," Zhuowen said softly to Wu Dai. "Master, why are you going to the Azure Xian Empire again? I remember you went there last time, right?" Wu Dai asked curiously. Zhuowen chuckled. "I still have some matters to attend to. Wait for me here." Zhuowen naturally couldn't tell her about the Saint Rune laws. After all, it involved too much. Without waiting for Wu Dai's reply, a pair of purple lightning wings spread out behind Zhuowen's back. Following that, ear-piercing thunder rumbled and Zhuowen disappeared from the spot. Master, really? Watching Zhuowen disappear before her eyes, Wu Dai curled her lips and stomped her foot. She felt somewhat helpless in her heart. In the sea of misery where the emperor's tomb was located, a corpse floated to the surface of an inconspicuous reef. The corpse, which was originally drifting with the current, immediately stopped. If one were to look carefully, the corpse's four limbs were completely broken. Its entire body was swollen and looked quite miserable. CI. When the corpse slammed into the reef, its originally tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. It was a pair of incomparably dark eyes, as if there was an endless abyss in them. Strands of black qi started to linger around the corpse's broken limbs. Under the effect of the black qi, the severed limbs of the corpse started to slowly regrow. When the limbs were completely regrown, the person took a step into the embittered sea and leapt to the top of the reef. Zhuowen, you've ruined this king's plan to break the seal. You deserve to die. The eyes of this figure flickered as he cursed in an extremely vicious manner. Soon after, he once again spoke in a low voice. Fortunately, this seat had left a strand of my will within Mu Feng's body. Although that Zhuowen had forced Mu Feng to self-destruct his sea of consciousness, it just so happened to give the strand of my will the opportunity to successfully seize Mu Feng's body. However, this king's will and strength are truly too weak. Looks like I need to sneak into the Azure Dragon Main Hall and wait for an opportunity to slowly recover. I'll settle the score with that Zhuowen sooner or later. The figure slowly raised his head, revealing an exceedingly grim expression. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this figure as Mu Feng, who had committed suicide. Naturally, the real Mu Feng had already died. At this moment, the strand of the heavenly worms will that existed in this body. Furthermore, it was an extremely weak strand of his will. Descendant of the Ryuka, and killing the 8th Azure Dragon envoy. If I return to the Azure Dragon Main Hall with the identity of Mu Feng and inform the Blue Dragon Hall about these two things, I'm afraid that it would be a great merit. Next, I just need to hibernate in the Blue Dragon Hall and recover. Mu Feng's low and deep voice slowly rang out. In the next moment, he stomped his foot on the reef. The powerful force behind his stomp caused the reef to shatter apart, while he shot out explosively like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Zhuowen naturally did not know that Mu Feng had been taken over by the heavenly worm's will and had come back to life. If he knew about it, he might have completely destroyed Mu Feng's corpse back then. Chapter 1300 Black Dragon Empire. After entering the Imperial City, Zhuowen realized that the Imperial City was much more prosperous than before. There were even more cultivators here. Moreover, the city walls of the Imperial City were much thicker and taller than before. They must have been specially repaired after the previous battle. Walking on the huge street, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the name of the Qingxian Empire had been changed to the Black Dragon Empire from the conversations of the people around him. The new emperor of the Black Dragon Empire was called Emperor Bai. Zhuowen knew that Emperor Bai was probably Bai Mei. Looks like Bai Mei is interested. Hearing that the Qingxian Empire had been renamed to the Black Dragon Empire, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, from the discussions of the cultivators around him, it seemed that they had a good impression of Emperor Bai and respected him. It seemed that after a few months, Bai Mei had managed to keep the imperial capital in good order. Walking slowly towards the imperial city's dungeon, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to summon Bai Mei. Instead, he strolled around the imperial city, quietly looking at the people and things around him. He sighed in his heart. The imperial city was a place that left a deep impression on him. This place carried many of his memories. Previously, because of the battle with Emperor Qing, he did not have the time to take a good look at this place. Now that he had settled everything, he naturally wanted to take a good look at the imperial city. However, the more he looked, the more he felt that things had changed. The imperial city had changed too quickly. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Don't block my view. Otherwise, all of you will be caught and beheaded. Suddenly, a delicate cry was heard from the front of the street. Soon after, Zhuowen was surprised to discover that the originally densely packed crowd in front of him had consciously parted. Moreover, he could sense that the faces of those who had parted were filled with intense fear. It's actually the daughter of the country guarding marquis, Miss Qin Xuanmei. The country guarding marquis is a big shot recently promoted by Emperor Bai. His position in the imperial city is extremely high, only below Emperor Bai. He is a very popular person now. We can't afford to offend the daughter of such a person. Otherwise, we might really be caught and beheaded. That would be too unjust. Let's get out of the way. Don't block the way. Suddenly, there was a burst of whispers in the surroundings. Zhuowen also looked in front of him in surprise. He had never heard of this country guarding marquis before. However, from the discussions around him, he knew that the country guarding marquis should have been promoted recently. He should be by May's confidant. In front of them, a woman in a light red dress was riding a huge griffin and rushing towards them. This woman had a graceful figure. Her waist was like a water snake, and there was a belt with red stripes. If one looked closely, the belt was actually a small snake that was constantly spitting out its tongue. At this moment, the woman was skillfully driving the griffin as she chased after a black shadow in front of her. The black shadow was extremely fast. Even though the woman in red was riding the griffin, she was unable to catch up to it in a short while. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and saw that the black shadow that was escaping in front of him was actually a python that was about 1 meter long. This python was quite strange. It actually had 3 heads. 3-headed flaming spirit snake? No, it's a little different from the 3-headed flaming spirit snake. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He realized that this python was similar to the 3-headed flaming spirit snake that he had encountered in the dragon vein. However, the 3-headed flaming spirit snake was fiery red all over. Although this python also had 3 heads, its surface was dark gold. Moreover, the aura of this 3-headed flaming spirit snake was far more powerful than the 3-headed flaming spirit snake. However, Zhuowen realized that this 3-headed flaming spirit snake was not large in size. It was probably still in its infancy and was not very powerful. It was probably around the level of an ultimate emperor. Although the woman in red's aura was weaker than this 3-headed flaming spirit snake and was only around the level of an ultimate emperor, there were 2 figures following behind her. These 2 figures' auras were much more powerful. They were actually ultimate emperors. It was because of the 2 figures behind the woman that the 3-headed flaming spirit snake was escaping in such a sorry state. Let's see where you can run to. The distance between the griffin and the 3-headed flaming spirit snake was getting closer and closer. Finally, the woman swung her right hand and pulled out the small snake at her waist. She used it as a whip and flung it out. The small snake was not ordinary. The moment the woman flung it out, the snake's body immediately swelled to several feet long. Extremely blazing flames appeared on its skin. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared and blocked the 3-headed flaming spirit snake's path. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little snake hissed a few times as its path was blocked. However, its reaction speed was extremely fast. With a swing of its tail, it changed its direction and rushed to the side. The direction it was rushing towards was exactly where Zhuowen was. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the 3-headed flaming spirit snake to choose him. Could it be that he had concealed his aura and was like an ordinary cultivator, so chose him to be a pushover? Thinking of this, Zhuowen was a little amused. The 3-headed flaming spirit snake was only an ultimate 8-wheel emperor. This kind of strength was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. However, his gaze quickly turned cold. The griffin girl also reacted. With a wave of her hand, the flaming python in her hand was flung over. Terrifying flames burst out and directly enveloped Zhuowen and the three-headed flaming spirit snake. The cultivators, who were originally standing not far from Zhuowen, scattered like birds and beasts. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. This guardian-guarding marquis daughter, Qin Xuanmei, was indeed unruly. She did not even treat the cultivators as human beings. Although the three-headed flaming spirit snake was heading towards Zhuowen, it was not to the extent of attacking him as well. That is a flaming python. The young man's aura was weak just now. Under such an attack, I'm afraid he will be finished. The surrounding cultivators, who had escaped a calamity, rejoiced as they turned their gazes back to the flames. Their eyes were filled with pity. They knew that the young man had suffered an unexpected calamity and was most likely going to meet a tragic end. Swoosh! A black shadow swept out from the flames and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, they saw the three-headed flaming spirit snake fleeing in panic. However, the three-headed flaming spirit snake's aura was very weak at this moment. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries from the attack just now. Let's see where you can run to. Capture it for me. The girl raised her right hand and kept the flaming python in her hand. Then, she ordered the two figures behind her. Yes, miss. The two of them were middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. They wore heavy black armor. The two of them took a step forward and blocked in front of the three-headed flaming spirit snake. The two of them blasted out a palm at the same time. Yuan power spurted out and set off violent energy ripples. Boom! Under such an attack, the three-headed flaming spirit snake wailed and fell from the sky to the ground. It struggled a few times on the ground but could not get up for a while. Miss! One of them unceremoniously pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake in his palm. Yuan power spurted out and formed a transparent prison, causing the three-headed flaming spirit snake to be unable to move, after which he handed it over to the girl. The corner of the girl's mouth revealed a pleased smile. She extended her jade-like hand and pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake. She said, "Little fellow, you still want to escape? You should obediently become my pet." Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three-headed flaming spirit snake's body continued to twist and turn. The golden stripes on its body emitted a glow, and its eyes were filled with fury. He. It is useless even if you are unwilling. You are destined to become my pet. As she spoke, the girl pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake and said to the two middle-aged men beside her, "Since we have captured this little fellow, let's return home." Leave? Are you sure you want to leave just like that? Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded, causing the body of the girl, who had originally turned around, to stiffen. Soon after, the red-clothed girl slowly turned around. When she saw the young man, who was quietly standing at the same spot, her beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of surprise. "You are actually not dead." The surrounding people also turned their attention to the young man. The expression in their eyes was no different from the girl's. The young man's aura was not strong, but he was actually unharmed under the girl's attack. This caused the surrounding people to take a few more glances at him. "Oh, you have hidden your cultivation. You are actually unharmed under the attack of my flaming spirit snake?" This time, the red-clothed girl finally sized up the young man in front of her. The surprise in her beautiful eyes quickly turned into a mocking expression. Zhuowen stared indifferently at the red-clothed girl. He pointed at her and said, "Now kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, you will not have the chance later." When these words came out, the entire surrounding fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze. They secretly muttered in their hearts, "Did water enter his brain?" He actually dared to ask the country-guarding marquis daughter to kneel down and apologize to her face. Even Qin Xuanmei revealed a startled expression. Soon after, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, she laughed softly and said, "You want me to kneel down and apologize?" Zhuowen did not waste any more words. His right hand stretched out in the air. Instantly, the red-clothed girl, who was originally sitting on the griffin, felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on her body. The griffin she was sitting on exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and Qin Xuanmei fell to the ground in the cloud of blood mist. Plop! Qin Xuanmei groaned in pain and knelt on the ground. Countless drops of blood dripped down from midair, dyeing her entire body blood-red. She looked like a delicate and beautiful rose. Presumptuous! The two middle-aged men who were originally beside Qin Xuanmei had a slight change in expression. They shouted loudly and violently rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen slightly tilted his head. His cold, demon-like pupils stared indifferently at the two middle-aged men. Then he merely stretched out a palm. Yuan power spurted out and transformed into a huge, invisible palm. Plop! Under the invisible palm, the two middle-aged men did not even have the chance to groan before they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. They were deader than dead. Hiss! The moment the two middle-aged men died, the surrounding crowd fell into silence. They stared unwaveringly at the young man, who was bathed in the rain of blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1301. Emperor Baizhuo had never been the one to stir up trouble. However, once something happened to provoke him, he would definitely resolve it with lightning speed. He would definitely not drag things out. Ah! Blood rained down as Qin Xuanmei knelt on the ground. She finally reacted and screamed. Her voice was extremely loud and piercing. The three-headed snake, which was originally imprisoned beside Qin Xuanmei, flashed its eyes. As the two middle-aged men were killed, the imprisonment on its body naturally collapsed. Hiss! The three-headed snake roared and bit directly at Qin Xuanmei's white neck. Qin Xuanmei, who was originally screaming, naturally did not notice the three-headed snake and was bitten directly. In an instant, Qin Xuanmei's screams weakened. Her face turned green and black. She fell to the ground and began to convulse. This snake is poisonous! Seeing Qin Xuanmei in such a state, many people around stepped back and stared at the three-headed snake with fear. Father, save me! Qin Xuanmei convulsed as she took out a jade-colored token and crushed it with trembling hands. At this moment, in the depths of the imperial city, in the vast throne room, a figure in a white robe sat quietly on a futon in the hall. His eyes were narrowed, and the aura in his body was like a storm on the sea. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In front of this figure, a middle-aged man with a tall and straight posture and sharp eyes stood quietly on one side of the hall. He gazed respectfully at the figure on the futon. Xuanmei? Not good. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. The aura in his body suddenly surged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qin Zhao, what's the matter? The figure sitting cross-legged on the futon slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man. This figure exuded a strong emperor's aura. Strangely, this person's eyebrows were white and long, falling on his cheeks. Emperor Bai, my daughter used the jade pendant just now. I gave it to her. She will only use it when she is in a life-and-death situation, so... The middle-aged man quickly bowed and said. Emperor Bai was astonished and said, Who in the imperial capital doesn't know your daughter? Someone actually dares to harm your daughter? I don't know. Now that my daughter's life is at stake, would your majesty, White Emperor? Qin Zhao said anxiously, Let's go, I'll go with you. I want to see who exactly dares to cause trouble in the imperial capital. Emperor Bai stood up and walked out of the throne room slowly. Qin Zhao was overjoyed and quickly followed him. He had not expected Emperor Bai to show up personally. However, he knew that Emperor Bai was doing this for his sake. That was why he had accompanied him to take a look. At the same time, it was also to build his reputation. After all, it had only been a few months since the White Emperor had promoted him to his current position. Although his reputation in the imperial capital was widespread enough, there were still some people who were unconvinced. If the White Emperor appeared in the imperial capital with him this time, the other voices of opposition would probably gradually lessen. Swoosh, swoosh. Emperor Bai and Qin Zhao both had extraordinary cultivation. They took a few steps in the air and arrived at the street where Qin Xuanmei was. When Qin Zhao saw Qin Xuanmei, whose neck was bitten by the three-headed snake and whose cheeks were green and black, his face suddenly changed. Evil beast! Qin Zhao only felt his blood boil. He took a step forward and came to Qin Xuanmei's side. The three-headed snake naturally saw Qin Zhao and immediately fled. It could feel the powerful aura on Qin Zhao's body. "Want to run? Die!" Qin Zhao shouted angrily. Terrifying Yuan power gushed out. Suddenly, countless Yuan power arrows appeared on the surface of his body and flew in the direction of the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake screamed and twisted its tail to dodge the arrows. However, there were too many Yuan power arrows. The three-headed snake's tail was directly pierced by a Yuan power arrow. Blood spurted out and its body froze in midair. Then, countless Yuan power arrows pierced through it. Puff! The three-headed snake screamed and fell to the ground from midair. Its snake body kept twitching and its aura gradually weakened. After killing the three-headed snake, Qin Zhao immediately came to Qin Xuanmei's side and spat out his Yuan power to prevent the poison from spreading in Qin Xuanmei's body. Xuanmei, this three-headed snake, is only at the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm. You have Qin Lu and Qin Yan protecting you. How did it bite you? Qin Zhao asked while expelling the poison for Qin Xuanmei. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Qin Lu and Qin Yan were both at the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm. How could Qin Xuanmei be bitten by the three-headed snake? Moreover, he also found that Qin Lu and Qin Yan seemed to have disappeared. There was a pool of blood on the ground, which gave him a bad feeling. Father, it was that guy who killed Qin Lu and Qin Yan. It was because of him that I was bitten by the three-headed snake. Qin Xuanmei pointed her jade-like finger at Zhuowen, who was not far away. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred. Her expression was agitated and her chest was heaving up and down like a bellows. Qin Zhao slowly tilted his head. His cold gaze fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. He said in a deep voice, "You killed Qin Yan and Qin Lu. Do you know who I am?" At this moment, the surrounding people also fell silent. Their gazes fell on Qin Zhao and Emperor Bai, and they all revealed looks of whispering. It's actually the country guarding Marquis, Qin Zhao. Even Emperor Bai accompanied him here. He really has a lot of face. Of course. Otherwise, how could the country guarding Marquis rise so quickly? Of course. This is also related to the country guarding Marquis' strength and talent. He has already reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the mere age of 37. I'm afraid that he has a high chance of entering the Emperor realm. That's why Emperor Bai thinks so highly of him. Zhuowen crossed his arms. He stared at Qin Zhao with a strange gaze and said, "The surrounding people all said that you are the country guarding Marquis." So what? Zhuowen's reaction greatly exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. He originally thought that after hearing his name, Zhuowen would be afraid, fearful, and even regretful. However, he did not see any of these emotions on Zhuowen's face. The only thing that remained was that eternal calmness. This reaction instantly enraged Qin Zhao. He coldly shouted, "Now you have two choices. First, cripple your own cultivation, kneel on the ground, and crawl over to apologize to Xuanmei. Second, I will cripple you and throw you into the imperial city's dungeon, never to see the light of day again. Then what if I choose neither of the two choices?" Zhuowen suddenly replied indifferently. When these words came out, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Everyone's gazes became increasingly strange. This youth was a little too calm. Facing the country guarding Marquis, who was extremely popular in the Black Dragon Empire, he actually did not seem to care. It was truly strange. Then I will take it that you have chosen the second choice by default. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Yuan power burst out from his body. Soon after, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Zhouwen as if he had teleported. He stretched out his right hand and surging Yuan power gushed out. It formed a huge Yuan power mountain and smashed down on Zhouwen's head. However, Zhouwen just stood there quietly. He did not move, not even lifting his hand. Looking at Zhouwen's appearance, the smile on Qin Zhao's face became even wider. He almost laughed out loud. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because a familiar figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Then, this figure quietly stretched out a hand and gently squeezed. Qin Zhao's attack immediately collapsed. Then, a vast emperor's aura came crushing down. Qin Zhao's forward momentum suddenly stopped. Then his cheeks flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards and heavily smashed into the ground a dozen meters away. Your Majesty Emperor, by you. Qin Zhao barely propped himself up. He stared blankly at the figure that appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Emperor Bai, who had come with him. He was also the supreme leader of the Black Dragon Empire. His heart was filled with doubts. Why did Emperor Bai suddenly attack him? Was it because of the young man behind him? Many people around were also confused. From Qin Zhao attacking the mysterious young man to Emperor by suddenly intercepting Qin Zhao. Everything had happened too quickly. However, some warriors with keen senses had already noticed that the mysterious young man was not ordinary. Emperor Bai's action was obviously to protect the young man. So who was this young man? Emperor Bai glanced indifferently at the puzzled Qin Zhao before turning around. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on one knee in front of Zhouwen and respectfully said, "Bai Mei greets master." At this moment, the entire street was silent. In that silence, only Bai Mei's voice echoed. Although his voice was not loud in everyone's ears, it was so loud and clear that it was boundless. This scene was unbelievable in everyone's eyes. Emperor Bai, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire, knelt on one knee in front of a young man in front of everyone and called him master. Everyone subconsciously dug their ears, thinking that what they heard was an illusion. Qin Zhao's hands, which were propping himself up, trembled violently. He fell to the ground again involuntarily. He stared at Emperor Bai, who was kneeling on the ground, with his mouth wide open. Emperor Bai's master? Could it be? Qin Zhao muttered softly. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly revealed a tinge of regret and fear. He suddenly thought of a person in his mind, a person who had once subverted the entire Qing Xian Empire. Qin Xuanmei, who was standing not far away, was shocked and confused. The hatred in her eyes had long been replaced by shock and confusion. The strongest person in the empire, Emperor Bai, was kneeling on one knee in front of the young man. This scene was too shocking. Zhouwen stared at Emperor Bai, who looked a little nervous. He nodded lightly and said, "Get up." Yes. Emperor Bai got up slowly and said guiltily, "Master, I did not know that you would suddenly come to visit. I did not know that Qin Xuanmei dared to offend you. Please forgive me. If Master feels uncomfortable, I will immediately kill Qin Xuanmei and Qin Zhao to relieve Master's hatred." Chapter 1302, that the flying serpent has no feet plop. Suddenly, Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei kneeled on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty Bai Di, please calm down. Please forgive us. Qin Zhao and my daughter did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us." Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, Qin Zhao kept kowtowing. His forehead hit the ground and made a dull sound. The people around him were shocked. Qin Zhao, the country guarding Marquis of the Black Dragon Empire, knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This scene shocked many warriors in the imperial capital. Bai Mei was unmoved. His gaze fell on Zhouwen. He bowed and said respectfully, "Master, how do you want to punish them?" At this moment, Bai Mei was a little nervous. He was the one who promoted the country guarding marquis. This time he came out to build momentum for the country guarding marquis and stabilize his position. However, he did not expect that Qin Xuanmei, the daughter of the country guarding marquis, would offend his master, Zhuowen. Bai Mei's only thought was to cut ties with the country guarding marquis. Bai Mei also realized that he could not see through Zhuowen's aura. He remembered that a few months ago, before Zhuowen went to the Misery Sea, he was only at the peak of the celestial venerable rank. However, he could not see through him now. This could only mean that Zhuowen's cultivation had also broken through to the Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Bai Mei was shocked. He knew that when Zhuowen was at the peak of the celestial venerable rank, he had killed someone in the Emperor realm. Now that he had advanced to the Emperor realm, his strength must be even more terrifying. Do as you see fit, Zhuowen said indifferently. Bai Mei nodded and turned around. He clenched his right hand, and his origin energy turned into a palm. He pointed at Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei's lower abdomens. With the sound of a balloon bursting, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, I will destroy your cultivation. From now on, Qin Zhao, your title as the country guarding marquis will be taken away. You will be a commoner and will not be able to enter the imperial capital. After doing this, the white-browed man turned around and stood respectfully behind Zhuowen with a flattering smile on his face. How ruthless! When the surrounding crowd saw Bai Mei's action, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. To a cultivator, crippling his dantian was more cruel than killing him. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, if one did not have cultivation and strength, they would eventually be reduced to the lowest rung of society and be bullied and humiliated. As for the Marquis Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei, they had offended many people. Now that they had offended someone they should not have offended, their cultivation had been destroyed by Emperor Bai. If the two of them were to fall into the hands of their enemies, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei's faces were as pale as snow. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew they were done for. White Brow, take me to the imperial city's prison. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei. To him, they were not on the same level. He did not need to pay too much attention to them. Yes, master. Bai Mei cupped his hands together and took the lead, heading towards the underground prison of the imperial city. Zhuowen quietly followed behind him. Rumble. The moment Bai Mei and Zhuowen took off, the throne room in the depths of the imperial city suddenly shook, and the huge throne room suddenly collapsed. What happened? Why did the throne room suddenly collapse? All the cultivators in the imperial capital raised their heads and looked at the collapsed throne room. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Bai Mei and Zhuowen, who were heading towards the underground prison of the imperial city, also stopped and looked in the direction of the throne room in confusion. Rumble. The instant the throne room collapsed, a gigantic black figure that was thousands of feet tall suddenly soared into the sky. That gigantic body stretched across the horizon like a bridge that led to the endless void, as if there was no end to it. The huge figure that appeared above the throne room had a huge snake body that was close to 1,000 feet long. The green scales on its body shone with a terrifying cold light. What was even more strange was that on the back of the huge snake there was a pair of huge flaming wings that were hundreds of feet long. They looked dazzling. Flying serpent has no feet to fly. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge snake body that appeared in the sky and muttered, "Who is it? Killing my bloodline again. The bloodline that I painstakingly nurtured has been killed again. Damn it." The flying serpent roared at the sky. The rolling sound waves were extremely powerful and resounded in everyone's ears. Many warriors covered their ears with their hands, their faces contorted in pain. There were even some weaker martial artists whose faces flushed red and spat out blood under this roar. They actually fainted on the spot. What a terrifying creature! It seems to be a flying serpent with an ancient bloodline. The warriors in the imperial city stared at the roaring flying serpent with fear in their eyes. The flying serpent's roar was already so powerful. If a battle really broke out, it would be earth-shattering. Swoosh! The flying serpent spread its wings and came to the three-headed snake that was lying in a pool of blood. Its huge eyes were filled with terrifying anger. The three-headed snake that was covered with golden patterns was completely dead. Its bloodline had been killed again. The flying serpent was almost mad with anger. Damn humans! All of you must die. Die, die, die. The flying serpent roared and swung its huge tail. Suddenly, with it as the epicenter, a terrifying gust of wind swept up in 100 feet radius. The gust of wind was as sharp as a blade. The warriors in the 100 feet radius did not even have time to react before they were shredded into pieces by the gust of wind. All the buildings in the area collapsed into ruins. Run! The other warriors in the 100 feet radius screamed and retreated. At the same time, their eyes fell on Bai Mei. Emperor Bai, please do something. The flying serpent is too terrifying. I'm afraid its strength has reached the Emperor realm. Emperor Bai was the strongest person in the Black Dragon Empire. Naturally, they would ask for his help immediately. Bai Mei's eyes became extremely solemn. He could feel the terrifying aura from the flying serpent. This aura even made him shudder. At this moment, the soaring serpent had also noticed Bai Mei and Zhuo Wen, who was following behind. Immediately, it was stunned, its large eyes staring fixedly at Zhuo Wen as it said in a venomous voice, "It's you again, it's you again. You must have killed my bloodline again. I want you to pay with your blood." Swoosh! With a furious roar, the soaring serpent charged toward Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen looked at the flying serpent with a strange gaze. He was speechless. The flying serpent was really unlucky. The bloodline that it had painstakingly nurtured was killed one after another. Moreover, both times the bloodline was killed, it was directly or indirectly related to Zhuo Wen. The first time was when Zhuo Wen killed the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king. Now, the three-headed snake was also killed because of him. Thinking about it, it seemed that Zhuo Wen and the flying serpent were destined to clash. "How dare you, evil creature!" Bai Mei cried out loudly and took a step forward. Immediately, a several thousand feet large Bai Mei giant eagle appeared under his feet. With a swoosh sound, both man and eagle shot forward and headed towards the flying serpent. Emperor Bai has used his armor spirit. He should be able to stop the flying serpent. Looking at Bai Mei standing on the huge, white-browed eagle, many people in the imperial capital calmed down. Emperor Bai's strength had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people in the past few months. Therefore, whenever Emperor Bai fought, many warriors in the imperial capital would subconsciously think that Emperor Bai would win. A mere first-level Emperor realm trash dares to stop me? The flying serpent snorted and flapped its wings. A violent wind swept out and hit Bai Mei. Instantly, the huge white-browed eagle under his feet was annihilated. Uft! Bai Mei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He landed heavily on the ground. The imperial capital fell silent in an instant. Emperor Bai had been defeated too quickly. He had been sent flying by the flying serpent as soon as they came into contact. Wasn't the difference a little too big? After a moment of silence, the countless martial artists in the imperial capital were filled with fear. If even the White Emperor was no match for this soaring serpent, who else could? Emperor Bai just called that young man as his master. Perhaps that young man can stop the flying serpent. You're right. Emperor Bai is an Emperor realm warrior. For Emperor Bai to call him master, this young man is at least a middle-level emperor. He should have no problem dealing with the flying serpent. The warriors in the imperial capital stared at Zhuo Wen, who was not far away. Their eyes were filled with hope, as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. Despicable human, you've improved quite quickly. You're already a second-level emperor. However, with your strength, it's still not enough to stop me. The flying serpent's loud voice suddenly rang out. The warriors in the imperial capital, who had been filled with hope, suddenly became gloomy. He's only a second-level emperor. I'm afraid he's no match for the flying serpent. Looks like the imperial capital is doomed. Not long after the flying serpent's words, many warriors in the imperial capital began to retreat and leave the imperial capital. The soaring serpent's aura was terrifying. It was probably comparable to a mid-level great emperor. Without a mid-level great emperor, it would be difficult to suppress the soaring serpent, let alone the mysterious young man who was only a second-level great emperor. Not enough? Zhuo slowly raised his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He took a step forward and condensed his immortal qi. A tiger head great spear appeared in his hand. It was the high-grade emperor weapon he had obtained from the emperor's tomb, the tiger head clear golden spear. Boom! Zhuo Wen's right hand tightened and his arm abruptly stopped in front of him. The tiger head clear golden spear continued to spin as earth-shaking tiger roars resounded throughout the world. Humph! You're courting death. The flying serpent snorted coldly. With a swing of its tail, it swept out with countless astral winds, as if it was crushing the entire space. Boom! The flying serpent's tail collided with the tiger head clear golden spear. Both of them exploded with terrifying energy. Slash! Soon after, countless cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked to discover that the soaring serpent's enormous tail was cut off like tofu by the tiger head clear gold spear. It fell from the sky, and countless drops of blood drifted down from the sky. Chapter 1303. Saint Rune Law the flying serpent screamed as it flapped its wings and retreated a few dozen steps. It stared at Zhuo in shock. The flying serpent had an ancient bloodline, and its body was tough and strong. Even a mid-level emperor would find it difficult to break its body. However, the young man in front of it was only a second-level emperor, but he had cut off its tail in one move. It was terrifying. The flying serpent's attention quickly fell on the tiger head, clear golden spear in Zhuowen's hand. It asked in a low voice, "Is that a high-grade emperor weapon?" Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He did not say a word. He stepped forward, and immortal energy surged out from his body, infusing it into the tiger head clear golden spear. A milky white light shot into the sky, and a terrifying aura came crashing down, causing the flying serpent to tremble. "Human, just you wait. I won't let you go so easily." The flying serpent roared furiously. It flapped its wings and disappeared from the sky above the imperial capital like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared a few hundred meters away. "You can escape." The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled up in an arc. Purple lightning spread out from his back, forming a 10-meter-long pair of purple lightning wings. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as Zhuo Wen disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away, blocking the soaring serpent's path. Die! Zhuo Wen did not hold back. He twisted his right palm, and the tiger head clear golden spear spun at high speed. Tiger roars rang out, causing the flying serpent to fall into a momentary daze. Uft! When the flying serpent recovered from its daze, the tiger head clear golden spear had already arrived. The tip of the spear shone with a sharp light as it touched the flying serpent's jaw. Light bloomed, and the tiger head clear golden spear pierced through the flying serpent's huge body. The moment the tiger head clear golden spear pierced through the flying serpent's body, it began to expand until it was 1,000 feet long. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the flying serpent's tail and stopped at the flying serpent's jaw. "Let me go!" Mengshi stared fixedly at Zhuo Wen, his pierced lower jaw trembling slightly as he emitted a rather muffled sound. Zhuo Wen did not say anything. His right palm suddenly spun, and surging immortal force swept out. The tiger head clear gold spear emitted a resounding buzzing sound, and immediately the soaring serpent's eyes revealed a pained expression. Pucci! An earth-shattering wail rang out. The soaring serpent's colossal body collapsed inch by inch under the tiger head, clear, golden spear. Countless droplets of blood fell from the sky, enveloping the entire imperial capital. In the instant that the soaring serpent exploded into a bloody mist, Zhuowen happened to catch a glimpse of a bright red bead floating within the bloody mist. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen drew the bead into his palm and examined it carefully. The surface of the bead was covered with bright blood patterns. They were densely packed and looked like snake scales. It was a picturesque sight. This is the soaring serpent's Niden. This soaring serpent possesses an ancient bloodline. The demonic force within this Niden is probably extremely dense. This is good stuff. Xiao Hei's voice rang out, causing Zhuowen to nod his head. At the same time, he also thought of Wu Dai. After all, Wu Dai was the same as the soaring serpent. She also possessed an ancient bloodline. Perhaps this Niden would be of great help to Wu Dai. At the same time, Zhuowen was also sighing in his heart. When he had first entered the dragon vein, the soaring serpent had given him an extremely strong deterrent force. At that time, he could only look up to the soaring serpent and flee in panic. But now he only needed one move to kill the soaring serpent. Zhuowen felt that the world was unpredictable. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was raining blood. But the cultivators in the imperial capital did not seem to hear it. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the tall figure in the sky. Compared to the colossal soaring serpent, this figure seemed so small and insignificant. However, the power contained within this tiny figure shocked everyone. This was because the powerful and terrifying soaring serpent had been so easily dealt with by this person. So strong, all the cultivators could not help but murmur softly. Their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground as they stood on the spot, their lips trembling. At this moment, Bai Mei also stood up from the ground. He had personally witnessed the figure who had killed the soaring serpent with a single spear strike. His eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Bai Mei, let's go. Bai Mei, who was still in a daze, suddenly heard this voice and could not help but come back to his senses. He nodded his head and hurriedly followed Zhuowen in front of him. However, deep in his eyes there was a deep emotion. No matter what, the soaring serpent had the strength of a mid-level martial emperor. However, in the hands of Zhuowen, it had been killed in an instant. This strength was indeed terrifying. After Zhuowen and Bai Mei left, the blood rain stopped. In the imperial capital, the cultivators who were still in a daze came back to their senses. Immediately there was an uproar. So terrifying. Who exactly is that young man? His Majesty Emperor Bai called him master. The terrifying soaring serpent was killed in an instant. This is too powerful. I remember now. Do you know who was the one who destroyed the Qing Xian Empire? It's Zhuowen. Back then, Emperor Qing banished Zhuowen. Do you mean that young man is Zhuowen? After Zhuo Wen's name was mentioned, the surrounding cultivators all fell silent. Zhuo Wen's name could be said to be resounding in the Qing Xian Empire back then. Almost everyone knew him. Now that they heard this name again, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. They did not expect that the unknown young man from back then had become so powerful and terrifying. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This young man was too demonic. The imperial capital's dungeon was still enveloped in a huge sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, there were countless mysterious sealing forces. Standing above the sea of fire, Zhuowen quietly looked down and said softly, "Father, I'm back." Boom! A huge double-headed dragon came from the abyss below the sea of fire. On top of the double-headed dragon, a handsome middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and stared at Zhuowen above. A bright light flashed in his eyes. "You've broken through?" Zhuo Xiaotian chuckled. "I've broken through," Zhuowen replied with a smile. Zhuo Xiaotian laughed and said, "Well done. Previously you said that your dragon soul is extremely powerful and that you need to be in the Emperor realm to be able to materialize your dragon soul. Now that you've broken through, let me take a look." Zhuo nodded and pointed at his forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, a dragon's roar surged out from his body. Then, a huge black dragon appeared above the sea of fire. The pair of dark golden dragon eyes looked down at Zhuo below the sea of fire, coldly and emotionlessly. Roar! The double-headed nether dragon below Zhuo Xiaotian's feet let out a low roar and started to become restless. The dragon's body kept shaking as it looked at the huge black dragon in the sky with fear. "So huge!" Bai Mei took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. The great abyss saint dragon's aura was very terrifying. Ordinary Emperor realm martial artists would feel a sense of oppression and fear. "What dragon soul is this?" Zhuo Xiaotian's expression froze as he looked at Xiao Hei with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from Xiao Hei. He dared to say that this black dragon was definitely an existence that surpassed the 7th grade. It might even be comparable to the 9th grade dragon soul of Ryuka. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the black dragon's name was. "Its name is the Great Abyss Saint Dragon," Zhuo said softly. "The Great Abyss Saint Dragon." Zhuo Xiaotian murmured in a low voice. Then he stared at Zhuo and said emotionally, "Zhuo, the dragon soul in your body is very powerful. It's much more powerful than your father's. In the future, you might really be able to lead Ryuka back to glory. Father, take this." Zhuo stretched out his right hand and took out the wooden token he obtained from the Emperor's tomb. There was a Saint Rune Law engraved on the wooden token. Because Zhuo's cultivation level wasn't high enough, he couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune Law. It just so happened that Zhuo Xiaotian needed it. Zhuo Xiaotian spat out his right palm and blasted a palm-sized hole in the light barrier with all his strength. He then took the wooden token from the hole. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaotian's cultivation level had reached the 9th grade Emperor realm. Although he couldn't break the imprisonment array, he could still blast a palm-sized hole in the light barrier with all his strength. However, the hole was quickly repaired by the imprisonment array and returned to its original state. If Zhuo Xiaotian could become an invincible Emperor Realm Master, he could blast a huge hole in the light barrier. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with the help of the hole. After taking the wooden token, Zhuo Xiaotian's gaze fell on the strange runes on the surface of the wooden token. His eyes suddenly burst out with light. "Saint Rune Law? Zhuo, where did you get the Saint Rune Law?" Zhuo Xiaotian asked excitedly. Zhuo smiled and briefly explained the Emperor's tomb. Only then did Zhuo Xiaotian understand the origin of the wooden token. "Father, I don't know anything about the Saint Rune Law. May I know what the Saint Rune Law in this wooden token means?" Zhuo asked curiously. Zhuo Xiaotian carefully examined the runes on the wooden token and said indifferently, "Although I haven't fully comprehended the Saint Rune Law, I can see that the Saint Rune Law in this wooden token should be the wind law of the elements. This kind of law is considered a relatively common law. It has a certain degree of attack power and also has powerful speed." "Wind law. Are there different types of laws?" Zhuo was stunned and immediately asked. It was his first time coming into contact with the Saint Rune Law, so he was extremely curious about it. "Of course, there are different types. The Saint Rune Law is a mysterious power comprehended by a saint from the laws of heaven and earth. There are various elements in the laws of heaven and earth, such as wind, lightning, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. In addition to some common laws, there are also some rare but extremely powerful laws, such as time, space, life, death, and so on. The world contains all things, so the laws of nature are also varied and varied." Zhuo nodded, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. He continued, "Then what kind of law did Father comprehend before?" Chapter 1304. The End of the Sea of Bitterness. Father, how long will it take to comprehend the law of wind? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen was taken aback for a moment before replying. This is the first time your father has come into contact with the law of wind. Although I have a ready-made law of Saint runes in my possession, it will still take some time to comprehend and refine them into my body. Zhuowen, do you have other matters to attend to? To tell you the truth, Zhuowen sighed softly and told his father about Mu Qinxue, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. Mu Qinxue, the current holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect? At this point, Zhuo Xiaotian suddenly burst into laughter. We father and son are really fated to meet each other. The other half we found is actually the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Your mother is the saintess of the previous generation, and your partner is actually the saintess of this generation. Zhuowen spread his hands and said helplessly, Perhaps it's an ill-fated relationship. It is indeed an ill-fated relationship. Boy, you can't let the Burning Heaven sect know about your feelings for that little girl. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Your father is a good example, Zhuo Xiaotian said with a sigh. Zhuowen fell silent, but soon after he suddenly smiled and said, Father, I don't agree with your point of view. Since I like Mu Qinxue and Mu Qinxue likes me, we're mutually in love. In the future, I will lead Ryuka to rise, destroy the Blue Dragon Hall, and openly marry Mu Qinxue. So what if the Burning Heaven sect knows about our feelings? I will prove to the Burning Heaven sect that I, Zhuowen, am qualified to marry her. Staring at the youth in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoqian's eyes were slightly moved, but he laughed and said, Good, you're right. There's no need to hide things like feelings. Since both of you love each other, then be together. I believe that with your talent, you can definitely lead Ryuka to glory. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Burning Heaven sect will try to curry favor with you. Father, I heard that mother is trapped in the Burning Heaven sect's burning flame pagoda. I wonder if she is in danger. Perhaps thinking of something, Zhuowen's gaze suddenly focused on Zhuo Xiaotian as he asked cautiously. The smile on Zhuo Xiaotian's face stiffened and a touch of sadness appeared in his eyes. Xiao shouldn't be in any danger because she is the daughter of the current sect master. However, she might suffer because of me. Zhuowen's pupil shrank and he said in a deep voice, Father, as long as you become an invincible Emperor Lord and then advance to a quasi-holy or even a sage, I don't believe that the Burning Heaven sect master won't recognize you. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Zhuowen, it's not that easy. Becoming a sage is more difficult than becoming an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, with the strength of the Burning Heaven sect, they definitely have more than one sage. Even if I become a sage, the sect master won't necessarily recognize me. But even if I have to snatch Xiao, I will snatch her back. At that time, our family of 3 can have a good reunion. Oh, right, how is your grandfather? Zhuo Xiaotian suddenly asked, perhaps thinking of something. Grandfather is in the Azure Dragon Hall. We plan to cultivate Ryuka forces there. Zhuowen replied softly. Zhuo Xiaotian nodded. Regarding the matter of the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen had told him before. Even he could not help but envy Zhuo Wen's luck in his heart. To actually be able to profit from a disaster and obtain the inheritance of a saint, this luck could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Does your main body plan to enter the 9th Netherworld realm now? Zhuo Xiaotian asked again. However, Zhuowen hesitated. Although he was worried about Mu Qinxue, he wanted to stay here and protect his father. After he completely comprehended the law of sacred runes and broke through to the invincible Emperor realm, he would be able to break through the array. Looking at you, you should still be worried about your little lover. Don't worry about me. Go to the 9th Netherworld realm. After I successfully break through the array, I will go to the inner court to find you. Zhuo Xiaotian laughed and said rather heroically. Zhuowen looked at Zhuo Xiaotian gratefully and nodded solemnly. Thank you, father. but be careful on the road. Your father will come to find you soon. When the time comes, I will be your backer." Shuo Xiaotian said straightforwardly. "Okay." Shuo Wen nodded solemnly. Then he took a step into the air and disappeared from the sky above the imperial city like an arrow that had left the bow. Xiao Hei, on the other hand, transformed into a black beam of light and entered Shuo Wen's body. "White Brow, protect my father well. When my father escapes, he may give you a good fortune." After Zhuo Wen disappeared, his voice echoed between heaven and earth. White Brow, who was floating not far away, nodded vigorously and bowed slightly in the direction that Zhuo Wen left. With Zhuo Wen's current speed, it naturally didn't take much time to return to Auspicious Spirit Island. However, when he returned to Auspicious Spirit Island, he heard a piece of bad news. Yao Dai had passed away 3 days ago. "Master, Aunt Yao, she woo woo woo." When he returned to the pavilion where Wu Dai and Yao Dai were, Wu Dai threw herself into Zhuo Wen's arms and cried nonstop. Looking at Wu Dai's delicate appearance, a trace of pity rose in Zhuo Wen's heart. At this moment, close to 1,000 demon soldiers were kneeling on the ground outside the pavilion. Their eyes were filled with sorrow as they respectfully sent off Old Wang. "Wu Dai, you're already a 4th-level demon emperor." Patting Wu Dai's head, Zhuo Wen suddenly realized something. His right hand suddenly froze as he looked at Wu Dai with a strange expression. Wu Dai's emotions also stabilized, but the rim of her eyes was still a little red. She said in a low voice, "Before Aunt Yao passed away, she passed on all her demon power to me. That's why I was able to break through to the 4th-level demon emperor in such a short time." "I see," Zhuo Wen murmured with a look of understanding. "Master, before Aunt Yao passed away, her only wish was for me to enter the demon nether realm in the 9 netherworld realm. She hoped that I could join the demon god palace in the demon nether realm. But speaking until here, Wu Dai bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhuo Wen, her face full of grievance and reluctance. Looking at Wu Dai's appearance, Zhuo Wen naturally guessed what she was thinking. She probably couldn't bear to part with him. After all, although he was going to the 9 netherworld realm, he was going to the divine nether realm in the inner court. However, he knew about the demon nether realm. There was an extremely vast continent inside called the demon domain. That continent was filled with demon clan members. It was a paradise for demon clan members. Moreover, it was said that if a demon emperor entered the demon nether realm to cultivate, his cultivation speed would be much faster than outside. This was because the air in the demon nether realm was not filled with yuan qi, but demon qi. Demon qi could be directly absorbed by demon emperors and transformed into demon power. Although demon emperors could also use yuan qi to transform it into demon power, the process was much less efficient than absorbing demon qi. Therefore, Wu Dai entering the demon nether realm to cultivate was undoubtedly a wise decision. This was also Wu Dai's long-cherished wish. Zhuo Wen rubbed Wu Dai's head and smiled. "Since this is Wu Dai's long-cherished wish, you should follow her into the demon nether realm. That place is indeed suitable for demon emperors to cultivate. When you have some accomplishments, we will naturally meet again. Perhaps when we meet again, it will be you protecting me." Wu Dai curled her lips. However, she also knew that Zhuo Wen was right. The demon nether realm was indeed very suitable for her to cultivate. If she still followed Zhuo Wen into the divine nether realm, she was afraid that she would be pulled further and further away from Zhuo Wen. When that time came, she would probably become a burden to Zhuo Wen. Wu Dai was very clear about Zhuo Wen's talent. If she didn't work hard to improve herself, she wouldn't have the qualifications to stand beside Zhuo Wen when the time came. By the way, this is the inner core of a soaring dragon snake. Take it and refine it when you have time. It will be quite beneficial to you. Zhuo Wen took out an inner core from his spirit ring and handed it to Wu Dai with a smile. Wu Dai waved her jade-like hand and held it in her palm. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her previous depression instantly vanished as she sweetly said, "Master is still the best. Hee hee. We're going to the 9 Netherrealm now. By the way, what about these demon soldiers?" Withdrawing his right hand, Zhuowen suddenly pointed at the 1,000 demon soldiers behind him and turned his head to ask. "Naturally, they have to carry it with them. Aunt Yao gave me this before." As Wu Dai spoke, she extended her jade-like hand and took out a bull horn. The surface of the bull horn was engraved with complicated runes. It should be a fairly powerful Emperor artifact. Wu Dai formed a seal with her right hand. Suddenly, spatial energy gushed out from the tip of the bull horn. Shortly after, the 1,000 demon soldiers outside disappeared on the spot. They turned into specks of light and entered the bull horn. Zhuowen looked at the bull horn in Wu Dai's hand in amazement. It seemed that this bull horn should be a spatial Emperor artifact. It was actually able to carry over 1,000 demon soldiers. It was quite rare. After doing all this, Zhuowen chatted with Grandmaster Lan Miao for a while. Then he took Wu Dai and left the Auspicious God Island on the Sun Moon Shuttle. After Zhuowen left the Auspicious God Island with Wu Dai, at the end of the Sea of Misery, a huge sailboat swept past the clouds. On the surface of the sea at the end of the Sea of Misery, there were 9 stone tablets floating. Each stone tablet was several thousand feet in size. They stood on the surface of the sea, towering between the heavens and the earth. They looked extremely majestic. On each of the 9 stone steels, there were words written on them. The first stone steel wrote Dragon Underworld. The second stone steel wrote Divine Underworld, and so on. The 9th stone steel wrote Night Underworld. Behind each stone tablet, there was a corresponding location of a netherworld, which was the entrance to the netherworld. The cloud sail stopped in front of the 9 stone tablets. Everyone on the deck stared at the 9 stone tablets with shock in their eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a huge stone tablet. This is the end of the Sea of Misery. The area is extremely hidden. If you have not entered the 9 Netherworld realm, you will definitely not be able to find the sea area and these 9 huge stone tablets. Zhuowen, you can mark this place properly. When your real body comes over, you will not get lost. Standing at the head of the deck, Moyin Baiyan's indifferent voice rang out as he explained the 9 stone tablets in front of everyone. The Sea of Misery is really big. The cloud sail is so fast, but it still took 2 months. Buddha Zhuowen stared at the 9 stone tablets and muttered in a low voice, "This time, we are entering the divine netherworld realm. There is a spatial teleportation array in these stone tablets. When we get close to these stone tablets, we will be teleported into the divine netherworld realm. However, during the process of entering, there will be a powerful spatial tearing force. If martial artists below the Emperor realm enter, they will definitely die. So if your strength is below the Emperor realm, please take care of those around you." Chapter 1305. Divine Nether Realm. The moment it entered the stone tablet, the cloud-piercing sail actually shook violently, causing everyone on the deck to stagger. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people, so they quickly recovered. What a strong tearing force! On the deck, Buddha Zhuowen instantly noticed the tearing force around his body. His Buddha avatar's body had already reached the level of immortality. Although the tearing force was strong when it landed on his body, it did not cause him to be harmed in the slightest. On the other hand, the others all released their origin energy, forming a protective barrier around their bodies, resisting the powerful tearing force that surged towards them. Everyone hold on for a while. This teleportation process won't take long. Mo Yen Baiyin cautiously instructed. Sure enough, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the tearing force around them completely disappeared. Everyone only felt their vision change, and they discovered that the cloud-piercing sail was actually floating on top of a rather steep cliff. This cliff was not high, and at the bottom of the cliff there was a group of people gathered. The arrival of the cloud-piercing sail naturally attracted the attention of this group of people, but they only took a glance and no longer paid attention to it. This was because ships would often pass by the entrance of the divine nether realm, so they were not surprised. That is, Buddha Zhuowen and the rest quickly noticed that there was an extremely large stone arch in front of them. At this moment, in front of the stone arch, there were dozens of lines, and each line had nearly 1,000 people, like a long dragon. There are actually 3 suns. Suddenly, Lu Hantian's surprised voice resounded. It attracted the attention of the other people on the deck. They raised their heads and saw that there were 3 huge suns floating in the azure sky. They were emitting a scorching heat which made everyone's body feel hot and dry. The divine nether realm is a small world created by the combined efforts of the saints who lived there. Some of the natural landscapes inside were created with the aesthetics of the saints. It's not strange for there to be 3 suns. Mo Yen by Yen explained with a smile. As the principal of the Divine Academy's outer court, he had naturally entered before, so his understanding of the divine nether realm was naturally much better than everyone else. That stone arch is a divine gate, the entrance to the divine nether realm. However, you have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter. Mo Yen by Yen explained once again. How many spirit stones do you need? Zhuowen asked curiously. 1 top-grade spirit stone per person. Moyin by Yen shrugged his shoulders and said, So expensive. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Most of them did not have top-grade spirit stones on them, so this became a problem for them. Don't worry, I have enough top-level spirit stones with me. Just follow me when the time comes. Moyin by Yen smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored the cloud-piercing sail into his spirit ring. Soon after, he led everyone to choose a team and waited silently. There were dozens of guards standing at the gate. Each of them wore a special uniform. Zhuowen noticed that they were all mid-level emperors. The guards at the gate were also mid-level emperors. The 9 Nether Realm was indeed worthy of being the holy land of martial Tao in the Eastern Land. The number of experts inside would probably far exceed everyone's expectations. After getting off the cloud-piercing sail, the demon Tao avatar had already turned into a demon eye and hid in Zhuowen's body. In the process of waiting, Zhuowen silently comprehended the mysteries of the Buddha and demon energies, trying to understand the reason why the two were incompatible. During the 2 months on the cloud-piercing sail, Zhuowen had tried to combine the Buddha and demon energies to create a powerful Buddha and demon energies. However, it ended in failure. Although he failed, Zhuowen had some gains. He discovered that if he combined a small amount of Buddha and demon energies, he could create a palm-sized Buddha and demon lotus. However, its power was extremely limited, not even comparable to the full power attack of his demon Tao avatar. However, Zhuowen was unwilling to give up. He knew that if he combined all the Buddha and demon energies of his demon Tao avatar and demon Tao avatar, the power produced would definitely be earth-shattering. However, he did not have the ability to do so. Back then, how did the fighting Buddha demon saint combine these 2 completely different types of energy and create the power of Buddha and demon? The more he comprehended the essence of the 2 energies, the more terrifying Zhuowen felt that the fighting Buddha demon saint was. To be able to go against common sense and combine Buddha and demon Tao was an extremely crazy thing. Moreover, the fighting Buddha demon saint was able to accomplish such a crazy thing. Zhuowen could not help but admire him. The team advanced in an orderly manner. After about 4 hours, it was Moyin and Baiyan's turn. Moyin and Baiyan paid 12 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Although Moyin and Baiyan were elegant, Zhuowen could keenly sense that the corners of Moyin and Baiyan's eyes were slightly twitching. Obviously, 12 pieces of top-grade spirit stones were quite a large expense for Moyin and Baiyan. Let's go in. After the guard received the spirit stones, he said, and no longer paid any attention to Moyin and Baiyan's group. Let's go. After passing through the Divine Gate, everyone realized that the scenery on the other side of the Divine Gate was completely different. They were standing on a stone platform that was dozens of feet wide. This stone platform was suspended above the clouds. A gentle breeze blew past and swept past their faces, giving them a numb feeling. What a vast continent! Is the continent below the divine nether realm? Standing on the edge of the stone platform, Zhuowen looked down. There were valleys with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were tall and straight mountain peaks that were like pine trees. There were picturesque plains and densely packed cities on the ground. Moreover, everyone also noticed that on the vast land below, there was a river that was as wide as a python. It extended from one end of the continent to the other end. It actually divided the entire continent into two. At a glance, it looked like a Taiji diagram. That river is the Divine River. The Divine River is the most famous scenery in the Divine Nether Realm. This Divine River has the effect of curing hundreds of poisons. Moreover, after drinking it, it can strengthen the physique of an ordinary human. It also has the effect of prolonging one's life. However, these effects are not too obvious for Imperial Power Realm warriors. Moyin and Baiyan pointed at the huge river below and explained with a smile. This divine river actually has such an effect. No wonder the warriors in the 9th Netherworld realm are generally stronger than those in the outside world. I'm afraid it has something to do with the special geographical location of the 9th Netherworld realm. Lu Hantian stared at the divine river with a sharp light in his eyes. Although this divine river did not have much of an effect on the Imperial Power Realm, the humans who were born in the divine Nether Realm, if they bathed in the divine river from a young age and drank the water of the divine river as they grew up, regardless of physique or aptitude, they would far surpass many warriors in the outside world. After all, the starting line of the warriors in the 9th Netherworld realm was much higher than that of the outside world. At the end of the Divine River is the Endless Mountain Range. That mountain range is the territory of the Divine Nether Academy. Within the Endless Mountain Range, there are 9 huge mountain peaks. You should have noticed them, right? Moyin and Baiyan pointed at the distance. Zhuowen and the rest could see the Endless Mountain Range at the end of the Divine River. Just as Moyin and Baiyan had said, there were 9 towering mountain peaks within the mountain range. These 9 mountain peaks were extremely eye-catching, because if one looked carefully, one could see that these 9 mountain peaks did not appear to be naturally formed. Instead, they appeared to be man-made. These 9 mountain peaks are the core buildings of the Inner Academy. Every mountain peak represents a great power within the Inner Academy. The Sky Capital Peak that Elder Huaxia is at is one of these 9 mountain peaks. When Elder Huaxia was mentioned, there was a slight fluctuation in Moyin and Baiyan's eyes. If Elder Huaxia had not risked his life to use a secret technique, he would not have been able to escape from Mu Feng's evil clutches. Other than the Sky Capital Peak, what are the other 8 mountain peaks called? Jia Nan, who had a lively character, asked with great interest. The other 8 mountain peaks are the Mysterious Underworld Peak, Yangming Peak, Mysterious Yuan Peak, Great Void Peak, Taichung Peak, Great Jade Peak, Hidden Sword Peak, and Divine Devil Peak. These 8 mountain peaks and the Sky Capital Peak are the central area of the entire Inner Academy. It is also the gathering place of the Inner Academy's disciples. Before Moyin and Baiyan could open their mouths, Moyin Wushang, who was standing beside them, took the initiative to speak. His clear and melodious voice was like that of an oriole. Of course, other than the 9 mountain peaks of the Inner Academy, there is another building that is extremely famous. It is the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. It is said that the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace contains the core origin of the holy symbol of ice and fire. Its power is boundless and its aura is monstrous. Many disciples of the Inner Academy use the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace to cultivate. Its nature is similar to the cultivation tower of the Outer Academy. However, The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is many times more helpful to cultivation than the Cultivation Tower. When Moyin Wushang said this, Zhuowen, who was not far away, gradually narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace? When he had obtained the trace of origin of the holy symbol of Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, the symbol spirit had suddenly appeared and set a promise with him of 10 years. It wanted him to reach the inner academy of Fine Deity Academy within 10 years and pass the first 8 levels of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. At that time, the symbol spirit would pull him into the deepest level of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace and obtain the real holy symbol of ice and fire. Moreover, there was still a few years before the 10 years, so Zhuowen was not in a hurry. Let's go. Let's enter the inner academy's sky capital peak first. I still have to give the identity token of Elder Huaxia to the sky capital peak's old man, Tiandu. After all, Elder Huaxia died in the outer academy, so I have to give the sky capital peak an explanation. Moyin Baiyan waved his sleeves and took out the sky-piercing sail again. He led the group across the entire continent and swept toward the end of the Divine River. Not long after Moyin Baiyan and the others left, a black cloud rapidly swept over in front of the 9 huge stone tablets at the end of the Bitter Sea and stopped in front of the tablets. The black cloud slowly wriggled and revealed a tall and straight figure. This person's eyes were pitch black as he stared at the first tablet of the Dragon Wasteland. He sneered and said, "Let's enter the Dragon Wasteland first. With Mu Feng's status, I should be able to obtain a high position in the Blue Dragon Hall soon. As long as I release Zhuowen's news, the Blue Dragon Hall will naturally help me get rid of that little bastard." Chapter 1306. Hall, master the scenery of the Dragon Wasteland, was completely different from that of the Divine Wasteland. It was similarly a huge small world, with plains, mountains, rivers, and many cities. However, it was not the sun that was suspended in the sky above the Dragon Wasteland. Instead, it was 100,000 feet large green dragon. Green light flickered in this world, dyeing it green, causing it to appear extremely strange. At the center of the Dragon Wasteland was an extremely huge building complex. Every single building was in the shape of a dragon, representing a huge dragon. The interior was arranged in a picturesque manner, with hundreds and thousands of buildings scattered all over. Every single one of them was in the shape of a dragon, appearing as though 10,000 dragons had emerged from the sea. It was an extremely spectacular sight. At the center of the building complex was an extremely huge stone dragon. This stone dragon roared towards the sky. Its dragon scales were distinct, arranged in a picturesque manner, and appeared extremely lifelike. If one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that this stone dragon contained a huge palace. This palace was the Blue Dragon Hall, the overlord faction of the Dragon Wasteland. Swoosh! Mu Feng's speed was extremely quick, and he landed in front of this palace. There were 2 guards in green armor at the entrance of the palace. When Mu Feng approached, the 2 of them subconsciously blocked him outside. "I am the 10th Green Dragon Envoy, Feng Mu. Do the 2 of you dare to stop me?" Mu Feng took out his identity token and spoke in an indifferent voice. The 2 guards glanced at the identity token before bowing and saying, "So it's Lord Green Dragon Envoy. Please forgive us for our earlier offense." Mu Feng nodded before keeping his identity token. Soon after, he entered the palace. 10th brother. Not long after Mu Feng entered the palace, a surprised voice was transmitted from his side. Mu Feng turned his head to look and immediately saw 2 figures walking over from his left side. One of the 2 figures was a hunchbacked, white-haired old man, while the other was a fair-faced young man. The only similarity was that the auras from these 2 people were extremely frightening. They were even stronger than the 8th Green Dragon Envoy that Mu Feng had summoned back then. The black chi in Mu Feng's eyes slowly withdrew, as a slight smile appeared from the corners of his mouth. It's actually sixth brother and seventh brother. From Mu Fang's words, one could tell that these two were likely the sixth and seventh Green Dragon Envoy. Old Ten, it's been a long time since you left the Dragon Wasteland. I really don't know what you were doing when you left. The stooped, white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and spoke in a sinister tone. This old man was the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy, while the young man beside him was the seventh Azure Dragon Envoy. When the two of them saw Mu Feng, they didn't show any enthusiasm. Instead, they were somewhat eccentric. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly before he replied with a faint smile, "Sixth brother, you must be joking. During this period of time, I've also been traveling outside to see if I can obtain some opportunities and fortuitous encounters." "Oh, then, Old Ten, did you obtain an opportunity?" The sixth Azure Dragon Envoy laughed. But it was all for naught in the end. When he said those words, Mu Feng revealed an expression of pity. His appearance naturally attracted the interest of the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy and the seventh Azure Dragon Envoy. "Old Ten, tell me about it," the seventh Azure Dragon Envoy asked curiously. Mu Feng's eyes flickered as he recounted the events that had happened in the Sea of Misery. He spoke about the Emperor's tomb, the Arcana Saint Master's inheritance, and the death of the eighth Azure Dragon Envoy. "Old Eight is dead?" The sixth Azure Dragon Envoy and the seventh Azure Dragon Envoy looked at each other. Their expressions immediately became ugly. Although the 10 great Azure Dragon Envoys of the Blue Dragon Hall were all on their own, there were naturally good and bad relationships between them. The 6th, 7th, and 8th Azure Dragon Envoys were usually very close. Although they weren't like blood brothers, they weren't far off. Now that they heard that the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy had actually died, their expressions naturally became ugly. That's right. Old 8th was killed by that Zhuowin because that fellow had obtained the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb's master. Moreover, he had also obtained a profound saint artifact from within. It was precisely by relying on that profound saint artifact that Zhuowin was able to catch old 8th off guard and kill him, Mu Feng said meaningfully. The inheritance of an Arcana Saint Master and a profound saint artifact? The 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoys exclaimed in a low voice. Soon after, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Profound saint artifacts were extremely precious items to them. Seeing the greed in their eyes, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Feng's mouth. He only said that Zhuowin possessed a profound saint artifact. However, he didn't say that the profound saint artifact was actually severely damaged. His goal was to arouse the greed of the two. Moreover, that Zhuowin is a Ryuka descendant. If I'm not wrong, the dragon soul that has awakened within his body should be a grade 9 dragon soul. Mu Feng suddenly said in a serious tone. When these words were spoken, the pupils of the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoys shrank as they stared at Mu Feng. Only then did the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy say in a somewhat serious tone, Old 10, you're not speaking nonsense, right? That Zhuowin is really a Ryuka descendant and even possesses a grade 9 dragon soul? Both of them knew how terrifying a grade 9 dragon soul was, because 10,000 years ago, every patriarch of the Ryuka Hall had awakened a grade 9 dragon soul. Every patriarch of the Ryuka Hall was basically a world-shaking figure. 10,000 years ago, a grade 9 dragon soul actually represented a peerless genius. If they didn't fall, they would definitely become an extremely dazzling existence in the entire Eastern lands, or even the entire continent. Even their Blue Dragon Hall Master's dragon soul had not reached grade 9. It was merely grade 8. However, this was already dazzling enough. Within the same cultivation level, there were very few cultivators who could be a match for their Blue Dragon Hall Master. Now that their Blue Dragon Hall Master had reached the Saint Realm, his battle prowess was even more terrifying. In one fell swoop, He had developed the Blue Dragon Hall Master into the #1 force in the 9 Netherworld realm. Moreover, among all the saints in the 9 Netherworld realm, the strength of the Blue Dragon Hall Master was undeniably the strongest. This matter needs to be reported to the Hall Master. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy also understood the seriousness of this matter. After saying those words, he led the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy towards the depths of the large hall, while Mufong followed behind with a smile. In the depths of the Blue Dragon Hall, there was actually a huge hall. Strangely, there were stars in the night sky above the hall. Between those stars, there were many dragon shadows lingering, making it look extremely majestic. At the center of the hall, there was a red carpet. At the end of the red carpet, there was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a dragon-shaped throne. An imposing figure was faintly discernible as he quietly sat on the throne. Although the light in the hall was rather bright, a shadow had strangely appeared in front of this person, covering his face and making it impossible to see his appearance. Hall Master. The 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoys and Mufong all lowered their heads and respectfully greeted. The soul jade of the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy has shattered. A low and deep voice resounded throughout the entire hall, causing people to be unable to determine where the voice had come from. The 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoys looked to each other before nodding their heads and saying, "What the Hall Master said is correct. The 8th Azure Dragon Envoy has indeed died." "Tell me about it," the Hall Master said indifferently. "Old 10, you tell me." The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy suddenly looked towards Mufong and said. Mufong did not refuse. Nodding his head, he explained everything that had happened in the Emperor's tomb. Naturally, he would not tell them about the real Mufang's death and the fact that the heaven insect's consciousness had taken over his body. A Ryuka descendant? Grade 9 dragon soul? Back then, when this child had just advanced to the Emperor realm, he already possessed the strength to fight against a 7th layer Emperor? After hearing Mufang's words, the Hall Master, who was originally as calm as an ancient well, gently tapped his right hand on the armrest. No one knew exactly what he was thinking at this moment. "Lord Hall Master, that Zhuowen is a Ryuka descendant and has even awakened a grade 9 dragon soul. This child cannot be allowed to live." Mufong cupped his hands and said in a serious tone, "I naturally know about this matter. From what you've said, that Zhuowen had entered the Divine Spectre Academy's Outer Academy. Now that he has already advanced to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he has the qualifications to enter the Inner Academy. In other words, that Zhuowen should have already entered the Divine Spectre realm's Inner Academy." The Hall Master suddenly said in an indifferent tone, "What does the Hall Master mean?" Mufong asked in a somewhat astonished tone. The Hall Master's voice rang out once again. "That Zhuowen actually has a grade 9 dragon soul. Don't spread this matter. Even if this child enters the Inner Academy, he will only be an ordinary official disciple and will not be valued by the Inner Academy. If we casually charge him with a crime and directly capture him, I believe that the Divine Spectre Academy will not fall out with us over a single disciple." 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. This time, the two of you will head to the Divine Spectre realm and capture the Zhuowen for me. Upon hearing this, the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoy were not shocked, but instead delighted. From their point of view, capturing that Zhuowen would definitely be an easy task. After all, that Zhuowen had obtained quite a few good things in the Emperor's tomb, including profound saint artifacts. While capturing that Zhuowen, the two of them would also be able to plunder some good things from his body. The two of you should make your preparations, after which you will head to the Divine Spectre realm. The Hall Master said in an indifferent tone. Yes. The two of them cupped their hands, bowed, and walked out. Very quickly, only Mufong and the Hall Master remained in the hall. "Do you know why I asked you to stay?" the Hall Master asked in a deep voice. Mufang's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth turned somewhat unnatural as he said, This subordinate does not know. The hall master took a deep look at Mu Feng and said, "Actually, Mu Feng's soul jade has also shattered. In other words, Mu Feng's soul has already vanished into thin air. However, you have now appeared in front of me." Speaking until here, Mu Feng immediately fell into silence. His eyes slowly narrowed, and the muscles in his entire body tensed up, while his pupils gradually turned pitch black. The Emperor's tomb exists in the Sea of Misery. Do you really think that this hall master does not know anything about it? There should be a heavenly insect clone that came from the central plains sealed in that Emperor's tomb, and the owner of that Emperor's tomb is also from the central plains. The hall master continued to speak, minding his own business. You actually know about it. Then, with your strength, obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb should not be easy, right? Why don't you take action? Mu Feng said in a low voice. Chapter 1307. Qing Longzi Haha. The saints of the Eastern lands are all in the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9 Netherworld realm doesn't only have the Dragon Netherworld realm, but there are also 8 other Netherworld realms. However, the other saints haven't made a move yet, the hall master said indifferently. Sky Insect narrowed his eyes. He also realized that something was wrong. The Emperor's tomb was so famous in the Bitter Sea that it was impossible for the cultivators of the 9 Netherworld realm to not know about it. However, the cultivators of the 9 Netherworld realm rarely came out to explore the Emperor's tomb. He knew that with the strength of a saint, if they entered the Emperor's tomb, they could obtain the inheritance of the Baifeng and even control such a huge structure like the Emperor's tomb. However, such a thing had not happened in the past 1,000 years. Why? Sky Insect was still puzzled. The hall master, who was hiding in the shadows, laughed. This was the first time he had laughed. His laughter was like an owl, cold and shrill. It was extremely ear-piercing. The Primal Chaos Temple has a huge influence in the Central Lands. Although a profound Saint Master is not very important to the Primal Chaos Temple, his sudden disappearance naturally attracted the attention of the people inside. So the Primal Chaos Temple sent people to the Eastern Lands to find that old fellow Baifeng. Sky Insect asked in a deep voice. The hall master did not admit or deny it. He said indifferently, "It should be said that the Primal Chaos Temple sent 4 people to the Eastern Lands, the Southern Barbarian Lands, the Western regions, and the Northern Lands respectively. The one who was sent to the Eastern Lands was also a profound Saint Master. Coincidentally, the profound Saint Master who came to the Eastern Lands entered the 9 Netherworld realm as soon as he arrived. He did not know about the Emperor's tomb in the Bitter Sea. Although the saints of the 9 Netherworld realm have discovered the extraordinariness of the Emperor's tomb, no one acted rashly because of the Primal Chaos Temple's people." Sky Insect nodded and said with fear, "Then where is that profound Saint Master now? In your Dragon Netherworld realm?" The hall master shook his head and said, "That profound Saint Master's whereabouts are extremely mysterious. Furthermore, he has many formation Dao techniques. I do not know his exact whereabouts. However, I am the Dragon Netherworld Realm's master. If that Saint Master were to appear in the Netherworld Realm, I would naturally know. However, I have not sensed his presence." Tian Gu relaxed a little when he heard this. The Primal Chaos Divine Temple had something that was specially designed to deal with him. If he were to meet the Xian Saint Master, he would definitely be forcefully sealed in his current state, and he would not be able to escape. It's because of the existence of the profound Saint Master that you didn't take action to take down the Emperor's tomb? Sky Insect still didn't quite believe it. That's one of the reasons. Also, the owner of the Emperor's tomb is only a profound Saint Master. Even if I seize the Emperor's tomb, it won't be of much benefit to me, who is also a saint. Moreover, if the Primal Chaos Temple finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Therefore, the Emperor's tomb is not worthy of me fighting for. Of course, it would be best if my subordinates could seize it." The palace master's voice was extremely calm. "Then why are you telling me all this now? Celestial Worm asked coldly. The Hall Master suddenly smiled and said, "The Primal Chaos Temple is an extremely large organization in the Central Plains. Even my Blue Dragon Hall is probably extremely insignificant before it. However, something that the Primal Chaos Temple has sealed with such caution probably isn't simple at all. I just want to cooperate with you. What do you think?" Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate? Tiangu's black chi slowly receded as he stared at the palace master with his pitch-black eyes. "You should be thinking of recovering your strength, right? I can help you with that. However, after you recover your strength, you have to help my Blue Dragon Hall unify the 9th Netherworld realm." At this point, the palace master's voice, which was originally as calm as an ancient well, fluctuated slightly. There was even a trace of suppressed excitement. "Unify the 9th Netherworld realm? Isn't your Blue Dragon Hall already the strongest organization in the 9th Netherworld realm?" Tiangu asked in confusion. However, the palace master shook his head and said, "Just as you said, although the Blue Dragon Hall is the strongest in the 9th Netherworld realm, it is still far from being able to completely suppress the other 8 Netherworld realms. Just the divine Netherworld realm alone isn't something that my Dragon Netherworld realm can take down. We can only suppress it." The divine Netherworld realm was the closest organization in the 9th Netherworld realm to the Dragon Netherworld realm. Furthermore, the Divine Academy's inner court was filled with geniuses. They were already a threat to the Dragon Netherworld realm. So the Blue Dragon Hall Master naturally didn't want to see the Divine Academy grow, nor did he want the other Netherworld realms to threaten his position as the overlord of the Dragon Netherworld realm. If he wanted to do that, he could only use thunderous methods to make the other 8 Netherworld realms submit to the Dragon Netherworld realm. However, the Dragon Netherworld realm couldn't do that yet. However, Tiangu's arrival gave the Blue Dragon Hall Master hope, so he decisively proposed a cooperation. However, Tiangu sneered and said, "You mean to say that you want me to be your hired thug? If you want to borrow my power, I'm naturally willing. However, you and the entire Dragon Netherworld realm must listen to me." Tiangu was in existence with absolute pride. How could he possibly listen to someone else's orders, let alone be someone else's hired thug? "Looks like you don't know the situation you're in." The Hall Master's voice turned cold. "Qing Longzi, wake this guy up." A frightening aura rushed out from deep within the large hall after these words were spoken. In an instant, the air in the entire large hall stilled. A wave of oppressive pressure, which was just like countless mountains, appeared extremely heavy and vast. Tiangu's eyes turned cold. Soon after, he saw a corridor appear behind the throne in front of him. A tall figure walked out from the dim corridor, step by step. With every step that the figure took, a clear dragon roar sounded. It was as if countless dragon roars and tiger roars were contained under his footsteps. Moreover, the strange footsteps caused Tiangu's heart to faintly tremble. His breathing immediately became much more rapid. "This is the power of laws. You're also a saint. However, your aura is much weaker than a saint, but you have the aura of Saint Rune laws on your body. You're actually an invincible Emperor Lord." Tiangu forcefully calmed his rapid heartbeat. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the approaching figure. He could not help but cry out in surprise. When the figure completely walked out of the corridor, Tiangu finally saw the true appearance of the tall figure. The person was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a head of thick green hair and a pair of bright eyes that emitted a frightening indifference. However, this person's appearance was extremely ordinary, but his body possessed a special aura. Even if he stood in a crowd, he would not be ignored by others. Instead, he would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens. This aura was very unique. The person did not say much. He merely nodded at the Blue Dragon Hall Master on the throne. Then his indifferent gaze fell on Tiangu. "The Hall Master hopes that I can wake you up." As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Immediately, The sound of the stomp was like a dragon's roar that filled the sky. A terrifying sound wave turned into a huge dragon that shot towards Tianzhong. Swoosh! The moment the dragon-shaped sound wave surged over, the person also moved. He took one step at a time, quickly closing in on Tiangu. Every step he took was able to emit a clear dragon roar. Tiangu's expression changed slightly. Black qi surged out from his body, turning into a large black blade that was dozens of feet long. Tiangu held the large black blade in his hand. With a sharp cry, he swung the blade. Boom! When the large black blade slashed on the dragon-shaped sound wave, Tiangu was stunned to discover that the dragon-shaped sound wave was transparent. It passed through his blade and poured into his ears. Ugh! The terrifying sound wave continued to stir in his ears, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed out from his ears as he retreated a few steps. Dragon centipede. The moment Tiangu retreated, the young man had already rushed in front of him. His right palm gently swatted out, emitting a strange frequency. Subsequently, thousands of dragon roars sounded from his palm. In a whirlpool shape, it heavily smashed into Tiangu's chest. Boom! Tiangu groaned and flew backwards, landing heavily at the edge of the hall. The aura on his body rapidly withered, becoming extremely weak. Cough, cough, cough. Wait, I'll cooperate with you. Just as Tiangu was barely able to stand up, the young man took another step forward. The entire hall was filled with deafening dragon roars. Tiangu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly begged for mercy. His injuries were too severe. Not only had he gone through the burial array, but he had also been crushed by the war god portrait. He only had a sliver of consciousness left. So how could he be a match for the young man who had comprehended the Saint Rune Law? The young man did not stop. He was acting under the orders of the Blue Dragon Hall Master, so he naturally would not stop because of Tiangu's words. The young man once again closed in on Tiangu. He lifted his right leg and swept it out. The whistling wind turned into a huge dragon and kicked at Tiangu's face. Qing Longzi, that's enough. When the young man's right leg was several inches away from Tiangu's face, the hall master's voice rang out. The young man's right leg immediately stopped, and he very naturally placed his right foot down as he slowly took a few steps back. Tiangu stared at the young man in front of him in fear. He asked, "What Saint Rune Law have you comprehended? Why does every step contain the sound of a dragon's roar?" The law of dragon's roar is accompanied by a powerful dragon's roar in my attacks. It has the amplification effect of sound waves, and it can also use the sound waves to disrupt my opponent's mind and hearing, the young man said without batting an eyelid. The law of dragon's roar. Looks like it's an extraordinary power of law, Tiangu said in surprise. There were many types of Saint Rune laws. There were ordinary laws, and naturally there were special laws. The law of dragon's roar that the young man had comprehended was a special power of law. Generally speaking, it was much more difficult to comprehend a special power of law than an ordinary power of law. The young man's talent was clearly extremely powerful and terrifying to be able to comprehend the special law of dragon's roar. Chapter 1308. Bottom of the Nine Peaks. Tiangu's face froze a little when he heard that. His expression turned a little ugly as he coldly snorted. "I can cooperate with your dragon wasteland, but you must do your best to help me recover." Of course, if another heavenly saint-level expert can appear in our dragon wasteland, we will be able to suppress the other 8 great netherworld factions. Our dragon wasteland will naturally cooperate with you. However, for the sake of restraining both of us and not breaking the contract, we still need to sign a contract. The hall master smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, he took out an ancient scroll. There were many symbols floating on the surface of the scroll. He opened the scroll and slid his finger across his thumb. A drop of blood appeared on his thumb, and he pressed his thumb into the scroll. After doing all that, he tossed the scroll to Tiangu and said indifferently, "This is a contract scroll. With this layer of protection, there will be no mistakes in our cooperation." Tiangu narrowed his eyes. However, when he saw the chilliness in the hall master's eyes, he knew that the latter had no other choice. Hence, he followed suit and dripped his blood onto the scroll, after which he tossed it to the hall master. "Haha, I hope that our cooperation will go smoothly. In the future, you will be the 10th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall. Do not reveal your identity as Tiangu so easily." The hall master laughed out loud. He was quite satisfied with Tiangu's actions. "All right, since the contract has been signed, I will take my leave first. Also, send someone to arrange a place for me to stay. At the same time, I need flesh and blood energy to recover," Tiangu said with an evil smile. The hall master smiled faintly. "I naturally know that. I will order someone to arrange a place for you to stay. As for your recovery, I have my own plans. Don't worry. Since that is the case, that would be for the best." Tiangu nodded. Soon after, he ignored the hall master and left the hall. Watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance, the originally silent Qing Longzi suddenly said in a deep voice, "Hall master, this Tiangu is not easy to control. Cooperating with it is no different from asking a tiger for its skin." The hall master shook his head. "You don't know much about Tiangu. This thing is extremely terrifying. Even if it is only a clone, it is difficult for us to control it. If you plan to control this Tiangu, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed in the end. All we need to do is cooperate with it." Within the divine nether realm, Moyin and Bai Yan led Zhuowen's group into the inner courtyard. What a huge mountain! When everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain in the inner courtyard, only then did they discover how enormous the mountain peak that stood in the endless mountain range was. They stood at the foot of the mountain and raised their heads to look at the mountain peak, but they actually discovered that they were completely unable to see the end of the mountain peak. The 9 mountain peaks were arranged in a ring shape, and each mountain peak was separated by a distance of 1,000 miles. Above the mountain peaks, there was a white mist lingering around. Zhuowen and the others were even able to see that there were numerous figures moving about on the mountain paths at the waist of every mountain. They were probably the inner court disciples that were moving about on the mountain paths. At the center of the 9 mountain peaks was an enormous circular empty space that spanned thousands of miles. There were countless buildings on the empty space. There were unique pavilions, elegant tiled houses, quiet bamboo buildings, simple wooden houses, and various other buildings scattered across the empty space in a picturesque manner. That is, Buddhist Zhuowen pointed at the buildings on the empty space in the middle of the 9 mountain peaks and asked in a somewhat astonished manner, "That is the heart of the 9 mountain peaks. It is the gathering place of the official disciples and nominal disciples of the inner courtyard." Moyin and Bai Yan explained, "Zhuowen, they're not only nominal disciples and official disciples in the inner courtyard. Above these 2 types of disciples, there are also core disciples and direct disciples. Only core disciples and direct disciples can enter the 9 mountain peaks. The position of direct disciples is much higher than the core disciples. They can receive personal guidance from the peak master of each mountain peak. Of course, their strength and talent are naturally 1 in a million." Moyin Wushang, who was standing beside Zhuowen, suddenly opened his mouth to explain. After all, she was the granddaughter of Moyin and Bai Yan. Although she had never entered the inner courtyard before, Moyin and Bai Yan had told her about the matters of the inner courtyard. Therefore, she knew more about the inner courtyard than a layman like Zhuowen. "Oh, there are actually core disciples and direct disciples above the official disciples?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. He was rather astonished. Soon after, he asked, "Then how do I advance to become a core disciple?" If you want to advance to become a core disciple, you naturally have to choose from among the official disciples. Only when your talent and strength are recognized can you become a core disciple and enter the corresponding mountain peak. Moyen and Bayen smiled and explained, Zhuowen, although you have already been accepted as a nominal disciple by the sky capital peak, this nominal disciple does not have a fixed mountain peak. Only after you become a core disciple will you have the right to choose the corresponding mountain peak to cultivate. The 9 mountain peaks each have their own characteristics. Although the sky capital peak is the strongest among the 9 mountain peaks, it is not necessarily the most suitable. When you enter the inner courtyard, you can learn more about the 9 mountain peaks and choose the most suitable mountain peak for you to cultivate. Moyen and Bayen naturally knew how strong Zhuowen was. With Zhuowen's strength, it was inevitable for him to become a core disciple. They even believed that Zhuowen could be promoted to a direct disciple in a short period of time. After all, at Zhuowen's age and cultivation, it was rare for him to possess a strength comparable to a 7th-level emperor. Even in the inner courtyard, it was rare. Dean, aren't you going to see the old man of the sky capital peak? Although we are not core disciples, we should be qualified to enter the sky capital peak with you, right? Zhuowen looked at Moyen and Bayen and said somewhat excitedly, looking at Zhuowen's appearance, how could Moyen and Bayen not know what this brat was thinking? He probably wanted to see Mu Qinxue as soon as possible. Moyen and Bayen smiled and said, I will naturally bring you to the sky capital peak. However, I can only bring 2 people. If there are too many people, it will be inconvenient. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. His gaze fell on the people behind him and said, Dean, can they also join the inner courtyard and become nominal disciples? With my recommendation, it will naturally not be difficult to become a nominal disciple of the inner courtyard. Moreover, many of your friends are Emperor Realm cultivators. Even if they become official disciples, the inner courtyard will be very welcoming. However, are your friends willing to join the inner courtyard? As Moyen and Bayen spoke, their gazes fell on Lu Hantian, Lord of Taimo, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. These 5 people came with Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen planned to join the inner courtyard, these 5 people's thoughts might not necessarily be the same as Zhuowen's. Big Brother Hantian, Taimo, Brother Lve, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, do you all plan to join the inner courtyard? Zhuowen asked the 5 people. Lu Hantian shook his head and smiled. Zhuowen, the inner courtyard is not suitable for me. After all, I like to be free and unfettered. You can join the inner courtyard first. I plan to walk around the divine specter realm. Who knows? I might have a fortuitous encounter. Haha. On the other hand, Lve Tao, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing looked at each other and stood beside Lu Hantian. Lve Tao said, Zhuowen, I plan to cultivate with uncle. As for Qing Lian and Luo Xing, they stared at Zhuowen with complicated eyes. They naturally knew that Zhuowen had come to the divine specter realm's inner courtyard with great difficulty, mainly for one person. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman's name was Mu Qinxue. They did not want to disturb Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue, so they planned to take the initiative to avoid that scene. They also chose not to join the inner courtyard. Grand Demon Lord shook his head. The inner court wasn't suitable for a demonic cultivator like him, so he naturally couldn't join the inner court. That would only delay his progress. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I hope that Big Brother Hantian and you can take a good look around the divine specter realm. When the time comes, you can come to the inner courtyard to visit me often. Although he was slightly disappointed by Lu Hantian and the others' tactful rejection, Zhuowen naturally would not force them. Everyone had their own choices. Definitely. Zhuowen, we do not plan to join the inner courtyard, so we naturally cannot stay here for long. We will leave first. And when the time comes, if you need us for anything, just use the communication jade symbol paper to contact us, and we will naturally come to meet you. Lu Hantian looked deeply at Zhuowen, took a few steps forward, and heavily patted Zhuowen's shoulder with both hands and said in a deep voice, Definitely. Zhuowen also replied cautiously. After Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian bid farewell to Zhuowen, the four of them directly left the inner courtyard. As for the lord of the inner courtyard, he did not leave. He came to Zhuowen's side and said in a low voice, "Master, in the 9 netherworld realm, the most suitable place for devil cultivators is the desolate nether realm. This old servant will wait for you to resolve this matter. And then I plan to go to the desolate nether realm with your devil Dao clone to cultivate." Zhuowen nodded. When he first entered the 9 netherworld realm, he had already discussed the matter of going to the desolate nether realm with the lord of the inner courtyard. However, Zhuowen planned to first come to the inner courtyard to deal with the cold poison in Mu Chinchua's body, and then let the devil Dao clone leave. After all, the devil Dao clone was the strongest clone besides the main body. It was many times stronger than the Buddha Dao clone, so bringing it along with him would naturally be an additional layer of protection. Wushang, Qingyin, and Zhuowen are already nominal disciples. You can enter the bottom of the 9 peaks and choose a residence. As for Jia Nan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian, you 3 haven't registered your identities yet. Follow me to the bottom of the 9 peaks to register first. Moyin Baiyan waved his sleeve and led Zhuowen and the others to the bottom of the 9 peaks. The bottom of the 9 peaks was indeed very large. Zhuowen estimated that the open space should be more than half the size of excellent Spirit Island. The entrance of Moyin Baiyan and the others naturally attracted the attention of many people in the open space. However, when they felt the aura of the intermediate emperor realm from Moyin Wushang, many people showed fear and respect in their eyes. Chapter 1309. One is not enough. Moyin Baiyan arrived in front of the round tower and gently knocked on the edge of the window. This immediately woke up the dozing lady. The lady was looking at Moyin Baiyan in front of her with some uncertainty. She seemed to have recognized the latter and asked in a surprised manner, "Elder Moyin, why have you come to the inner academy?" "Zhang Shui, I have come to bring some people to register. The little fellows behind me are this year's elite disciples of the outer academy." Moyin Baiyan paused in a timely manner when he spoke until this point. Zhang Shui also reacted. Her eyes landed on the few people behind Moyin Baiyan and asked in a surprised manner, "Elder Moyin, the quality of your outer academy's disciples this time around is quite good. There are actually 4D stage experts." Zhang Shui's pretty eyes took another look at Zhuowen, Qingyin, Moyin Wushang, and Gatha as she spoke. She nodded with some satisfaction. Immediately, her eyes landed on Jianan and Mo Lingtian. She said, "The auras of these 2 little fellows are surging. They are about to break through to the Emperor stage. Your outer academy is really filled with talents this time around." Moyin Baiyan's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhang Shui's praise. He revealed a pleased smile. He was after all the headmaster of the outer academy. He would naturally feel proud if an outer academy disciple was praised by someone from the inner academy. "However, I have heard that Elder Tsaixi of the Sky Capital Peak went to your outer academy to select a disciple in name only. Why did he not return with you?" Zhang Shui suddenly asked. Moyin Baiyan's expression was a little dull. He said in a deep voice, "This time around, I have come because of this matter. I have nothing to say about Elder Tsaixi's matter. This involves some important matters." Zhang Shui also became solemn when she saw Moyin Baiyan being so cautious. She nodded and said, "In that case, I shall not ask any further. I will help you arrange these 6 little fellows." As she spoke, Zhang Shui's jade-like hand rummaged around and took out 6 jade tokens. She said, "Among these 6 jade tokens, 4 of them are official disciple identity tokens, while the other 2 are honorary disciple identity tokens." Zhang Shui handed the 6 jade plates to Zhuowen and the other 5 behind Moyin Baiyan after she spoke. "Thank you very much," Moyin Baiyan said with a smile. Zhang Shui waved her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 6 people behind Moyin and Baiyan. She said, "In the inner academy, being a nominal disciple and an official disciple is nothing. If you have the strength and talent, becoming a core disciple is your true ability." Moyin and Baiyan nodded. What Zhang Shui said was true. In the inner courtyard, only the core disciples and the personal disciples were valued. Only these two kinds of disciples had a transcendent status in the inner courtyard. Not only could they get a lot of cultivation resources, but they could also get pointers from the seniors of their respective peaks. As for personal disciples, they were even more amazing. They were the personal disciples of the 9 peak masters and would receive personal guidance from the 9 peak masters. The treatment was extremely good. As for the official disciples and nominal disciples, they were left at the bottom of the 9 peaks, allowing them to compete and cultivate. Every year, the 9 peaks would hold a selection to select the most talented and powerful individual disciples to become core disciples. Zhang Shui was the administrator of the bottom of the 9 peaks. As long as the warriors who applied to join had their talent and strength recognized by her, most of them would be able to successfully join the bottom of the 9 peaks. However, if they wanted to enter the top of the 9 peaks, it was not under her control, nor was she able to control them. The yuan qi distribution at the bottom of the 9 peaks is not uniform. The closer you are to the center, the richer the yuan qi is. Therefore, if you want a better place to cultivate, you can only rely on yourself to fight for it. After taking out the jade plates, Zhang Shui instructed, "After all, these 6 little fellows were brought by Moyin by Yen. Naturally, she would give them preferential treatment. I know. When the time comes, I will tell these little fellows." Moyin by Yen nodded. After exchanging greetings for a while, Moyin by Yen led Zhuowen and the other 5 to the bottom of the 9 peaks. The bottom of the 9 peaks was really large. From the edge to the core, there were many buildings. Although there were many buildings, the number of warriors at the bottom of the 9 peaks was even greater. Therefore, Zhuowen also saw many warriors who did not have a place to stay. They directly sat cross-legged at the edge of the open space, cultivating and meditating. These warriors who did not have a place to stay were basically nominal disciples with mediocre strength. In this area, nominal disciples were considered the lowest existence. Naturally, they could not compete with the official disciples. And those who were able to cultivate at the bottom of the 9 peaks were basically the strongest among the official disciples. Zhuowen looked into the distance. He could see that in the center of the 9 peaks, there was a white platform that was dozens of feet wide. On that platform, there were 5 figures silently sitting cross-legged. The auras of these 5 figures were very powerful. They were much more powerful than the surrounding warriors. The surrounding warriors also revealed a look of awe when they looked at the platform. These 5 people were the strongest among the official disciples. They had experienced countless battles at the bottom of the 9 peaks and were recognized as experts by everyone. Although many people yearned for the platform in the center, no one dared to provoke the 5 people on the platform because they knew that they would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. The auras of these 5 people are very strong. They are much stronger than ordinary Emperor Realm warriors. Moyin Wushang's beautiful eyes stared at the 5 people on the platform. Her eyes revealed a tinge of fear because she could not see through these 5 people at all. These 5 people are recognized as the strongest among the official disciples. Their strength is around the 3rd level Emperor Realm. However, their battle strength is probably much higher than their cultivation. You need to find a place to stay at the bottom of the 9 peaks. After you find it, I will bring Zhuowen to Sky Capital Peak to find your little lover. Moyin by Yen teased as he glanced at Zhuowen with a smile. The latter shrugged his shoulders and revealed a bitter smile. "I know what you mean. Finding a place to stay means robbing. I understand. Anyway, Brother Zhuowen is so strong. We can just pick a place here." As soon as Moyin by Yan's voice faded, Jia Nan impatiently rushed to the bottom of the 9 peaks. He had blind confidence in Zhuowen. If he got into trouble, Zhuowen would take care of it. Jia Nan's voice was not soft. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many warriors at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Although they were extremely unhappy with Jia Nan's words, they did not say anything when they saw that there were 4 Emperor Realm warriors behind him. The group followed Jia, Nan, and arrived at about 2/3 of the area at the bottom of the 9 peaks. The buildings here were even more densely packed, and the pavilions were even more neatly arranged. These pavilions were all made of white jade and looked rather dry and clean. Moreover, just as Zhang Shui had said, the yuan energy density here was much denser than the edge. Zhou even discovered that although the yuan energy density here was not as high as the Azure Dragon Hall, the difference was not too great. It seemed that the inner academy was indeed extraordinary. The bottom of the 9 peaks must have been set up by some powerful arcana master to gather yuan energy. Otherwise, the yuan energy here would not be so dense. Jia then quickly fixed his eyes on a rather large white jade pavilion and hurriedly rushed in. However, not long after, he was thrown out while grimacing in pain. Boom! Jia then fell to the ground and grimaced in pain. However, his skin was rough and he only snorted a few times before he stood up as if nothing had happened. Thud, thud, thud. Not long after Jia Nan was thrown out, 4 strong figures walked out from the white jade pavilion. The 4 of them were around 10 feet tall, and the muscles on their bodies were bulging. They were bronze-colored and looked like weathered rocks. They looked extremely hard. In particular, the auras of the 4 of them were actually filled with a terrifying emperor pressure. The 4 of them were all emperor stage practitioners. Brat, a mere nominal disciple, dares to barge into our pavilion. Are you courting death? The leader of the 4 was a man whose face was filled with scars. His exposed skin was covered with scars. At first glance, he looked extremely ferocious. If one were to bump into this person in the dark, it was likely that some timid people would be greatly frightened. Jia Nan was completely unafraid. His right hand pointed at the scarred man and snorted. I think that you should hurry up and move out of this white jade pavilion. Otherwise, it would not look good if you were to be kicked out later. Oh! Jia Nan's arrogant words immediately caused the scarred man and the other 3 to be stunned. Soon after, they burst into laughter. Even some of the surrounding practitioners who were watching the show started to jeer. Where did this stinking brat come from? He actually dares to point at us and tell us to move out of our territory. This is really too funny. The 4 brawny men laughed out loud as if they had heard an unbelievable joke. Thud, thud, thud. A clear sound of footsteps rang out. Soon after, a slightly thin but extremely tall figure slowly arrived in front of Jia Nan. A pair of indifferent voices muttered from his mouth, "He's right. You can move out of the pavilion." After he finished speaking, a wave of emperor pressure surged out from Zhouwen's body. It grew stronger and stronger. An extremely violent hurricane swept out around him. Moreover, the surface of his body was suffused with a blazing golden light. Feeling this terrifying emperor pressure, the scarred man and the other 3's faces froze. Soon after, the scarred man's face became slightly gloomy as he said, "Are you new? I've never seen you before. Although you're also at the Emperor Realm, you're also at the 1st level Emperor Realm like us. How dare you speak such arrogant words?" Zhou was a Buddhist clone, so his cultivation was only at the 1st level Emperor Realm. However, his battle strength was much stronger than a 1st level Emperor Realm cultivator. Naturally, he did not take the 4 people in front of him seriously. "If you don't move, then let's fight." Zhou did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He took a step forward. The golden light on the surface of his body burned brighter and brighter. His aura also became more and more terrifying, causing the scarred man and the other 3's faces to become extremely ugly. "You'll regret it." The scarred man snorted coldly. A similarly terrifying emperor pressure surged out. He took a step forward and was prepared to teach Zhou a lesson. "Wait." Zhou suddenly spat out these words, causing the scarred man to stop. Soon after, he said coldly, "Regret it? If you do, I can overlook your rude behavior just now." Although the scarred man was extremely displeased by Zhouwen's disregard, the aura on Zhouwen's body was too powerful and terrifying. He did not dare to underestimate it. If Zhuowen was willing to retreat, he naturally did not want to cause any more trouble. One of you is not enough. 4 of you can come at me together. Chapter 1310. LVE. Not only were the surrounding cultivators stunned, but the other 4 people, including the scarred man, were also stunned. The young man in front of them was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. His cultivation was the same as the 4 of them, yet he dared to say that he would fight against 4 of them alone. Wasn't that a little too arrogant? Are you joking? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and said seriously, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Boom! The scarred man stomped his foot on the ground. Countless energy waves rose, and the ground cracked. His voice became extremely cold as he said, Are you messing with me? The young man in front of him was clearly at the first level of the martial emperor realm like him. However, he was now asking him to fight against 4 of them. His attitude completely infuriated the scarred man. Boss, kill him. He's too arrogant. He's just a newbie. How dare he be so arrogant? He's courting death. That's right. He's only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. How dare he ask the 4 of us to team up against him? Who does he think he is? The other 3 companions behind the scarred man shouted. Their words showed that they did not put Zhuowen in their eyes. I'm not messing with you. I'm serious. Zhuowen said seriously. Bastard, you've completely angered me. The scarred man's lips twitched. In his eyes, Zhuowen's serious expression was really asking for a beating. Hence, he immediately charged towards Zhuowen. With a strong gust of wind, he appeared in front of Zhuowen and threw a punch at him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators sneered. The 3 companions of the scarred man also looked at him mockingly. However, their expressions did not last for long. Boom! Zhuowen took a step forward and also sent forth a punch. His punch contained a blazing golden light, and an enormous ancient Buddha's image appeared behind him. That ancient Buddha's image also sent forth a punch. The mountain-like fist was accompanied by a sharp sound of air being torn apart. It was like an explosion that resounded in everyone's ears. The 2 fists suddenly smashed together. Immediately, an endless amount of astral wind swept out between the 2. This astral wind began to spread from 10 feet to 100 feet. The ground cracked apart, collapsing into a circular pit as a loud, muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Crack! After the thunder-like sound rang out, the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking rang out. The sound of bones cracking became more and more frequent. It was as if a bone was being crushed into powder in an instant. Soon after, everyone was stunned to discover that a figure flew backwards in an extremely miserable manner and heavily smashed onto the ground. Before everyone could react, the figure that landed on the ground held his right arm and began to let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, miserable shriek. His voice was like a midnight snack, extremely ferocious and miserable. Whoosh! 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 Numerous gazes were attracted by the miserable cry. Soon after, they were stunned to find that the person who was holding his right hand and screaming on the ground was none other than the burly man with the scar on his face. Dao Hen was defeated just like that. Many people muttered softly. Dao Hen was quite famous in the bottom of the 9 peaks. He could be considered a tyrant in a small area. At this moment, his right hand was crippled in front of a practitioner of the same level as him. When the martial emperor realm experts' gazes landed on the young man again, the surprise in their eyes became even more intense. This was because the young man was quietly standing in the same spot. His entire body was bathed in golden light. Behind him, a huge ancient Buddha sat in the void with narrowed eyes. It looked as if it had existed since ancient times. Boss! Dao Hen's 3 companions came to his side and helped him up. At the same time, one of them used Yuan power to enter Dao Hen's right arm in an attempt to heal the injury on his arm. Hiss! You are so ruthless. You actually shattered the bones in my boss's hand? Dao Hen's companion, who had originally wanted to heal Dao Hen, froze when he touched Dao Hen's right arm. He immediately glared at Zhuowen. Although a warrior's recovery ability was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's after his cultivation reached the Emperor realm, this time, all the bones in his right arm had turned to dust. Although he could recover with his own strength, it would take a lot of time. I don't have time to argue with you. Give up your territory. Otherwise, you will end up like your boss. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He only wanted to go to Sky Capital Peak to find Mu Qinxue. Naturally, he did not want to waste too much time on these people. Therefore, he used a thunderous method right from the start. Bastard! Dao Hen's face turned pale. He stood up immediately, but his right arm hung limply. He glared at Zhuowen and said, I will definitely kill you. Brothers, release your armor souls. Let's attack together. As he spoke, Dao Hen roared angrily. Energy surged out of his body. A huge saber shadow swept out from between his eyebrows. The saber shadow was extremely black, like a black moon hanging in the sky. It looked extremely sharp and terrifying. Let's attack together. After Dao Hen released his armor soul, the three people behind him also released their armor souls. These three people's armor souls were the same as Dao Hen's. They were a sword, a halberd, and a spear, respectively. As soon as the four weapons were released, they turned into four streams of light and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen opened and closed his eyes. Boundless Buddhist light burst from his eyes. Then his body grew taller and taller, turning into a towering Buddha. Every time he moved, there was a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth. Boom! The Buddha's right hand suddenly blasted out. The palm was 1,000 feet long, like a towering mountain. It gave people the feeling that it was extremely high. Break! Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out as the Buddha's palm smashed onto the four weapons. Instantly, the four armor souls emitted a humming sound before they actually shattered. As for Dao Hen and the other three, they spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the gigantic Buddha's palm and were heavily smashed dozens of meters away. How terrifying! The towering Buddha's body was so majestic that all the martial artists at the bottom of the 9 peaks were attracted by the battle. When their eyes fell on Zhuowen's towering Buddha body, they were all surprised. Even the 5 figures on the central stone platform slowly opened their eyes because of the huge commotion. However, they only took a glance at the Buddha's body and did not pay much attention to it. Although Zhuowen's combat strength had surpassed that of a First Heaven Emperor realm warrior, there was still a gap between him and the 5 of them. The 5 of them only took a glance at him before they closed their eyes again and continued to cultivate. The core disciple selection was about to begin. The 5 of them naturally did not dare to slack off. They were looking forward to successfully becoming a core disciple. The 100,000 feet tall Buddha body only lasted for a while before Zhuowen regained his original appearance. His gaze landed on Dao Hen's group of 4, whose auras were dispirited. As he spoke in an indifferent voice, "Can you give up your territory now?" Dao Hen's eyes flickered. He snorted coldly and left with his 3 companions. Zhuowen was too powerful. They could only admit defeat this time. After Dao Hen left, Zhuowen and his group directly entered the loft, leaving many warriors in the surroundings to discuss spiritedly. Zhuowen's group were all unfamiliar faces, so they were naturally able to guess that this group of people were probably new students that had just entered the inner court. However, these new students were truly slightly special. As soon as they entered, they directly seized a good piece of territory. Even though this had happened in the past, it was rare. The white jade loft was quite large. There was no problem for more than a dozen people to stay in. Therefore, Zhuowen and his group chose their own rooms and arranged everything. He planned to follow Moyen and Baiyan to Sky Capital Peak. "Grandfather, I also want to go to Sky Capital Peak with you. I haven't seen Sister Qinxue for a long time. This time I must meet her," Moyen Wushang said to Moyen and Baiyan. Moyin and Bayen did not refuse and said, "You and Juowen can follow me. Although I don't know where that little girl Chinshue is at Sky Capital Peak. However, with that girl's talent, she should be at least a core disciple of Sky Capital Peak. She might even be a personal disciple." After saying that, Moyin and Bayen led Juowen and Moyin Wushang, who were filled with anticipation, out of the white jade loft. They arranged for Jia Nan and the others to cultivate in the loft. When they returned from Sky Capital Peak, they would naturally return here. After Moyin and Bayen walked out of the loft, they directly took out the sky-piercing sail. The three of them stepped onto the deck and rushed towards a mountain peak in the east. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, Juowen, who was on the deck, could see that there was a huge mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Behind the mountain gate, there was a misty white fog. It was impossible to see what was behind the mountain gate. Is there a restriction in the mountain gate? After walking down the deck, Juowen keenly discovered that there was a layer of transparent flowing light in the mountain gate. The flowing light revealed waves of mysterious energy. Needless to say, it must be some kind of extremely powerful restriction array. It's fine. I'm the dean of the Outer Academy. I have a certain authority to enter the 9 mountain peaks. After saying that, Moyin and Bayen took out a wooden tablet from their bosom. They formed a seal with their right hand and inserted Yuan power into the wooden tablet. Immediately, a ray of light rushed out from the wooden tablet. It passed through the mountain gate and entered the misty white fog. After a while, Juowen saw a figure faintly appear within the white fog behind the mountain gate. The figure grew closer and closer. Finally, it appeared in front of the mountain gate. It passed through the mountain gate without any obstructions and arrived in front of Moyin and Bayen. It was an old man with a head full of messy hair, a fluffy beard, and a face full of deep wrinkles. He was around 60 years old and was wearing a brown long robe. Although this old man appeared to be in his twilight years, his eyes were extremely sharp. Endless sharpness surged within them. The instant he saw Moyin and Bayen, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Bayen, it has been 50 years since we last met. This time around, you actually have the time to come to the Inner Academy. It's really rare." Chapter 1311. Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Of course we welcome them. Are these 2 geniuses from your outer court? LVE laughed. His gaze fell on Juowen and Moyin Wushang behind Moyin Bayen as he said with a smile, "Wushang, you should know that she's my granddaughter. This kid is called Juowen, a genius from my outer court. His talent is comparable to that little girl Mu Chinshue." Moyin Bayen said with a laugh. LVE looked at Juowen in surprise, but soon after he shook his head with a smile. It was clear that he did not agree with Moyin Bayan's words. Mu Chinshue's talent was publicly acknowledged in the entire Sky Capital Peak. In a short period of time, she had jumped from an official disciple to the direct disciple of Old Man Tian, so she could be considered an influential figure in the inner court. Juowen was young, and his cultivation had reached the Emperor realm. His talent was not bad, but compared to Mu Chinshue, there was still a large gap. Of course, he naturally could not say this out loud. He only smiled and said, "These 2 little fellows are good seedlings. If they work hard, it won't be difficult for them to become core disciples of the 9 peaks." LVE's perfunctory attitude was naturally seen by Moyin Bayen, but he was not angry. He was very clear on how terrifying Mu Chinshue's talent was. Even in the 9 Nether realm, she was a dazzling genius. It was already amazing for one of them to appear in their outer court, but if there was a second one, it would be unreal. It was no wonder that LVE did not care about Moyin Bayan's words. Moyin Bayen looked at Juowen and asked with a smile, "Chinshue came from the outer court after all. I wonder how she is doing in your Sky Capital Peak?" When he mentioned Mu Chinshue, a smile appeared on LVE's face. Chinshue's talent is very high. In less than a year after entering the inner court, she has already been accepted as a disciple by Old Man Tiandu, becoming the 4th direct disciple of the Sky Capital Peak. She has already become a direct disciple? So fast! Moyen and Bayen were startled. Soon after, joy appeared in their eyes. They were happy for Mu Chinchue. As for Zhuowen, he raised his head and looked at the peak of Sky Capital Peak. His heart started to beat rapidly as a trace of nervousness rose within him. He had not felt this way for a long time, but this time he was nervous because he saw Mu Chinchue. This feeling made him a little confused and helpless. That's right, didn't that fellow, Hui Xia, go to your Bitter Sea's wonderful God Island? Why didn't you come back this time? Lve suddenly asked. Moyen and Bayan's complexion suddenly became gloomy. They looked around and said in a low voice, Elder Huaxia has fallen. Lve was startled. His eyes slightly bulged as he stared at Bayan and Moyen. What did you say? Gray Pavilion had fallen? That fellow was at the peak of the 5th layer Great Emperor Realm. Who else in the Bitter Sea can threaten Gray Pavilion? Lve did not believe it. The Bitter Sea was not the 9th Netherworld Realm. Although there were many Great Emperor Realm warriors, most of them were low-level Great Emperors. There were very few mid-level Great Emperors. In his impression, there was no one who could threaten Gray Pavilion. Moyen and Bayen sighed. They took out Gray Pavilion's identity token and said, I don't need to lie to you. This is Elder Huaxia's identity token. Lve fell silent. The identity token was the symbol of an inner courtyard elder. It could not be lost. Now that Elder Huaxia's identity token had appeared in Moyen and Bayan's hands, it meant that Gray Pavilion had probably met with an accident. What happened? Lve asked in a low voice. It's a long story. I need to see Old Man Tindu. When the time comes, I will tell him everything that happened in the Bitter Sea. Moyen and Bayen shook their heads. Well, come with me. I will take you to see Old Man Tindu. Lve nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the restriction on the mountain gate. The fog behind the mountain gate suddenly dissipated, revealing a white stone staircase. The staircase went up step by step, leading to the top of the mountain as if there was no end to it. Let's go, Lve said, and led everyone up the staircase. After Zhuowen entered the mountain gate, he found that the surrounding white fog had dispersed on its own. His field of vision suddenly became much wider. It turned out that the endless white fog was the restriction outside the mountain gate. Only after entering the mountain gate could one see the true scenery of the mountain peak. Around the staircase, there were lush greenery. From the bottom to the top, there were many buildings. Around these buildings, there was a mountain road that extended to the top of the mountain. Of course, in addition to this mountain road, the staircase at the mountain gate also extended to the top of the mountain. It should be able to reach the top of the mountain. The Sky Capital Peak was very tall, but under Lve's lead, the group only spent the time to drink a cup of tea to reach the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was a flat platform, as if a mountain peak had been cut off. It was extremely flat and smooth, and the area was also very large. On the platform, there were many buildings. Moreover, these buildings were all ancient in style. The surrounding air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that refreshed one's heart. It was extremely refreshing to smell it. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that in the middle of the platform, there was a black iron pillar that was as thick as several people hugging it. At the top of the iron pillar, there was a black chain of the same thickness. This chain was fastened to the iron pillar and was extremely firm. Following the chain, Zhuowen turned his head to look at the other end of the chain. Soon after, he discovered an extremely shocking scene. The chain was extremely long, and at the other end, it was fastened to the bottom of a huge and majestic palace. Furthermore, there was more than one similar chain. There were 8 other chains, and the other 8 chains were derived from the other 8 directions and were fastened to the bottom of the magnificent palace in the other 8 directions. 9 chains that seemed to have swept over from the void firmly fastened a huge palace. The palace was supported by these 9 chains as it quietly floated in the middle of the 9 mountain peaks. This was a palace in the sky, not only in name, but also in reality. What was even more bizarre was that the surface of this huge palace was not the usual pitch black and monotonous color. Instead, it was two different colors. The left side was icy blue, while the right side was fiery red. Moreover, on the left side of the icy blue color, terrifying cold chi continuously permeated. The cold chi dissipated into the surrounding air, causing the surrounding air to freeze. On the other hand, on the right side of the fiery red color, there was a frighteningly high temperature. A scorching sensation continuously spread from the air, causing crackling sounds to be emitted. The Sky Capital Peak chain was located on the left side of the palace. Waves of icy blue cold chi permeated the air. Although he was extremely far away, Zhuowen could still feel a dense chill. This dense chill came from the bottom of his heart, and not just from the surface of his skin. This palace is the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. Zhuowen's heart trembled as he gazed at the huge palace floating in the air. A trace of respect and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. This was a strange feeling that would only appear in one's heart when one saw a majestic and spectacular sight. Yes, that's the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. The 9 mountain peaks of the Inner Academy all possess a mysterious iron chain from outer space. It is derived from the 9 directions of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, and with this as a support point, it is lifted into the air. This building is the most famous and mysterious building in the entire Inner Academy, and even the divine Spectre Realm. LVE's gaze also fell on the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall in the sky as he muttered in admiration. The Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall could be said to be the core building of the entire inner court. This building had long since nurtured countless geniuses of the inner court. This was because the core of the entire Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace was operated by the legendary Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. This Ice and Fire Holy Talisman was not incomplete, but complete and possessed all the power that belonged to the Holy Talisman. The moment he stared at the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, Zhuowen discovered that the 2 hidden imprints on the back of his hands began to react. His left hand turned blue, while his right hand turned red. Zhuowen immediately woke up and forcibly suppressed the abnormality on the back of his hands, afraid that LVE and the others would notice. Fortunately, LVE, Moyen, Baiyan, and Moyen Wushang's attention were all on the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, so the 3 of them did not notice the abnormality on Zhuowen's hands. This made Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was extremely excited. He could feel that there was something in the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace that was calling out to him. He knew that the calling was from the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman spirit. The promise of 10 years was about to be fulfilled. How can I enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace? Zhuowen suddenly asked curiously. LVE took a deep look at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Core disciples and above have the qualifications to enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. But even for core disciples, it's not that easy to enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace because the ice and fire energy around the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace is very violent. Even high-level martial emperors may die if they are not careful." Die! Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself. Wasn't the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace an object of the inner courtyard? How could the energy be so violent that even high-level martial emperors could not approach it? Perhaps sensing the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes, LVE did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Moyen and Baiyan and said, "Baiyan, it seems that you really didn't tell this little guy anything." Moyen and Baiyan shrugged and said, "It's useless to tell him. It's better to wait for him to come to the inner courtyard first and experience the terror of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. This kind of personal experience is much better than telling him verbally." Then Moyen and Baiyan suddenly said seriously, Zhuowen, although the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, was built by the seniors of the inner courtyard. The core of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace is the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. This thing is a terrifying object born from heaven and earth and is also an extremely rare treasure. This thing is extremely uncontrollable. Chapter 1312. News from Mu Qinxue. The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is a saint weapon? Zhuowen was somewhat astonished. Back then, when he had heard about the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, he did not associate this building with a saint artifact. However, after hearing Mo Yan and Bai Yan's words, he became much more enlightened. How could a building that could carry a supreme treasure like the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman be ordinary? It had to be at least a saint weapon. Moreover, Zhuowen could also feel that the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace wasn't just a profound saint weapon. It was very likely that its quality was above a profound saint weapon. After all, he had a profound saint weapon, the Heavenless Sword. Although the Heavenless Sword was severely damaged, the aura of a profound saint weapon left a deep impression on Zhuowen. He could feel that the aura of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was even more terrifying than the Heavenless Sword. Obviously, the quality of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was above a profound saint weapon. The inner yard is really not simple. They were actually able to build such a powerful saint weapon like the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, Zhuowen secretly muttered. However, that senior expert of the inner yard never expected that after the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman entered the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, its power would become stronger and stronger after many years of nurturing. In the end, it became violent and uncontrollable. Mo Yan and Bai Yan pointed to the 9 chains in the void and continued. These 9 chains not only have the effect of supporting the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, but the black pillars at the end of the chains go straight to the bottom of the mountain. There is a huge yuan vein there. It is precisely by relying on the power of the underground yuan vein that the 9 chains can firmly suppress the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. Although the 9 chains are suppressing the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, the ice and fire energy on the surface of the palace is uncontrollable. If one's strength is insufficient and approaches the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace without permission, they will inevitably die. LVE interjected at this moment. If the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is so dangerous, wouldn't it be difficult for most disciples to enter it to cultivate? Zhuowen frowned and asked with flickering eyes. However, LVE smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. After a period of time, the violent energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace will weaken a lot. At that time, the disciples of the 9 peaks will swarm in. Moreover, even though the energy of the Ice and Fire Polarity Halls is usually extremely violent, with the strength of the 9 peak masters, it is naturally quite easy for them to approach the Ice and Fire Polarity Halls. Normally, the peak masters would bring their personal disciples into the Ice and Fire Polarity Halls to cultivate. Hearing this, Zhuowen and Mo Yan Wushang looked at each other and nodded. After explaining a little about the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace, LVE continued to lead Zhuowen and Bai Yan deeper into the platform. This platform was originally very large. Along the way, Zhuowen looked around and saw many pavilions. Along the way, Zhuowen naturally encountered many martial artists wearing the uniform of the inner court. However, these martial artists were dressed differently from the official disciples and registered disciples of the 9 peaks. Zhuowen guessed that these were the core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak. What surprised Zhuowen was that these core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak were basically above the Middle Emperor realm. Although there were also low Emperor realm warriors, they were extremely few. Moreover, they were the kind of guys with extremely powerful auras. Obviously, even if they were low Emperor realm warriors, they probably had the battle strength of a Middle Emperor realm warrior. The arrival of LVE and the others naturally attracted the attention of these core disciples. At the same time, many of them greeted LVE. Of course, There were also some core disciples who noticed Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang behind LV. Their eyes were filled with doubt. This was because the auras of Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang were extremely weak. They were probably only first-level Emperor Realm warriors. How could such cultivation enter the Sky Capital Peak? Of course, since it was LVE who led them in, although these core disciples were puzzled, they would not ask too much. Soon, LVE led the group to the front of a pagoda-shaped pavilion in the middle of the platform. In front of the pavilion hung a plaque with the words Jiaxing Pavilion written on it. It was written in bold and powerful strokes. This Jiaxing Pavilion is where our peak master, Old Man Tiandu, lives. LV stopped and smiled faintly. Old Man Tiandu's 4 personal disciples also live in the Jiaxing Pavilion? Zhuowen suddenly asked somewhat excitedly. LV shook his head and said, "The 4 personal disciples naturally have their own pavilions. With the Jiaxing Pavilion as the center, there is a pagoda-shaped pavilion in each of the 4 directions. Those 4 buildings are where the 4 personal disciples live." Zhuowen turned his head and saw that there were indeed 4 pagoda-shaped pavilions in the other 4 directions. The 4 pagoda-shaped pavilions were a head taller than the other buildings on the platform. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Which pavilion is Mu Qinshuan? Zhuowen continued to ask. LVE frowned slightly and said, "Why are you looking for Mu Qinshua?" However, Moyen Baiyan laughed. "Mu Qinshua, that girl, used to be a student of my outer courtyard. Zhuowen and Wushang were both her best friends in the past. The main reason why I came to Tian Capital Peak with me this time is to go drink with that girl and reminisce about the past." LVE nodded his head and said indifferently, "If you go and find Mu Qinshua now, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, because Mu Qinshua has been sent by the Peak Master to the great desolate forest of the divine Nether Realm to carry out a killing mission." "What? Mu Qinshua is not in the inner courtyard right now?" Zhuowen frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Senior LV, how long will it take for Mu Qinshua to return?" However, LV shook his head and said, "The great desolate forest is quite far from the inner courtyard, and it is shrouded in the power of desolation all year round. This time, the Peak Master sent Mu Qinshua to carry out a mission in order to train her. It will take at least 2 to 3 months, and at most half a year." Creak! Zhuowen clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. There were less than 3 months left before the cold poison in Mu Qinshua's body broke out. He could wait, but Mu Qinshua could not. "Senior LVE, can you tell me the exact location of the great desolate forest?" Zhuowen's face became gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Why are you in such a hurry to see Mu Qinshua?" LVE naturally discovered that Zhuowen's expression was not right, and his voice became somewhat cold. However, Zhuowen did not pay attention to LVE, whose face had already turned gloomy, and repeated, "Tell me the location of the great desolate forest. I need to find Mu Qinshua." "Oh." Feeling Zhuowen's deep voice, LVE's eyes slowly narrowed, and a mountain-like aura swept over like an avalanche. Soon after, LVE's somewhat gloomy voice sounded, "You dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhuowen's expression did not change as he stared at LVE and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location of the great desolate forest." Moyen Baiyan's expression slightly changed, and he took a step forward, blocking in front of Zhuowen, and said with a smile, "LV, why bother with a member of the younger generation? Zhuowen and Qinshua's relationship has always been good. Maybe he's anxious to see her, so he's worried about her." LVE coldly snorted, and the aura on his body slowly converged. He said indifferently, "Your cultivation is only at the first layer of the Emperor Realm, and you're already so arrogant. Do you think this is the outer court? I can clearly tell you that there are countless people in the inner court who are stronger than you. Don't bring your arrogance from the outer court here. It's best if you restrain yourself a little. Tell me the location of the great desolate forest. However, as soon as LVE finished speaking, Zhuowen's voice sounded again, and it was still the same sentence. This caused LVE's expression to freeze. Moyin Wushang quickly pulled Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "Zhuowen, don't mess up. Grandfather will help you ask about the location of the great desolate forest. For now, we should just wait." Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmed the emotions in his chest and nodded. "Sorry, I walked into a dead end just now." "It's fine. You're worried about Sister Qin Shui. So am I." Moyin Wushang smiled, but at this moment her smile seemed a little weak, and there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She never thought that Mu Qinshue's influence on Zhuowen would be so deep. The latter's calmness left a deep impression in Moyin Wushang's mind. But now, after hearing that Mu Qinshui was no longer at the sky capital peak, but had gone to the great desolate forest, Zhuowen had actually lost his mind. It could be seen that Zhuowen had deep feelings for Mu Qinshui. "LVE, for my sake, don't be too calculative. After all, he's just a junior. This bitter sea coral was specially brought by me." Moyin Baiyan patted LVE's shoulder and took out a black coral from his spiritual ring. The surface of the coral was surrounded by black water vapor, which was the water of the bitter sea. LVE took the bitter sea coral, and his face became much better. This bitter sea coral was a very precious medicine. With this, LVE could ask the arcana masters of the inner courtyard to help him refine Yuan rays to help him cultivate. For him, it was a very precious thing. "Bai Yan, you're considerate, but you better discipline your disciple. After all, this is the inner courtyard, not the outer courtyard." LVE patted the bitter sea coral and said with a gentle expression, "That's natural. Let's go in and see Old Man Tindu. After all, I need to personally hand over the relics of Elder Huaxia to Old Man Tindu." Moyin Baiyan said with a smile, "All right, come in with me. These two little fellows can wait outside for a while." LVE nodded and took another look at Zhuowen, and then led Moyin Baiyan into the pavilion. At this moment, Zhuowen also calmed down. Moyin Baiyan secretly transmitted a message to him that he would help him inquire about the specific location of the great desolate forest. So Zhuowen was not too anxious. Outside the pavilion, Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang looked at each other without saying a word. They waited silently for about 2 hours. Finally, the tightly shut door of the pavilion slowly opened and 2 figures walked out. These 2 figures were naturally LVE and Moyin Baiyan. LVE cupped his hands towards Moyin Baiyan and said, "Baiyan, I don't need to guide the way down the mountain. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, LVE hurriedly left the place, while Moyin Baiyan quietly came to Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang's side. "Grandfather, have you explained the matter of Elder Huaxia?" Moyin Wushang suddenly asked. Chapter 1313. Great desolate forest, that's good. Moyin Wushang nodded. She was most worried that Elder Huaxia's death would be blamed on Moyin Baiyan. Now that everything was fine, it was naturally for the best. "Dean, the location of the great desolate forest?" Zhuowen stared at Moyin Baiyan and asked with anticipation. Moyin and Baiyan faintly smiled and pointed with their right hand. A mass of milky white light entered the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen immediately discovered that in his sea of consciousness, information was being generated. These information gathered together and formed a map. "I've already given you the location of the great desolate forest, but that place is very dangerous. It's considered an extremely dangerous place in the divine specter realm. There's a creature called a desolate beast in there. This creature is even more terrifying than a demon emperor. Other than desolate beasts, most of the outlaws in the divine specter realm are gathered in the great desolate forest. This time, Mu Qinshui and the other inner courtyard disciples are carrying out a mission to kill the extremely famous Yiksha jellyfish, who is ranked 10th on the evil list." Moyin Baiyan's gaze became somewhat serious. Shortly after, he waved his right hand and a picture appeared in front of him. This picture was of a middle-aged man with a face as black as charcoal and a fiendish expression. This Yiksha jellyfish is very powerful. It's said that it has killed 5 6th level emperors. This person is extremely close to the 7th level emperor realm. It's even possible that he has already broken through the 7th level emperor realm. He's an extremely dangerous guy. Moyen Bayen said in a low voice. Zhuowen slightly frowned and said, "Killed 5 6th level emperors? Does Mu Chinchua have the ability to kill this Yiksha jellyfish? He actually sent her to carry out such a mission?" Moyen Bayen said, "That girl Chinchua is very talented. She must have obtained a lot of resources in the inner courtyard. Since Elder Tiandu sent her to carry out this mission, it means that her strength is at least comparable to the Yiksha jellyfish. With the help of the other disciples, she should be able to take down the Yiksha jellyfish. But there's still a cold poison in her body, and there's less than 3 months until the cold poison erupts. So I have to hurry to the great desolate forest and expel the cold poison from her body first." Zhuowen's expression was grave and stern as his deep voice slowly sounded. Moyen Bayen and Moyen Wushang knew about the cold poison in Mu Chinchua's body. Since Zhuowen mentioned it, the two of them naturally had no objections. "I'll go with you," Moyen Wushang suddenly said. However, he was immediately rejected by Zhuowen. "You can't go." Since the principal said that the great desolate forest is very chaotic and is also an extremely famous, dangerous place in the divine specter realm, it's not appropriate for you to go. But Moyen Wushang still wanted to say something, but Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Wushang, don't worry. I have a doppelganger. Although my Buddhist doppelganger's cultivation is only at the 1st layer emperor realm, my devil doppelganger is at the 3rd layer demon emperor realm and has the battle strength of a middle layer emperor. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine." Zhuowen is right. "Wushang, you'll only be a burden to Zhuowen if you go. Now you should cultivate properly. The core disciple selection is about to begin. You should use this time to cultivate properly and strive to become a core disciple. Then you can enter the 9 peaks. That way, you'll be able to obtain the best cultivation and resources." Moyen Bayen also advised. Seeing this, Moyen Wushang was silent. He only nodded and softly said to Zhuowen, "When you go to the great desolate forest, be careful. Although this is only your doppelganger, if you lose it, it will definitely cause you a certain amount of harm." "I know," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Let's go down first. As the outer courtyard dean, I can't stay here for too long. I have to return to the outer courtyard to take charge," Moyen Bayen said with a smile. After saying that, Moyen Bayen led the two of them down the stairs and walked down the sky capital peak. The thing that the 3 of them did not notice was that a figure had appeared in a window on the top floor of the Zhaixing pavilion. Upon closer inspection, it was an old man with a long white beard. He was wearing a loose black long robe. His sharp eyes were staring at Zhuowen, who was among the Moyen and Bayen trio below, a descendant of the Ryuka with a 9th grade dragon soul. This little guy is not simple. The old man's right hand stroked his white beard as he softly muttered from the corner of his mouth. A trace of a strange expression appeared in his eyes. After walking down the sky capital peak, Zhuowen and Moyen Bayen returned to the white jade pavilion where Jia, Nan, Gatha, and the rest were. After explaining the situation to everyone, Zhuowen, Moyen Bayen, and Jianan left the inner courtyard. At the entrance of the inner courtyard, Moyen Bayen pointed at the enormous divine river in front of them and said, "Zhuowen, the great desolate forest, is located in the middle and lower reaches of the divine river. It is a dark and dense forest with an extremely large area. There is no sunlight inside all year round, and it is extremely dark. Not only do you have to pay attention to the desolate beasts inside, you also have to pay attention to the martial warriors that appear inside." "Dean, I know all of this." Zhuowen nodded seriously. "And it's good that you know. Why don't I first find that girl Chinchua with you before leaving?" Moyen Bayen was still a little worried. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Dean, don't worry. My main body is about to reach the divine nether realm. At that time, I will meet up with my main body and enter the great desolate forest together." "Oh, your main body is also here? That's really fast." Moyin Bai Yen was startled. He nodded his head and continued, "Since your main body is here, I am redundant. You just have to pay attention to yourself." After saying that, Moyin Bai Yen flew towards another direction. That was the exit of the divine netherrealm. After all, he was the outer courtyard dean, and because of the heavenly insect, the auspicious god island had suffered a disastrous loss. He had to return as soon as possible to preside over it. He was very clear about how terrifying Zhuowen's main body's fighting strength was. Therefore, he did not stay behind and only gave a few words of advice before leaving. Looking at Moyin Bai Yen, who was gradually getting further away, Zhuowen became extremely calm. Soon after, his gaze fell on the front of the divine river. He took out a flying spiritual treasure from his spiritual ring and sat on it. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, two figures appeared at the end of the bitter sea. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man's face was quite handsome. He wore a black robe and his body emitted a special aura. The woman was delicate and charming. She had a curvaceous figure, and the strange thing was that she had 3 pairs of thin wings on her back. These two people were naturally Zhuowen and Wu Dai, who had set off from the auspicious god island. Because Zhuowen's lightning wings had mutated, their speed was much faster than ordinary flying spiritual treasures. Therefore, the two of them had arrived at the end of the bitter sea ahead of time. "Wu Dai, go to the demon nether realm." Zhuowen rubbed Wu Dai's head and said with a smile. Wu Dai's cheeks puffed up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen. The rims of her eyes were actually a little red. She had a delicate and pitiful look. This look made Zhuowen feel a little embarrassed. "Master, I don't know when we will meet again after this trip to the demon god palace. Before we part, can you give me a hug?" Wu Dai whispered. Hearing this, Zhuowen touched his nose. Seeing the sadness in Wu Dai's eyes become more and more intense, Zhuowen sighed softly. He opened his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, "Wu Dai, cultivate well in the demon nether realm. When your master is strong, he will go to the demon nether realm to find you." Wu Dai was taken aback, but she quickly wrapped her arms around Zhuowen's waist and giggled. "Wu Dai will cultivate well. The demon god palace in the demon nether realm is extremely powerful. Perhaps Wu Dai will be the one protecting Master in the future." "Master, I'm leaving." Wu Dai softly whispered these words in Zhuowen's ear. After that, Zhuowen felt his hands loosen. Wu Dai had unknowingly left his arms. Her pair of beautiful thin wings constantly flapped as she flew towards the demon nether realm's stone tablet. Zhuowen stood in the void and silently watched Wu Dai's back. When Wu Dai finally disappeared into the demon nether realm stone tablet, he retracted his gaze and took a step forward, entering the divine nether realm. With his previous experience, Zhuowen didn't encounter too many obstacles when entering the divine nether realm. Furthermore, at the entrance, he met Mo Yen and Bai Yen, who were preparing to leave. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them left the entrance. Of course, Zhuowen went in while Mo Yen and Bai Yen went out. The great, desolate forest was located in the middle and lower reaches of the divine river. It was a triangular plain filled with sand and sand. On this plain, there were many tall, pitch-black trees. They were lush and dense, making it look rather spectacular. These black trees were called desolate trees by the divine Netherrealm's warriors. The reason for this name was because the desolate trees could emit a lot of black chi. This black chi was called desolate chi by many warriors. If ordinary warriors were to be contaminated by desolate chi, they would wither like trees, and their life force would gradually drain away, and they would die. Of course, if one was strong enough, they would be able to withstand the desolate chi that filled the great desolate forest. Therefore, none of the warriors who could appear in the great desolate forest were mediocre. Outside the great desolate forest, there was a rather bustling small town. There were many warriors inside, and it was bustling with activity. Zhuowen rode on a flying soul treasure and quickly descended into the small town. When he walked down from the flying soul treasure and put it away, his footsteps stiffened slightly. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "The original body has already entered the divine nether realm. With the original body's speed, it should only take a few days to reach the great desolate forest. I can settle down in this small town first and wait for the original body to arrive." As he spoke, Buddhist Zhuowen slowly walked towards the small town. Zhuowen's arrival didn't attract the attention of the other warriors in the small town. This was the only place where humans gathered in the great desolate forest. Although the area wasn't big, it was exceptionally bustling. Every day, there were warriors coming in and out. The aura on Zhuowen's body wasn't particularly strong, so it naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others. This small town isn't simple. Most of the people inside are Emperor Realm warriors. There are even quite a number of intermediate Emperor Realm warriors. Chapter 1314. Tracking B. The fur of the Grade 4 wild beast, purple lightning mink, is impervious to fire and water, impervious to blades and spears. If it is refined into leather armor, it can withstand the attack of a mid-level martial emperor. The horn of the Grade 3 wild beast, one-horned lynx, can be refined into a long spear. Its power is comparable to an emperor weapon, indestructible. The small town was bustling with activity, and there was an endless stream of people. There were stalls on both sides of the street, and many vendors were shouting with all their might. Most of the items sold were the fur, fangs, or inner cores of desolate beasts. Although the great wild forest was full of danger, the wild beasts that lived there were treasures. Whether it was their fur or fangs, they could all be refined into extremely powerful emperor weapons. The wild beasts were also divided into grades by the divine Spectre Realm warriors, from Grade 1 to Grade 10. A Grade 1 wild beast was equivalent to a First Heaven Emperor, and a Grade 10 wild beast was much stronger than a Ninth Heaven Emperor. However, it was much weaker than a saint, and should be comparable to a half-saint warrior. As for stronger wild beasts, they had not appeared in the great wild forest yet. It was because every part of a desolate beast was a treasure that could be refined into an emperor weapon. That was why there were so many warriors in the great desolate forest. Their main goal in entering the great desolate forest was to hunt desolate beasts and strip them of their fur, claws, and bones. These things could be sold for a good price. Of course, the majority of those who entered the great desolate forest were rogue cultivators, or those who didn't have a very strong backing. Generally, only these kinds of cultivators lacked funds and resources. After all, if a cultivator wanted to cultivate, they needed resources, and resources naturally needed to be purchased with funds. As for the disciples of the major forces, they were relatively rare in the great wild forest. The resources of the major forces were extremely vast, and the warriors who lived there naturally did not have to worry about the lack of resources. Of course, it was not that the disciples of the major forces did not come to the great wild forest. Generally, the main purpose of the disciples of the major forces coming to the great wild forest was to train themselves. After all, on the path of martial arts, one could not just cultivate behind closed doors. If one did not know how to use one's own strength, one would be like a boorish man who only had brute strength. Other than the great desolate forest, there were also other dangerous places in the divine Spectre Realm. The disciples of the major powers would basically choose these dangerous places to train, and Mu Qinshua's killing mission this time could also be considered as a form of training for old man Tiandu. After arriving at a small tea house, Zhuowen quietly sat in a rather secluded seat. After ordering a few dishes and tea, he poured himself a cup of tea and quietly waited for the arrival of his main body. The business of the small tea house was booming. Not long after Zhuowen sat down, quite a number of warriors bustled in. In an instant, the somewhat deserted tea-house became a little livelier. The sound in the tea-house also became much noisier. The discussions of the surrounding cultivators rang out continuously, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Very quickly, he noticed the 4 figures seated on the left side of the tea-house. The reason why he noticed the 4 of them was because the uniforms they were wearing were the uniforms of the Inner Academy's core disciples. He had seen this uniform on Sky Capital Peak before, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with it. However, what disappointed Zhuowen was that Mu Qinxue was not among the 4 of them. The 4 of them were 3 men and 1 woman. There was a trace of worry on their faces, as if they were worried about something. That yiksha jellyfish is truly too cunning. It actually relied on its familiarity with the great, desolate forest to constantly hide. Although junior sister Qinxue is extremely powerful, it was her first time entering the great, desolate forest, and she was unable to catch the yiksha jellyfish even after many days. The only woman among the 4 spoke. Her appearance was not very outstanding, but her figure was extremely hot, especially her ample bosom, which was on the verge of bursting out. Her full curves attracted the eyes of quite a few people in the tea-house. Zhuowen listened with rapt attention, especially when he heard the mention of Mu Qinxue. His eyes narrowed as they exploded with an intense glow. Senior Sister Guiqing is right. That yiksha jellyfish is truly cunning and despicable. It clearly promised that if it lost a one-on-one fight, it would bind its own arms and return to the Inner Academy with us. But it actually went back on its words in the end. A tall and thin man angrily agreed. Sitting in front of the tall and thin man was a refined young man wearing a white robe. He shook his head and said, "The yiksha jellyfish is, after all, a fellow ranked 10th on the sin list. Who knows how many people in the divine nether realm want to catch it and obtain a large reward, but they all failed. It is because this person is full of schemes and is extremely cunning. We shouldn't have listened to this fellow's words before. It's already too late to say anything now. The yiksha jellyfish has already escaped. Moreover, junior sister Qinxue and the yiksha jellyfish are too fast, so we've lost track of them. What should we do?" The girl named Guiqing had a worried look on her face. She looked at the refined young man and asked, "I say, Xiaoyu, normally your brain is the best, so why don't you think of a plan? We can't just sit here and wait." Xiaoyu was stunned. Then he said with a bitter smile, "With the yiksha jellyfish's personality, it will definitely enter the depths of the great desolate forest. The desolate beasts there are very terrifying, so wouldn't we be seeking death if we went in?" "Then you mean that you don't care if junior sister Qinxue lives or dies?" Guo Qing's face was filled with excitement as she spoke in a loud voice. Zhao Yu waved his hand and said, "How could we not care? However, with junior sister Qinxue's strength, even if we can't catch the yiksha jellyfish, nothing will happen to her. After all, she is our capital Sky Peak's 4th direct disciple, and she used the shortest amount of time to catch it, breaking capital Sky Peak's record." Guiqing curled her lips and said in a dissatisfied voice, "Then why don't you give us an idea? What use is there in saying all this? Hey, I have this little thing on me, so it shouldn't be hard to find junior sister Qinxue." Zhao Yu revealed a mysterious smile and took out a golden ball from his sleeve. This ball was around the size of a palm, and it was releasing a golden glow, making it look very mysterious. "This is—" Guiqing and the other 2 men revealed looks of doubt. It was clear that they could not see what this golden ball was. "This is a tracking bee. As long as you have the scent of the person you're looking for, it will remember it. When the time comes, it will be able to follow the scent to where the owner of the scent is." After saying this, Zhao Yu looked at Guiqing and said, "I remember that junior sister Qinxue gave you a life-saving jade pendant before. Take that jade pendant out and let the tracking bee smell it." Guiqing rolled her eyes at Zhao Yu and took out a beautiful jade pendant from her chest. When Muchinchiwa was fighting the Yiksha jellyfish, in order to protect the four of them, she gave this jade pendant to Guiqing. She had him protect the three of them and prevent the Yiksha jellyfish from affecting them. Zhao Yu took the jade pendant without any hesitation and placed it in front of the tracking bee. The tracking bee hovered over the jade pendant for a while before buzzing out of the tea house, heading towards the desolate forest in front of the town. "Let's go. We'll follow them." Zhao Yu took a step forward and closely followed the tracing wasp. As for the jade pendant, it was conveniently kept in his sleeve. "Zhao Yu, I say, return Junior's sister, Qin Shui's jade pendant to me first." Guiqing's reaction was not slow as she followed closely behind. Of course, the moment she opened her mouth, she asked Zhao Yu to return the jade pendant. However, the latter acted as if he was deaf and pretended not to hear Guiqing's voice. The group of four left the tea house and did not attract much attention. Perhaps it was because the people in the tea house recognized the uniforms on the four of them. With the position of the inner courtyard in the divine spectre realm, there was really no one who dared to offend the inner courtyard core disciples. "Brett, your little lover is in the desolate forest. Why aren't you following them?" Xiao Hei's somewhat teasing words sounded out, causing Zhuowen to nod his head. He quietly left the tea house and closely followed behind Lu Yu and the other three. After walking out of the town, Zhuowen's appearance and figure changed. He turned into a tall, middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a single-shoulder leather jacket. At the same time, Zhuowen's own aura was concealed by the 100 transformation divine art, appearing faintly discernible. The attention of Lu Yu and the other three was completely focused on the tracking bee and naturally did not notice Zhuowen, who was quietly following them. The great desolate forest was indeed as Moyin and Bai Yan had described. Thick and solid black trees grew within it. These black trees were extremely strange. On the surface of the rough tree bark, there were actually beehive-like holes, with strands of black qi spreading out from the holes. This black qi contained a trace of desolation aura. Under the effect of this desolation aura, all living things would gradually wither and fall like withered leaves. Zhuowen was naturally not an exception. The instant he stepped into this desolation aura, Zhuowen felt the skin on the surface of his body continuously wrinkling and coarse, as if he was aging. Furthermore, the life force within his body was gradually draining away. This kind of draining was not due to one's lifespan decreasing with the passage of time. Instead, it was due to some kind of desolation energy that was forcefully stripping away one's life force, causing it to continuously weaken. Zhuowen's eyebrows slightly knitted together. The yuan power within his body surged and circulated, adhering to the surface of his body, resisting this desolation energy. Immediately, the wrinkles on the surface of his body began to disappear, once again becoming smooth and smooth. Not far ahead, Zhao Yu and the other three also circulated their yuan power, adhering it to the surface of their bodies, forming a special yuan power clothing, resisting the corrosion of the desolation energy that was surging towards them. We should try our best to be careful. The desolate beasts in the great desolate forest are not easy to deal with. We should hide as much as possible and try our best not to clash with them. Zhao Yu softly instructed the Guoqing trio behind him. The trio naturally nodded their heads. Their footsteps were very light, but their speed was not slow. After all, as core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak, their cultivation and strength were not weak. This was naturally an easy task for them.